all means being filled with a greater variety of soul. Through yellow, we become more attuned to our own capital I. We are, in other words, filled with spirit. If you take yellow in its original stage, fading outward, and think of it shining within you because it is a luster color, shining into you as spirit, you will have to say, yellow is the luster of the spirit. Blue, gathering itself together inwardly, dammed up, enclosed within itself, is the luster of the soul. Red, filling space evenly, is the luster of the living. Yellow is the luster of the spirit, blue is the luster of the soul, red is the luster of the living. Green is the image of the living, and red the luster of the living. You can see this very easily by looking at a fairly strong red on a white surface and then looking away quickly. You will see a green after image. The same surface will appear as a green after image. The red shines into you and forms within you its own image. But what is the image of the living inwardly? You must destroy the life to have the image. The image of the living is green. It is little wonder that the luster, red, when it shines into you, forms green as its image. So we see that there are two quite different kinds of color. The active and the passive. There are the colors that shine, although with certain inner differences of quality. There are others which are quiescent images. This is something which has its analogy in the cosmos. In the cosmos, we have the contrast between the motionless star pictures of the zodiac and the differentiating activity of the planets. It is only a comparison, but one that is inwardly founded in fact. We can say that black, white, green, and peach blossom have a quiescent effect. Even when one color flows into another in movement, as black and white in peach blossom, it still remains inwardly peaceful. In the three colors of red, yellow, and blue, there is inner movement, a planetary quality. Something of the nature of the fixed stars is present in black and white, peach blossom, and green. Something of the planets lives in yellow, red, and blue. Yellow, red, and blue tinge the other colors. White is tinged by yellow and blue to green. White and black are tinged when red shines into them to peach blossom. Here we have a definite color cosmos. We see the world as interweaving color. We must go to the colors themselves in order to understand the laws that govern them. We must not be diverted into other paths, but must keep to color itself. When we have a proper grasp of color, we will see in the colors themselves what their mutual relationships are and what produces their luminous, shining quality or their shadowy picture nature. Think what this signifies for art. The artist knows that when he handles yellow, blue, and red, he must induce in his picture something that expresses an inwardly dynamic quality, which itself gives character. If he is working with peach blossom and green on black and white, then he knows that an image quality is already present in the color. Such a science of color is so inwardly living that it can pass immediately from the soul's experience into art. If you grasp the nature of color in such a way that the colors themselves reveal their qualities, if you realize that yellow needs to appear deeper at the center and fade away toward the edges because that is its nature, if you then fix yellow by painting it as an even surface, you will need to do something with it. What should this be? Something must be put into the yellow which deprives it of its original character, its own will. The yellow must be imbued with weight. When yellow is given weight, it becomes the color of gold. In doing so, this yellowness is taken out of yellow. Although remaining to some extent yellow, you have deprived it of its true nature. If you paint a picture with a gold ground, it needs to be spread evenly over the surface. You have, however, given the yellow weight, inner weight. You have taken its own will from it and fixed it down. The painters of earlier times, who had a natural feeling for such things, sensed the luster of the spirit in yellow. In yellow they looked up to the spirit, to the luster of the spirit. But they wanted to give earthly expression to the spirit. They had to give yellow weight. When, like Cimabue, they painted a gold ground, they gave the spirit a dwelling on earth. They realized the heavenly in their pictures. Readers aside, I am pronouncing Cimabue, C-I-M-A-B-U-E. I apologize for my pronunciation, Cimabue. End of readers aside. The figures could stand out from the gold ground, growing out of it as creation of the spirit. In all these things there is an inner order and law. From this you will see that if we handle yellow according to its inherent nature, as color it becomes stronger in the center and disperses away from this. If it is to become fixed as an evenly covered surface, then it must be mineralized. So we arrive at the conception of mineralized color, of color fixed in matter, about which we shall speak further tomorrow. But the colors must first of all be grasped in their full mobility before they can be understood as an actual physical quality belonging to external objects. Tomorrow we shall turn to this aspect, which is the only one associated with color by ordinary people, and extraordinary ones for that matter. For color is considered only as it appears on solid objects, and it is quite impossible from this to gain an understanding of it in its mobility. The physical spectrum stretches endlessly from left to right without limit, but in the spirit and soul world, everything is linked together. Here we must link the ends of the spectrum together. We must train ourselves to see not merely peach blossom color, but the mobility of the human complexion. If we so train ourselves that this color does not merely indicate what is human, but is something in which we live, we shall become aware of how the soul dwells in the physical body as the color of the human complexion. This is the entry, the door that leads into the spiritual world. Color descends into the surfaces of physical objects, but it also raises us from the purely material and leads us to the spiritual. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 8th of May, 1921, entitled Color in Matter, Painting Out of Color. In the realm of color, we have made a distinction between those colors, black, white, green, and peach blossom, which we recognize from their qualities as image, and those colors which I have described as having a luster quality, blue, yellow, and red. We have seen how these have a kind of inner individual will by virtue of their shining, gleaming quality. As you know, we can perceive color in the so-called spectrum colors, in the rainbow, where we see color as color, and also in the color of material objects. And when we practice the art of painting, which is the art of color, we must of course use materials for our paints and be aware of their properties, how to mix them, and so on. Here we come upon a significant question, which is really left unanswered by the customary knowledge of the time. Namely, how is color, which we have learned to know as constantly in movement, whether image or luster, related to matter and material objects? What makes matter appear colored? Anyone who has looked into Goethe's title Theory of Color, and readers aside, that is on this website as a free download, end of readers aside, will probably know that out of a certain intellectual honesty, he never really dealt with this question, because he realized that with the means at his disposal, he could not get to the heart of the problem. How is color attached to solid matter? Yet this question is highly relevant to art and painting, for painting is, to all appearance, concerned with just this phenomenon. We apply the color and try to evoke an impression with it. So it is at this point, when we want to apply our investigations into the nature of color to the art of painting, that we become interested in the appearance of color in matter. Since physicists have in recent times regarded the theory of color as a part of optics, we find explanations of the nature of color in material objects worthy of recent physics. We find, for example, the characteristic explanation of the question, why is an object red? It is red because it absorbs all the other colors and reflects only red. This is an explanation characteristic of recent physics, for it is based more or less on the kind of logic which says, why is a man stupid? Fundamentally, he is stupid because he has absorbed a great deal of cleverness and radiates only stupidity. If one turns this logical principle, so common in color theory, to the rest of life, you see what interesting results can occur. As we have already remarked, Goethe was more honest about this question. He followed the problem as far as the means at his disposal allowed. Then he came to a halt, as it were, in face of the question, how does matter become colored? You will recall how we first came upon the image character of the first four colors we dealt with. We saw how it was a question of one form of existence producing its shadow or image in another. We saw how green arises when the living appears as image in the lifeless. And then how peach blossom color arises when the soul appears as image in the living. We saw also how white arises when the spiritual forms its image in the soul. And finally, how black arises when the lifeless forms its image in the spiritual. There we have all the colors which have the character of image. The rest have the character of luster. In the external world, green is the most clearly visible expression of this image character. Black and white are, in a certain sense, borderline cases, and for this reason are not generally considered by many to be colors. Peach blossom, we have seen, is really only to be grasped in movement. Thus, in green, the image character is most typically portrayed, and with it we have the color which is really attached to the external world, in particular to the plant kingdom. In the plant kingdom, therefore, the origin of, in quotes, fixed color as image really becomes apparent. It is now perhaps a question of discovering in the green of plants what is the true quality, the essential nature of green. In doing so, we must go a good deal further with the problem than would normally be considered necessary today. We know from titled Occult Science that the plant kingdom was really formed during the previous metamorphosis of our present Earth. But we also know that at that time there was as yet no solid matter. In the plant kingdom, then, we have something which has been formed during the former metamorphosis of the Earth and was then transformed during its further evolution. The plants were formed in the fluid conditions of the old moon evolution, when there was no solid matter. This fluid state was permeated with flowing color. There was no need for it to be fixed to anything, or at least only to the surface. Only on the surface did the fluid element begin to solidify. So it would be possible to say, looking back to this earlier stage of evolution, that in the formation of the plant we are concerned with an essential fluid condition in which green, as also color generally, existed in flowing movement. And it was only during the Earth period of evolution, as you can see from Title Occult Science, that the plants were able to take on a firm form and incorporate the mineral element. It became possible for the plant to have a definite and no longer fluctuating nature, so that what we now describe as the plant appears for the first time during Earth evolution. Only then could color assume the character which we see in the plant today and appear as fixed green. Green is not the only color usually seen in a plant, which, as we know, in the course of its metamorphosis, takes on other colors. It has yellow, blue, or white flowers, or red flowers or fruit, as in the melon, for instance, which is transformed from green into yellow. Quite a superficial observation shows us what happens when the plant takes on a color other than green. When this happens, you can quite easily observe that the appearance of these other colors is connected with the sun, with direct sunlight. Just consider how plants hide themselves and curl up if they cannot hold up their flowers to the sunlight. There is a connection, if only a superficial one, between the sun and certain parts of the plant not being colored green. The sun, as it were, metamorphoses the green. It encroaches upon the green and transforms it. Having related the varied colors of the plant with a heavenly body, even if only superficially, it will not be a difficult matter to turn to the statements in Title Occult Science and ask what its observations reveal about other possible connections between the coloring of plants and the stars. Here we have to ask ourselves, what kind of heavenly body has the strongest effect on Earth, working in an opposite way to the sun, to produce in the plant what the sunlight later metamorphoses, negates, as it were, and transforms into other colors? What in fact causes green to arise within the plant kingdom? We will be led to that heavenly body which appears as the polar opposite of the sun, the moon. Spiritual science can establish, I can only touch upon these things today, the connection between the green of the plant and the moon, and also between the other colors and the sun, by contrasting the properties of moonlight as opposed to sunlight, and especially by the way that moonlight works within sun darkness. Thus in the plant, we have an interplay of sun and moon influences. But at the same time, we have an explanation of why green becomes an image and does not appear luminous in the plant, as the other colors do. The other colors in the plant have a shining luster quality. If you observe the colors of flowers with the right kind of feeling, you will see that they shine at you. Compare them with green. It is, in quotes, fixed to the plant. You will see here nothing other than a copy of what you perceive in the cosmos. Sunlight shines. Moonlight is the image of the sunlight. In the same way, the image of light, color as image, appears in the green of the plant. It is through the sun that luster colors appear in the plant. The image color, as something fixed, appears in green. These things cannot be grasped by crude physical ideas. They must be lifted into the realm of feeling, and then grasped by a sensitivity permeated by spirit. What is understood in this way is transformed into art. Physics, with its clumsy approach to the world of color, drives every artistic quality from its observations, with the result that the artist has not the least idea what to make of its pronouncements concerning color. But when we look at a plant in such a way that we know that cosmic forces are at work, and that sun and moon forces interplay to produce color in the plant, we have the basic elements for understanding how, with plants at least, color is fixed in an object and becomes material. It is due to image and not luster influences from the cosmos that color becomes material. In the plant, green has become an image because the moon has been separated from the earth during the course of earth evolution. In the separation of moon and earth, we must seek the real origin of green in the plant kingdom. The plant is no longer exposed to moon forces coming from within the earth, but receives its image character from the cosmos. In our feelings, we comprehend the reciprocal relationships brought about by cosmic influences in the plant. We can therefore appreciate the character of green and the other colors in the plant through our sensitivity and through an artistic feeling for the nature of color. If you study the history of painting, you may find it remarkable that the great painters of earlier periods painted people and human situations, but rarely nature, at least so far as the plant kingdom is concerned. Of course, a superficial explanation for this can be found easily enough. One can explain it by saying that people in earlier times were not used to observing nature and therefore did not paint it. This is a very superficial explanation, but people are easily satisfied with such explanations. Something very different lies behind this. Landscape painting only arises when materialism and an intellectual outlook grip mankind, and an abstract view of life increasingly dominates civilization and culture. Landscape painting is really the product of the last 3 or 4 centuries. Only since then have men acquired the cast of soul which makes them capable of painting landscapes. Why? Looking at the paintings of an earlier period, one is struck by their distinctive character. Precisely because we have learned to distinguish, we shall be discussing this in greater detail, between the image and luster character of color, we discover that no such distinction was made by early artists in their paintings. They did not recognize, as we found ourselves impelled to do yesterday, the inner will of the luster colors. They were generally unconcerned that yellow required a dissolving circumference. They were only aware of it when they depicted a more spiritual element, not when they painted the everyday world. Nor had they any concern for what we demanded of blue, a little more so in the case of red. You can see this in certain pictures of Leonardo and others, Titian, for example. But in general, we can say that the earlier painters did not make the distinction between image and luster colors. Why? They stood in quite a different relationship to the world of color. They experienced the luster quality of color as image and treated it as image in their paintings. But if one gives an image character to what appears in the world of color as luster, if one turns everything into image, one cannot paint landscapes, which include plants. Why not? If you want to paint a landscape with plants which give an effective impression of life, then you must paint the plants in their individual colors, including green, somewhat darker than they really are. You must make the green or the reds or yellows of different plants generally darker than they are. But then, having made the color darker than it is, and tied it down as image, you must veil the whole picture with a yellowish white atmosphere. You must envelop the whole in a yellowish whitish light. Then you can really express the nature of the plant in the right manner. You must paint a luminous veil over the image, introducing a lustrous quality. I must ask you now to look at the whole tendency of modern landscape painting from this point of view, how it has probed ever more deeply into the secret of painting vegetation. The living element cannot be expressed if one just paints plants as they appear outwardly. The image gives no impression of life. This only appears when you paint the plants darker than they are and then pour over them a shining glow of yellowish white light. Because the old masters did not cultivate this glowing quality in their art, this painting of light-filled air, landscape was generally beyond their reach. It is interesting to note, especially toward the end of the 19th century, how artists attempted to master landscape by painting out of doors and in other ways. It can only be mastered when the individual colors of plants are painted darker and a gleaming veil of yellowish white is then drawn over them. Of course, this must be done in such a way as to meet the requirements of color composition. Then you will be able to paint, on canvas or any other surface, a real impression of life. It is a question of the right feeling, a feeling which leads on to paint with what floods shining from the cosmos and pours as luster over the earth. Only in this way can you enter the secret of the living world of plants and of nature. From this you will realize that everything which we seek to achieve in painting must be found in the nature of color itself. What is the painter's medium in the last analysis? He has to have a surface of canvas, paper, or other material on which to fix the picture he is creating. But if his subject, like the living plant, will not allow itself to be fixed pictorially, then at least a lustrous, shining quality should be poured out over it. We have not yet dealt with the variously colored minerals, the lifeless substances. With these particularly, we will have to gain an understanding through feeling. The realm of color cannot be conquered by intellect. It must be grasped through feeling. But now we have to consider the question when we paint something inorganic, such as a wall or other lifeless object. Is it really necessary to understand what we paint in terms of color itself? It must be so. Just consider how some things are bearable and some are not. A black table painted against a white surface is quite bearable, is it not? But if I were to paint a blue table, just imagine a painting of a room full of blue furniture. If you have any artistic feeling, you would find it unbearable. Equally impossible is a picture of a room with yellow or red furniture. You could paint a black table on a white background. It would only be a drawing, but it could be done. A color can only really be used on canvas or paper to depict something inorganic or lifeless when it has already assumed an image character. We are then led to the question, what do the colors black, white, green, and peach blossom bestow upon lifeless objects? The color itself should tell us what it is possible to paint. And if we take colors which are already images, we can never render lifeless objects effectively. We merely have the image, and the color is already that. We still cannot call forth the representation of a chair, but only the image of a chair, if we paint it merely in an image color. What then must we do? We must endeavor, when painting something lifeless, to give the image the character of a luster. That is the point. We must give the colors which have an image character, black, white, green, and peach blossom, an inner luminosity, a luster character. Then what has been enlivened to luster can then be combined with the other lusters, blue, yellow, and red. The image colors must have their image character stripped off and be given a luster character. When painting the inorganic, the painter must always be aware that a certain source of light, a dull source of light, lies within the things themselves. In a sense, he must think of his canvas or paper as such a source of light. He needs this shining light present in the surface on which he paints. When he paints anything lifeless and inorganic, he must never forget that something like a source of light lies behind it, and that the surface is in a way transparent and shines out at him, We now arrive at that point in painting when we fix a color to a surface and have to imbue it with the quality of reflected light, of something which shines back to us. Otherwise, we merely draw and do not paint. The recent development of mankind demands that we continually strive to create paintings out of color itself. We must continually be attempting to penetrate the essential nature of color, of impelling an image color to take on the character of a luster, to become inwardly shining. Otherwise, we shall not be able to create a painting of inanimate nature which will be bearable. If a wall is depicted in a painting, it will not be a wall, but only the image of one, unless the color is made inwardly luminous. We must make the colors shine inwardly. They will then, in a certain sense, become mineralized. For this reason, it would be good to give up painting from the palette, which leads merely to smearing coloring matter onto a surface and makes it impossible to evoke the inwardly shining quality in the right way. We should try to paint increasingly from pots of liquid paint with color that is liquid and has a flowing, shining quality. Generally speaking, the introduction of the palette has brought an inartistic element into painting. The palette has brought a materialistic form of painting, a failure to understand the true nature of color. For color is never really absorbed by any material body, but lives within it and emanates from it. Therefore, when I put my colors onto a surface, I must make them shine inwardly. You know that we have tried to evoke these light forces in our building by the use of plant colors, through which the inner quality of light may be most easily expressed. Minerals with their various coloring possess this inner luminosity, as anyone with feeling for such things will recognize. And it is this which must be captured when we paint lifeless objects. When we paint out of the nature of color and not merely by copying the outward form, we become aware of the mineral kingdom in its inner light nature. How does the mineral become inwardly shining? If we take up a mineral, its color is visible because we see it in sunlight. But sunlight is less active in this instance than it is with the plant. In the plant, the sunlight conjures forth the other colors in addition to green. But with colored minerals and lifeless objects generally, it is the sunlight which makes the colors visible. Otherwise, we see no color, just as in the dark all cats are either gray or black. But the source of the color is, after all, within. Why? How does it get there? We are back once more to the problem from which we started out today. When dealing with green in the plant, I found it necessary to point to the exit of the moon as described in my occult science. But now I must indicate other events which have happened in the course of the evolution of the Earth. If you follow what is said in occult science about the development of the Earth, you will find that the heavenly bodies which surround the Earth and belong to its planetary system were once connected with the whole Earth. They were expelled in just the same way as the moon. This is, of course, connected with the nature of the sun, but speaking only of the Earth, we can regard it as one exodus. And this exodus of the other planets is connected with the intrinsic coloring of lifeless things. Solids have become colored, could become colored, because the Earth was freed from those forces which were within it when it was united with the planets. These forces could then work upon the Earth from outside, evoking the inner power of the cosmos in the colors of minerals. This is, in fact, what the minerals received from what has left the Earth and now acts from the cosmos. We see that the mystery is much more deeply hidden than it was with the green of the plant. But just because it is hidden, we are enabled to penetrate more deeply into its nature, not only into the life of the plants, but right into the lifeless minerals. So in our consideration of the coloring of solid matter, we come, I can only briefly mention it here, to something not taken into account at all by present-day physics. We are led to cosmic effects. We cannot understand the coloring of lifeless objects at all if we do not know its connection with what the Earth has retained as inner forces through the departure of the other planets from it. We will now have to explain how one mineral or another may be red, for instance, because of the interaction of the Earth and one of the planets, say Mars or Mercury. Or how some may be a yellow color because of the interaction of the Earth with Jupiter or Venus, and so on. The colors of minerals will always be a riddle, so long as the connection between the Earth and what lies outside it in the cosmos is not understood. When we approach the living plant, we must not forget how sunlight and moonlight bestow on it the colors which shine from it as luster, and the green which becomes fixed to the surface. But if we wish to understand what shines out from the inner nature of material objects, and how the once fluctuating colors of the spectrum have now become set within solid bodies, we must remind ourselves that what is out in the cosmos today was once within the Earth, and is the origin of everything on Earth which has a fluctuating quality, even if this is to some extent weighed down. We must look outside the Earth for the cause of what lies hidden under the mineral surface. That is the essential thing. What is found on the surface of the Earth is more readily explicable in earthly terms than that which lies beneath its surface. What lies under the surface within the Earth, within solid matter, must be explained by what is outside the Earth. Thus the mineral elements of the Earth gleam in colors which they have held back from what has left the Earth with the planets. And these colors remain under the influence of the corresponding planets out there in the cosmos. That is why when we paint lifeless objects, we must, as it were, reach to the light behind the surface, permeating the whole surface with spirit and creating a hidden inner radiance. I could say that we must try to bring what streams down from the planets behind the surface on which we paint the picture, if we want to express the reality and not to be a mere copy. Thus, if we are to paint the lifeless, it depends on the colors being impregnated with spirit. But what does that mean? Recall the diagram that I drew for you when I said that black is really the image of the lifeless in the spirit. We made the radiance come from the spirit and let the lifeless be reflected within it. And when we color the lifeless, when we transform it to luster, we evoke its essential quality. This is in fact the process which we should follow when we paint inanimate things. The next step is to ascend to the animal kingdom. If you want to introduce animals into your landscape, then you should be aware, this is of course something to be grasped only through feeling, that the colors of the animals will have to be painted somewhat lighter than they really are, and then a pale bluish light spread over them. If you want to paint, shall we say, some red animals, not very often, of course, then you must allow a light bluish shimmer to play over them, and where an animal emerges from the vegetation, you must blend the yellowish shimmer with the bluish, bringing about a transition from the one into the other. This will enable you to paint the animal kingdom without giving merely the impression of a lifeless copy. We can therefore say, if we paint a lifeless object, it must become luster, shining from within. If a living plant, then it must appear as luster image. We first paint the image color so strongly that we go away from the natural color. We give it the character of an image by painting it somewhat darker, and then spread the luster over it. Luster image. If we paint animals or ensouled beings, however, we must paint the color as image luster, but without going so far as to make it completely image. This can be achieved by painting more lightly and transforming the image into luster, although in doing so we introduce something that to some extent obscures its pure transparency. In this way we get an image luster effect. If we now go on to what is endowed with spirit, to the human being, we must aspire to paint in pure image color. Here's a little chart. The mineral lifeless, luster. The plant living, luster image. Animal ensouled, image luster. Man spiritual, image. Painters working before the era of landscape painting painted in just that way. They worked in the pure image color. Here we come to the unmixed image. This means that these colors, which we have learned to know as lusters, must now be grasped as image colors. This is so because when we come to man, we need in a sense to take the luster quality from the colors and to treat them as images. Normally, when we brush yellow over the surface of our picture, we feel we must do so in a certain way. The yellow insists on being frayed out, as it were, and washed away at the edges. Yellow will not have it otherwise. If we paint human beings, however, we find we can ignore the color's real nature and transform it into image. When we change luster into image in this way, we approach the human, and we need not worry about anything but the pure transparency of the medium when we paint human beings. Above all, one needs to develop a feeling for the change that takes place in a color when it is transformed into image. Indeed, the whole nature of color, insofar as this is expressed in painting, becomes accessible if one develops a sensitivity for the difference between image and luster. The quality of the image color approaches more nearly to the nature of thought, and the further we penetrate into the image quality, the closer we come to thought. When we paint a human being, we can, in reality, only paint our thoughts about him, but these thoughts must be clearly expressed. They must be expressed in the color. And one lives in the color if one can say, for example, when painting a yellow surface, it ought really to be frayed out at the edges. But as I am transforming it into image, I must also modify it where it touches the other colors. I must apologize in my picture, as it were, for not yielding to the will of yellow. From this you can see that it is quite possible to find a way of painting out of the color. It is also possible to regard color as something which accompanies the course of the Earth's evolution in such a way that at first it irradiates the Earth as luster from the cosmos. Then, when the elements which were within the Earth were withdrawn and began to shine back from outside, color became incorporated into material objects. By learning to experience color in this way, by experiencing the cosmic in color, we are able to live truly in color itself. Living in color means that I let the paint dissolve in my paint pot, and only when I have dipped my brush in it and spread it over the surface do I allow it to become fixed. But when I use a palette and mix the colors together on it, where they already have a material quality, and then daub them on the surface, I am not really living in color. I do not then live in color, but outside it. I live in color when I have to translate it from a liquid condition to a solid one. I can then experience to a certain extent how color has evolved from the old moon stage of evolution to that of the Earth, where it first became fixed. What is fixed can only exist upon the Earth. In this way we gain a relationship to color. My soul must live with the color. I must rejoice with yellow, feel the seriousness and dignity of red. I must share with blue its soft, I might also say, tearful mood. I must spiritualize the color if I am to transform it into inner capacities. Without such a spiritual understanding of color, I ought not to paint, and especially not the lifeless mineral kingdom. This does not mean that one should paint symbolically in a quite inartistic way. This color must not be treated as if it signified anything other than itself. It must be handled so that one can live within it. When the palette was substituted for the paint pot, a real living color ceased. And it is because of this that we have all those portraits which look like tailor's dummies. They are puppets, tailor's dummies, and the like. None of them is real or inwardly alive. Living portraits can only be painted when one really knows how to live with color. These, then, are the suggestions which I wanted to give you in these 3 lectures. They could naturally be expanded endlessly, and this will be done at some future opportunity. For the present, I have tried to make these few suggestions which will serve as an introduction to further studies. It is often said that artists have a natural fear of anything scientific, and that they refuse to let scientific knowledge interfere with their art. Although Goethe could not explain the inner cause of color as it appears in matter, nevertheless he provided the basis for an understanding. No one could have spoken more truly than he regarding the painter's fear of the theoretical when he said, quote, "So far there has always been found in painters a fear, indeed a specific denial, of all theoretical studies of color and everything to do with it, for which one could not reproach them, since hitherto the so-called theories were groundless, vacillating, and tending toward empiricism. We should like our efforts to do something to calm this fear, and to stimulate artists to experience and put to practice proof the laws we have set down, and put to practical proof the laws we have set down," close quote. If we go about it in the right way, our knowledge need not remain abstract, but can be made concrete in art, and especially so in such an ever-changing medium as color. It is only through the decadence of our science that the artist, quite rightly, has such a fear of theories, which have a purely materialistic and intellectual basis, particularly as we encounter them in modern optics. Just because color is such an ever-changing element, it is most desirable that the painter does not allow his color to solidify on the palette, as he usually does today, but keeps it fluid in the pot. It is just running away from the issue, however, when the physicist comes along and draws his lines on the board and tries to explain yellow or violet by means of these lines. This does not really belong to physics. Physics is only concerned with light in space, but color can only be studied properly by taking into account the realm of soul. For it is sheer nonsense to say that color is merely subjective. And if one goes on to maintain that there is some objective cause outside which works upon us, upon our eye, capital, this is nonsense and implies an inadequate conception of the eye, capital I. The eye itself is within the color. The human eye and astral body are not to be separated at all from color. They live in color, and inasmuch as they are united with the color, they have an existence outside the physical body. It is the eye and the astral body which reproduce color in the physical and etheric bodies. That is the point. The whole notion of there being an objective element in color which has an effect upon a subjective element is thus nonsense. For the eye and the astral body are within the color anyway, and enter with the color. Color actually bears the eye and astral body into the physical and etheric bodies. The whole conception must simply be turned upside down if one is to penetrate to reality. Everything which has thus found its way into physics and been narrowed down into lines and diagrams must be released again. It would be a good idea if for a while the drawing of diagrams were barred from physics when color is spoken of, and the attempt made to grasp the ever-changing movement and life of color. That is what really counts. Then one can get right away from theory and reach the artistic. Then one can fashion a method of studying color which the painter will be able to understand, because in uniting himself with and living in such a method, he will discover that it is not theoretical at all, but intimately bound up with color. And when he really lives in color, the color will itself be able to answer his question about the way in which it should be applied. It means that we should try to have a conversation with the colors, so that they themselves shall say how they wish to be on the surface of the picture. A method of observation which seeks to be realistic leads inevitably into the sphere of art. But the science of physics has ruined this method for us. Therefore, it must be said with all emphasis that these things which belong primarily to psychology or aesthetics should not be further distorted by a physical way of thinking, but really need quite a different kind of observation. In Goetheanism, we find a way of knowledge which embraces the realm of soul and spirit, but which needs to be developed further. Goethe, for example, was not able to reach the distinction between the image and luster colors. We must follow Goethe's approach in a living way in our thinking, so that we can continually go further. This can only be done through spiritual science. The end of Lecture 3 and the first part of this book. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is part 2 of that book, which is entitled Supplementary Lectures from Other Cycles, and this is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 26th of July, 1914, entitled The Creative World of Color. Let us continue with our studies of artistic subjects. These can be of assistance to the way of thinking that has to permeate all the work we have to do here. This work is still in its primitive beginnings, yet if we want to accompany it with the right thoughts, it is important to review some impressions of mankind's artistic achievements and the way these are connected with the cultural life of humanity. Hermann Grimm, the talented art connoisseur of the 19th century, made a rather radical-sounding statement with regard to Goethe. He prophesied when the time would come in which people would really understand Goethe's essential qualities. He set this date as the year 2000. This is quite a long time, isn't it, before mankind will have come to the point of understanding the essence of Goethe. And we do not feel inclined to contradict this radical statement, especially in the light of present times. For what does Hermann Grimm judge to be Goethe's prime quality? Not the fact that Goethe was a poet and created one or another particular work of art, but that he put his full humanity into all that he created, and that this was the basis of all his individual creations. We can certainly say that our time is very far away from an understanding of the kind of full humanity that lived in Goethe. Obviously, I am not putting the blame yet again on science's specialized method of observation. From one point of view, this specialized method of observation is a certain necessity. But the way we specialize in our lives is far more incisive than the way we specialize in science. Specializing in life means that people engrossed in different areas of thought and feeling gradually understand one another less and less. And everybody is more or less a specialist these days. But we encounter this specialist attitude particularly strongly when we consider the way art is developing. This is why a reuniting of all the various branches of cultural life has to take place, as I have pointed out in previous lectures. Though the beginnings made in this direction can only be primitive as yet. And it is this unity of the life of culture that will produce artistic form. We do not need to look very far to prove it. The best way to explain this is probably by taking something that is right on our doorstep. So I shall mention a very small instance of the completely foolish and often absurd attacks on our spiritual movement, which are so numerous nowadays. When people want to slander us in the eyes of the world, and all they say is sheer invention, they find it so easy to laugh at the way we have painted our premises to suit our way of thinking. They blame us for giving our meeting rooms colored walls, and they have made a lot of the eccentricity of our Goetheanum building, and say that for real theosophy, it is totally unnecessary to have it. In fact, in certain circles, real theosophy is considered to be a psychic hodgepodge of all manner of vague feelings that wallow in the fact that the soul is capable of developing a higher ego, but really only egotistic feelings are meant. And because they think of it as a hodgepodge of vague dreams, they see no sense in a spiritual movement being brought to expression in outer form, even though we admit to this being elementary and primitive. In these circles, they think we can talk anywhere about this fantasizing on the higher ego in man. So why all this fuss about expressing these in all kinds of strange forms? Now, we cannot expect that people who throw out reproaches of this sort can really think. In fact, there are very few people nowadays of whom you can expect this. All the same, we must get certain points absolutely clear, so that we can at least give ourselves the proper answers to the questions. I should like to draw your attention to an artist who had a remarkable gift for drawing and painting, and who lived at the end of the 18th century. Carstens. I have no intention of evaluating Carstens' art, nor showing you any of his pictures or telling you his biography. I wish merely to point out that even if not for painting, Carstens had a strong talent for drawing. If we look into what motivated Carstens and look at his artistic aspirations, we can see to a certain extent what, in his particular case, was lacking. He wanted to use his brush to draw ideas and incorporate them in pictures. Yet he was not in the same position as a Raphael or a Leonardo or Dante. To give an example from the realm of poetry, Raphael, Leonardo, and Dante lived in an age when culture was alive and full of content, and really encompassed the life of the human soul. When Raphael painted Madonnas, there was a deeper reason for this. The essence of the Madonna lived in human hearts and souls, and meant, in the noblest sense, something came from the soul of the masses that could join with these artistic creations. When Dante led the human soul up to spiritual realms, his subject matter only needed to be taken from what reverberated to a certain extent in every human soul. We could say that these artists had the substance of the current culture within their own souls. Take any work of science of that time, however, out of the way it may, read that again. Take any work of science at that time, however out of the way it may have been, and you will find it saturated with living threads that connected it to what was alive in everyone, even people of the humblest social stratum. The learned men within the cultural circles out of which Raphael created his Madonnas were thoroughly familiar with the idea of the Madonna, and this idea was alive in them. Works of art were therefore like an expression of cultural life in general, and this is what occurred again in the individual Goethe in a way that corresponded to the turn of the 18th to 19th century. It is that this is so little understood in our time that caused Hermann Grimm to set the year 2000 as the time when an understanding for it will dawn again. Let us return to Carsten's. He takes Homer's title Iliad and expresses the events and the forms of his drawings. Just think what a different relationship there was in the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century to the figures of Homer, that the kind of relationship Raphael had to the Madonna figures and the other motifs of that age. One can say that in the greatest art epochs, what they took as content for their art was an obvious choice, because it flowed from the innermost stirrings of everyone's hearts. In the 19th century, a time began when the artist had to start searching for the content for his creations. He soon became a kind of cultural hermit who was only concerned with himself. And we are led to ask what his own particular relationship is to the forms and figures he depicts. We could go through the history of 19th century art and look at it from this point of view. And this is how it came about that our present-day relationship to art arose. A relationship that is not merely cool, but actually cold. Think of a person in a modern city today going through a picture gallery or exhibition. In actual fact, he does not meet with anything that stirs his feelings and with which he is intimately connected. But to put it radically, he meets a pack of riddles which he can only solve if he goes into the particular relationship the artist has to nature or to anything else. We are faced with one individual riddle or problem after another. And the significant thing is that while we think we are solving artistic problems that are in fact highly inartistic problems because they are psychological problems, problems as to how the artist regards nature or world conceptual problems and things of that sort, which play no part at all when we consider the great epochs of art. What mattered in those epochs were real questions of art, real aesthetic questions. And these applied to the viewer as well, because the concern of the artist was how it should be done, not what he should do, because the what was merely the substance he was steeped in. You could say that our artists are no longer artists, but people who observe the world from a particular point of view, and what they put into form is what their own special temperament leads them to notice. So these are psychological problems of world outlook, and problems of how to explain history and so on. But the essential aspect of how the work is done, the work of art is done, has almost been lost in our time. People frequently do not have the heart to study how it is done. As we have briefly mentioned, it is our thoroughly theoretical outlook that is largely to blame. However, practical people have become, in the realm of industry, technology, and business relations, they are eminently theoretical when it comes to the way they envisage the world. It is not only difficult to create a bridge between the way science thinks about the world and the world conception of the artist, but very few people feel the need of it. And words like this quotation from Goethe, quote, "Art is the manifestation of secret laws of nature, which, without art, could never come to expression," close quote, are totally unintelligible to our times, even though there may be individuals who imagine they understand them. For our modern age clings to the most external and abstract of natural laws, those which are closest to mathematics, to the most abstract element of mathematics, and will not recognize any departure into a reality that extends beyond abstract mathematics or things that are constructed on abstract mathematical lines. Therefore, it is no wonder that our age has actually lost that living element of soul which is sensitive to the kind of substantiality that is at work in world processes, and which has to be present if art is to arise. Art will never arise out of scientific concepts, nor out of abstract theosophical concepts, at least nothing but empty allegory and formal symbolism. The thoughts the modern world has about the world are in themselves inartistic, and actually aspire to be so. Think of the colors and what our scientific outlook has made of them. Vibrations of the most abstract part of matter, the ether. Ether vibrations of so and so many wavelengths, and so on. Just imagine how far removed the waves of vibrating ether envisaged by our present-day science are from the living quality of color. How could it be otherwise than that we forget altogether to pay any attention to the life and essential quality of color? At the end of our last gathering, we pointed out that the element of color is fundamentally flowing and alive, and that our soul life lives in it. And I said that a time will come when we shall again recognize the living connection between the flowing world of color and the colored objects and creatures around us. People find this difficult because, having to develop their ego during Earth evolution, human beings have, as it were, ascended out of this flowing sea of color to the level of clear self-awareness. With his ego, man raises himself out of the flowing ocean of color, in which the animal world is still fully immersed. And if an animal has green, brown, red, black, or white feathers or fur, it is because of its whole relationship to the flowing sea of color. Just as we look at objects with our ego, an animal looks at them with his astral body. And into this astral body flow the forces of the animal's group soul. It is nonsense to imagine that animals, even the higher ones, see the world as human beings do. But the truth of this is totally unintelligible to present-day man. Modern man imagines that if he is in the presence of a horse, the horse sees him in exactly the same way as he sees the horse. What is more natural for modern man to believe than that, because the horse has eyes, it sees him in the same way as he sees the horse? Yet this is absolute nonsense. For horses would not see us without being clairvoyant, any more than we would see angels without being clairvoyant. For horses see us as spiritual, not as physical beings. And only because they have a certain kind of clairvoyance do we appear to them as beings of an angelic nature. The part of us they see is quite different from the part of them we see. Our human configuration gives us a very ghost-like appearance, even to the higher animals. If the animals could talk, not the kind of language we put into their mouths, but their own real language, it would be clear to us that it would never occur to an animal to think of us as beings of a similar nature to themselves, but as ghost-like beings of a higher level. They may regard their own bodies as consisting of flesh and blood, but they certainly do not regard human beings as being like that. If one says this today, it sounds absolute nonsense to modern brains, of course, because modern times are so far away from the truth. Due to the kind of relationship that exists between an animal's astral body and the group soul, sensitivity to the living creativity of color streams into an animal. And in the same way as our hand reaches out to take hold of an object we long to have, the animal's whole organism is affected by the living creativity of color, which flows straight in and colors its feathers or fur. As I have said before, the modern age cannot even grasp why a polar bear is white. The color results from his environment, and the fact that he whitens himself means the same thing, on a different level, as when a human being reaches out and picks a rose he craves for. The polar bear's life of instinct responds to the living creativity in his environment, and he, quote, sucks in the white, close quote. This living participation in color has been submerged in human beings to the extent that they have begun to develop their ego. We would never have been capable of ego development if we had remained as united with the living sea of color that on seeing, say, a red color, a rosy dawn, for example, it would have aroused in us the urge to transfer the dawn colors in a creative, imaginative way to parts of our skin. This still happened during the ancient moon evolution, when looking at a natural play of color, like the sunrise, had such an effect on man as he was then, that its reflection appeared in his own pigmentation, in that the color permeated his being and then revealed itself externally in certain parts of his body. Yet during Earth evolution, man had to lose this state of living with his body within the flowing sea of color so that he might develop in his ego his own world outlook. In his constitution, he had to become neutral with respect to this flowing sea of color. The color of our skin in the temperate zones is essentially the expression of our ego and shows absolute neutrality toward the waves of flowing color outside us. And we have it as a result of our ascent out of that color sea. But if we think of even the most elementary of spiritual scientific truths, they will remind us that it is man's task to find his way back again. Our physical body, etheric body, and astral body evolved during the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolution, and our ego during the Earth evolution. Human beings must find the way to spiritualize the astral body again and permeate it with ego activity. And in doing so, we must find the moving waves of color again, out of which we emerged for the sake of developing our ego, and look about us and take stock of our surroundings as a swimmer would do when he steps ashore. We are really already living in a time when we must begin to immerse ourselves in the spiritual activity at work in natural forces. That is to say, in the spiritual forces behind nature, if we are not to lose all contact with the world. We must again find the way to live with colors, to experience their inner life, and not just look at them and paint with them externally. It will not help, from the point of view of painting, merely to study the play of colors by staring at them. The only way to enter with our whole souls into the way red or blue moves and to feel the color's living quality. Read that again. The only way is to enter with our whole souls into the way red or blue moves and to feel the color's living quality. We must bring to life what is in the color, not by practicing color symbolism, which is the worst possible thing, but by actually discovering what is in color, in the same way as the power of laughter is in someone who laughs. However, having, as it were, risen with our egos out of this flowing world of color, we must find our way back into it again. If we cannot get beyond the usual way of experiencing red and blue as just two separate surfaces, and there was a drawing done, we shall never advance to a living participation in the actual element of color. We shall do this even less, of course, if we explain it intellectually and feel that red represents one symbol and blue another. That is even less likely to lead to an experience of the nature of color. The essential thing is to know how to open our souls to what speaks to us out of color. Then, when we encounter red, we shall feel it as something aggressive that attacks us. Wherever there is red, it comes out and comes toward us. If all the ladies were to wear red and walk in the street like that, anyone sensitive to red would imagine that purely because of their clothes, the ladies all wanted to attack him. Red has something aggressive about it, a quality that comes toward us. Blue has a quality of going away and leaving us, and we watch it with a certain melancholy, even perhaps with longing. How far removed we have become at present from such a living understanding of color can be seen in the following case, which I have mentioned before. The excellent artist Hildebrandt expressly emphasized that color is only on the surface, and that there is nothing beyond color and surface, that color is different from form, which among other things can reproduce distances. Yet color gives us even more than distances, and the fact that even an artist like Hildebrandt does not feel this is a striking symptom of the whole way in which present times observe things. It is impossible to penetrate the living nature of color if we cannot go from a state of rest directly into movement. If it is not immediately obvious that this red disk is coming toward us and the blue one going away, that they are moving in opposite directions. And you keep on making further discoveries if you study this living aspect of color. You come to the point where you know that if, for instance, you had two colored balls of this kind, you would not possibly imagine that the two balls were keeping quite still, not if you believe in colors. It would be the death of living feeling to imagine such a thing. Because if one has living feeling, one senses immediately that the red and the blue ball are turning around one another, one towards the viewer and the other away from him. Where there is red painted on the figure, it is in such contrast to what is painted blue that through the colors themselves the figures are given life and movement. Forms are taken hold of by the living world when they shine with color. Forms by themselves are, of course, stationary. They are motionless and stay where they are. But the moment the form has color, the inner movement of the color sets the form in motion, and the world's ripples, spiritual ripples, pass through it. If you color a form, you immediately give it a soul quality of a universal kind, because the color belongs to more than just the form. The color the individual form is given links it up with its surroundings. In fact, it links it altogether to the world. You could say that when you color a form, you should feel that what you are doing to the form is ensouling it. You are breathing soul into dead form when you give it color. You'll need to get a little closer to this living inner movement of colors, and you will feel as if you were not standing directly in front of them, but slightly above or below them, as though the color were coming alive in itself. Someone who just stares at colors abstractly and does not experience them livingly can look at a red ball moving around a blue one without feeling the need to change this movement in any way. He may be a great mathematician or metaphysician, but he just does not know how to share the life of color. And for him, the color goes from one place to another like something dead. It does not do this in reality, not if you share its life. Color radiates, it changes within itself. And the color red, when it moves and advances toward you, has in front of it a kind of orange aura, yellow aura, green aura. And when blue moves, it will bring other shades along with it. Unfortunately, I cannot draw this properly because the colors are not here. It is a kind of color play, and this is what happens when you share the life of colors. And the red seems to attack you enough to make you want to escape from it, and the blue seems to withdraw so that you follow it with longing. If you can directly experience red and blue moving and coming alive, as I have described, you would really have entered the surging flow of colors. And as in a whirlwind, you would almost simultaneously feel all the soul experiences of attack and longing, fleeing and devotional prayer, passing through you one after another. And if you were to make a picture with these colors, on a form structure, in an artistic way, of course. The form structure, which as such is motionless, would be caught up in movement. Imagine you had a form structure and you painted this on it. Whilst the rest of the form remained motionless, this would become a living interweaving, which was not only part of the structure, but also part of the force and movement around the structure. By ensouling it, you raise the structure above its state of immobility, its mere structural character. The world's elemental forces ought to paint something like this and set it in the world. For all the power of longing man should acquire should be expressed in blue. This ought to be built into the structure of man's head, and all that is expressed in red could be in man's form and stream up from the organism to the brain. Both these streams are actively engaged in man's brain structure. Outside, the world, that which man longs for and which perpetually gets inundated by what rises up out of his own body. In the daytime, what is in the blue half flows more strongly than what is in the red and yellow half. At night, it is the other way around within man's physical organism. And a genuine image of this is what we usually call the two-petaled lotus flower, which really is as mobile and colorful as this. And nobody will rightly understand the creative element in the world of forms, the upper part of the human head, unless we can tap this play of colors, which is hidden where man is concerned. Art must endeavor to penetrate again into elemental life. Art has spent long enough merely observing and studying nature and trying to solve nature's riddles by reproducing in another form what can be seen by penetrating into nature. Yet what lives in the elements is still something dead to modern art. The air is dead, and water is dead, and so is light, the way it is painted nowadays. The kind of forms presented by modern sculpture are also dead. Art will arise anew when man learns how to enter into elemental life with his innermost soul. People may argue that this ought not to be done, but this argument is only prompted by laziness. Human beings will either live their way with full humanity into the forces of the elements and accept the soul and spirit in the creations around them, or art will become more and more the product of individual hermits, in which case we might come across things of considerable interest with regard to the psychology of individuals, but art would never give us the achievements which only art can give. We are speaking very much of future times when we say things like this. But what must happen is that we go to meet the future with eyes that have acquired insight through spiritual science. Otherwise, we shall only be able to see a dead and dying future ahead of us. This is why we must seek to have an inner connection between all our work with forms and colors and our spiritual knowledge, which moves us to the innermost depths of our souls and is alive in us in spirit. Then we shall be like Raphael, who could become the artist of the Madonna because the Madonnas were alive in him, just as they were also alive in the scholars, the farmers, and the craftsmen of his time. That is how he became the real artist of the Madonnas. Not until we succeed in bringing the life of our world conception into our forms, not as abstract forms or dead knowledge, but livingly and purely artistically as living soul substance without any symbolism or allegory, not until then shall we have any idea of what is meant by the kind of art I have just been describing. Therefore, there must be unity between what is created externally and what there is in man's innermost soul, as was the case with Goethe, due to some special karma. Bridges must be built between what are still abstract ideas of spiritual science and what flows from our hands, our chisel, or our brush. Our civilization and culture, which is abstract and for the most part superficial, is a hindrance at the moment to the creation of such bridges and prevents creations from coming alive. This explains the unfounded belief that spiritual knowledge could be the death of art. It has certainly killed many a thing in a number of people, like the inclination to make allegories and symbols and to keep asking, quote, what is the meaning of this? And what is the meaning of that? Close quote. I have already stressed that one should not keep asking what things mean. Just as there is no sense in asking what the meaning of the larynx is, for it is the living organ of speech. Similarly, we must learn to see that what lives in the forms and colors is the living organ of the spiritual world. Until we have thoroughly overcome the habit of inquiring in terms of symbols and allegories, and of interpreting myths and legends allegorically and symbolically, and start sensing the breath of the Spirit that weaves throughout the cosmos, and feel its life in the figures of myths and fairy tales, until we do this, we shall not have attained real spiritual knowledge. Yet we have to make a start. It will be imperfect, and no one should think that we mistake mere beginnings for perfection. But the objection people are making about our spiritual movement at present is just as silly as previous objections, namely that what we are trying to carry out with our Goetheanum building has no connection with our spiritual movement. We know the reasons for their argument as well as they do. That we could pretend there is a connection between all that twaddle about higher ego and all that raving about deification of the human soul and the external forms is no news to us. And we know, too, of course, that the study of spiritual science on a conceptual level can be done anywhere. But we feel that over and above the intellectual cultivation of spiritual science, when spiritual science enters livingly into human souls, it requires a different setting from the kind our dying civilization can offer. And we certainly do not need the outside world to tell us the platitude that spiritual science can be studied intellectually in any rooms other than those which have come alive with our forms. We must take the real ideal of spiritual science more seriously, and ever more seriously. We have a long way to go until we shall feel the full earnestness, the full motivating power of our spiritual ideals in our souls. It is easy to talk about spiritual science and its expression in the external world without conveying its real essence. When you see people making the worst possible attacks on our spiritual movement and the way these hail down upon us, you have a strange feeling. When you read of these attacks, well, if you are in full possession of your wits, you begin to wonder what they are actually describing. They are the most fantastic things. They have not the slightest thing to do with us. And these are the things they are attacking. There is so little appreciation of a new spiritual element that people make a caricature of it, which does not in the least resemble it. Then talk about this false caricature and attack it. There are even individuals who imagine they should refute stuff like this. One can turn on them, but one cannot refute something they have invented and which has no resemblance to what they wish to describe. We must take heed of how little sense for truth and truthfulness is at the bottom of things like this. For if we pay attention to this aspect, it will strengthen our grasp of spiritual science, both in ourselves and in the way we should bring it to life in the material world. People's attitudes to spiritual science at the present time shows that the world has become neither more tolerant nor more understanding. Perhaps doing studies like this one on color is the best way of celebrating our inner union with spiritual science. For when we ourselves experience the life of color, we step out of our own skins and take part in cosmic life. Color is the soul element of nature and of the whole cosmos, soul spelled S-O-U-L. And we have a share in this soul element when we experience color. I wanted to tell you about things like this today so that next time we can go further into the nature of the world of color and of painting. It was necessary to include in these discussions references to the attacks now being made on us from all sides. Attacks made by a world that at bottom can really understand nothing at all about our spiritual scientific movement. One can but hope that the people in our movement will find that by deepening themselves in every direction, our spiritual movement enables them to find their bearings with regard to a fact that is really symptomatic of our time, namely an upsurge of untruthfulness in dealing with a spiritual approach to life. It will certainly not be our fault if our spiritual movement is cut off from the world, as though we all wanted to be hermits. People are welcome to have as much of it as they wish. But if they want to understand the direction in which we are going, they will have to grasp the unifying element in man's whole being, and that every detail of human endeavor springs from man's being as a whole. I am not saying this altogether as an attack on present times. I say it with a certain sadness, because we see that the more our movement spreads, the more malicious our opponents become. Not consciously, perhaps, but in a more or less unconscious way, they are really malicious. And because people have not yet sufficiently learned, even in our circles, how to judge these things, nor how to stand up for the fact that our movement intends to start something new. These intentions will certainly develop into something more than this. Even to ourselves, the Goetheanum can only mean a first beginning. People will follow on. Who can do more in this direction, even if it is not until the time Hermann Grimm predicted Goethe would be fully understood? A certain modesty is needed in order to understand a statement like that, and our present intellectual culture has a lack of this. Spiritual science is very suited to teach us both modesty and at the same time earnestness. All that is being said against our spiritual movement just now, when the world is beginning to see something of it, makes a sorry impression. As long as our work took place purely on an ideal level, there was nothing to be seen. But now that people can see something they do not understand, they start sounding their whole register of discordant notes, and this will get worse and worse. But let us be clear about this. Although we shall feel a certain sadness, we shall grow stronger in defense of what we are receiving, not only as conviction, but as life. Etheric life will fill our hearts and souls, and what will then live in us will be more than the kind of theoretical conviction that is the pride of modern times. Those who acquire this motivating power will at the same time be filled with assurance that the roots of our world and of our human existence will certainly support us if they are sought for in the Spirit. Sometimes we need more of this assurance than at others. And if we speak of sadness with regard to what we feel about outside opinion, then this mood of sadness must produce the kind of strength which I have described as having its source in the knowledge that man's life springs from the Spirit, and that the Spirit will lead men out of whatsoever disharmony causes him sadness. This mood of strength will be a real force. Today, perhaps, we have had to speak about spiritual affairs with even greater sadness than that which we feel regarding the discrepancy which exists between the intentions of our spiritual movement and the public's opinion of it. Yet the world's disharmonies will take a different course once humanity realizes what can be kindled in human hearts by the spiritual light our spiritual science wishes to bring. The sadness we feel with regard to our movement is very small compared to the sadness we feel for what is happening to the destinies of Europe. Although my words have been spoken out of this sadness, they are also said with a living conviction that whatever painful happenings the people of Europe have to face now or in days to come, we can be assured that the Spirit will lead man victoriously through them all. Indeed, in these sad and serious days, it is not only permissible for us to speak of the holy matters of spiritual science, It is essential that we do so, for we believe that however small the light of spiritual science seems today, it will become greater and greater and brighter and be a beacon of peace, love, and harmony among men. These are serious words, but the kind of words which justify our concentrating on spiritual science and putting all our hearts and souls into it at such a time when these serious events are encroaching upon us. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner on color. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 1st of January, 1915, entitled Moral Experience of the Worlds of Color and Tone. Everything in the world, each event and every act of human conduct, has two sides, which are, as it were, polar opposites. Yesterday it was my task to point out to you that through a feeling understanding of our spiritual scientific world outlook, the human soul should acquire reverence and devotion for the spiritual worlds. The opposite pole to this devotional attitude is energetic work on our inner life, an energetic taking in hand of the evolutionary factors of our own soul, making a point of always using our experiences for the purpose of learning something from them and making progress with regard to our inner forces, so that whatever meets us in life and whatever takes place around us, whether it is easy to understand or not, we shall always avoid the danger of losing ourselves. May we always have the chance of keeping hold of ourselves and of finding within ourselves the strength to develop an understanding for what can come to meet us in an often incomprehensible way. And may the kind of devotion for things we were talking about yesterday make such an impact on the development of our souls that we acquire a proper understanding of universal existence. This is the New Year greeting I wanted to give you today at the start of the year. We have just been remembering devotion, and I would like to follow that with a reminder of the energetic work on our inner life. The full moon shining down on us out of the cosmos on New Year's Eve is a symbol for the sequence in which we are remembering these things. If it had to be the other way round and the year had started with the new moon, I should have done the right thing in bringing these reminders to you in the opposite order. I should then have closed the year with a reminder of the power of inner development and would have left the thoughts on reverence until today. We must attach more and more importance to really noticing a symbol like this that shines on us out of the macrocosm. And in our quiet moments this year, let this indication work on us in such a way that it can have a special significance to think first about the transformation the power of reverence can bring about in us, then to follow this with thinking about the transformation that the power of inner preservation, the maintaining of inner soul energy, should bring about in us. The sequence of these thoughts has been set for the coming year by the writing of the stars. And the world will gradually come to realize again that reading the stellar script really has a meaning for man. So let us try, even in details like this, to pay heed to the great law of human existence and to strive for harmony between the macrocosm and the microcosm. The macrocosm is speaking to us over these days in the most obvious way, and we shall find how to keep our microcosm in harmony with the macrocosm if we conduct ourselves in accordance with it in the course of this year that has begun amidst such painful events. If you try and notice what has been the prevailing mood of our talks in the last 2 days, you will discover that regarding the facts that spiritual science has made significant for us, we live in a time of change, in a time of hope, as it were. For we should now be getting an inkling of the direction the further course of human cultural development should take, of the change that has to come about from a purely materialistic world conception to a spiritual one. What is meant here, however, cannot really fully take place unless it enters every sphere of life and particularly takes hold of the spiritual culture areas to a marked degree. We have already had various indications showing that an understanding of the spiritual scientific outlook, which has taken hold of our feelings and is not merely rational, is bound to bring a change into both artistic creativity and artistic appreciation, because the forces we gain from this can give us an artistic conception of the world. And in our Goetheanum building, we have just made the attempt to show at least a small part of what can take on artistic form out of the spiritual scientific impulses. We can see a time coming when we shall be able to enter fully into the feelings that can arise from the spiritual scientific world conception. A time when the way to artistic creation will, in many respects, be different from the past. It will be much more alive, and the medium of artistic creation will be experienced much more intensely in the human soul. The soul will be capable of experiencing color and sound far more inwardly, in a kind of moral, spiritual way. And in artists' creations, we shall meet, as it were, traces of the artist's experiences in the cosmos. In its essentials, the attitude of artistic creation and artistic appreciation in this past epoch was a kind of external observation, an appeal to something that affects the artist from outside. The need to refer to nature and to a model for external observation has become greater and greater. Not that in the art of the future there is to be any one-sided rejection of nature and outer reality. Far from it, for there will be a much more intimate union with the external world. So strong a union that it will cover not merely the external impression of color and sound and form, but that which one can experience behind the sound and color and form, what is revealed in them. Human beings will make important discoveries in the future in this respect. They will actually unite their moral, spiritual nature with the results of sense perception. An infinite deepening of the human soul can be foreseen in this domain. Let us pick a particular example to start from. We will simply imagine that we are looking at a surface shining all over with the same shade of strong vermilion. And let us assume we succeed in forgetting everything else around us and concentrate entirely on experiencing this color, so that we have the color in front of us, not merely as something that works upon us, but as something with which we ourselves are united, that we are within. You will then be able to feel as though you were in the world, and in this world, the whole of you has become color, the whole of our innermost soul. And wherever your soul goes in the world, you will be a soul filled with red, living in, with, and out of red. Yet you will not be able to experience this intensely in the soul unless the corresponding feeling is transformed into moral experience, real moral experience. If we swim through the world as though we were red, had identified ourselves with red, and our very soul and the whole world were entirely red, we shall not be able to help feeling that this whole red world is filling us with the substance of divine wrath, coming toward us from all sides in response to all the possibilities of evil and sin in us. In this infinite red space, we shall be able to feel as though we were before the judgment of God, and our moral feeling will become the kind of moral experience our souls can have in infinite space. And when the reaction comes, when something emerges in our soul as we are having this experience in infinite red, or I should also say in the one and only red, I can only describe it by saying we learn to pray. If you can experience the raying and glowing of divine wrath, together with all the possibilities of evil in the soul, and if you can experience in the red how one learns to pray, the experience of red is enormously deepened. We can also experience the form red takes on when it enters space. We can then understand how we can experience a being that radiates goodness and is full of divine kindness and mercy, a being that we want to feel in the realm of space. Then we shall feel the need to express this divine mercy and goodness in a form which arises out of the color itself. We shall feel the need to let space be pushed aside so that goodness and mercy may shine forth. Before space was there, it was all concentrated at the center. And now goodness and mercy enter space. And just as clouds are driven apart, space is rent asunder and recedes to make way for mercy. And we have the feeling that what is being scattered must be drawn in red. Here in the center we shall have to indicate faintly a kind of magenta shining into the scattering red. We shall then be present with our whole soul as the color takes on form. And with our whole soul we shall feel an echo of how the beings who belong especially to our earth process felt when they had ascended to the Elohim stage and learned to fashion the world of forms out of colors. I'm going to read that sentence again. And with our whole soul we shall feel an echo of how the beings who belong especially to our earth process felt when they had ascended to the Elohim stage and learned to fashion the world of forms out of colors. We shall learn to experience something of the creative activity of the spirits of form, who are the Elohim. And we shall then understand how color can create forms, as indicated in our first mystery play. We shall also understand something of how the surface nature of the color becomes something that has to be overcome, as it were, because we accompany color into the cosmos. If strong desire is also present, a feeling can arise such as Steiner has when he sees the portrait of Capasius and says he would like to pierce the canvas. You will see that an attempt has been made in these mystery plays really to show in artistic form what it is like for the soul when it endeavors to expand in the cosmic forces and to feel what the spirits of the cosmos are feeling. That was, in fact, the beginning of all art. But the materialistic age had to come, an ancient art with its divine quality of differentiation, in which spirit was revealed in matter, had to change into secondary, materialistic, quote, after art, close quote, which the art of the materialistic age is, in essence, the kind of art which cannot create, but only imitate. The sign of all secondary art, all after art, is that it needs objects to imitate, and that it does not produce the form primarily out of the material. Let us take another example. Let us imagine we do the same thing with a more orange-colored surface than we did with the red surface. We shall experience something quite different this time. If we submerge ourselves in it and unite with it, then instead of feeling divine wrath bearing down on us, we shall have the feeling that what comes to meet us here has much less of the serious side of wrath about it, and does not only want to punish us, but wants to impart itself to us and arm us with inner strength. When we go into the world and unite with the orange surface, we move in such a way that with every step we take, we feel that by experiencing orange, by living in the forces of orange, we are becoming stronger and stronger. And that what comes to us out of orange does not come merely to punish us and break us with its judgment, but is a source of strength. This is how we go into the world in orange. We then feel the longing to understand the inner nature of things and to unite it with ourselves. By living in red, we learn to pray. By living in orange, we experience the desire for knowledge of the inner nature of things. If we do the same thing with a yellow surface, we feel as though we were transported back to the beginning of our cycle of time. We feel that we are then living in the forces out of which we were created when we entered upon our first earthly incarnation. You feel an affinity between what you are throughout the whole of Earth existence and what comes to meet you from the world into which you take the yellow, with which you are united. And if you identify yourself with green and accompany green into the world, which can be done very easily by gazing at a green meadow, shutting out everything else and concentrating completely upon it, and then trying to immerse yourself in the green meadow as if the green were the surface of a colored sea, you experience an inner increase in strength in what you are in that particular incarnation. You feel yourself become inwardly healthy, yet at the same time becoming inwardly more egotistic. You feel the stimulus of the egotistic forces within you. If you did the same with a blue surface, you would go through the world with the desire to accompany the blue forever and to overcome your egotism, become macrocosmic, as it were, and develop devotion. And you would find it a blessing if you could remain like this for your meeting with divine mercy. You would feel blessed by divine mercy if you could go through the world like this. Thus we learn to know the inner nature of color. And as I said before, we can foresee a time when an artist's preparation will mean a moral experience in color of this kind, when the experience preparatory to artistic creation will be much more inward and intuitive than it ever was in past ages. But these are only a few indications I am giving you, and they will be developed much further in the future. They will take hold of men's souls and enliven them with a tremendous sense for artistic creativity, whereas the materialistic culture that has entered our modern age has dried up the soul and made it passive. Souls must be stimulated again by a power from within. They must be taken hold of by the inner forces of things. As a specific example, I have taken the colors that flood the world. The world of sound will enliven and deepen the life of soul in a very similar way. During the period that is now drawing to a close, the essential thing was that a person experienced a tone as such, and the relationship of one tone to another. In the future, people will be able to experience what is behind the tone. They will regard the tone as a kind of window through which they enter the spiritual world. And then it will not depend on a vague feeling of how one tone is added to another to form melodies, for instance. But by going through the tone, the soul will also experience a moral, spiritual quality behind the separate tones. The soul will enter the spiritual world as though through a window. The secrets of the individual tones will be discovered in this experience behind the tones. We are still a long way away from this feeling of being able to go from the sense world to the spiritual world through the window of each tone, but this will come. We shall experience the tone as an opening made by the gods from the spiritual world yonder to this physical material world, and we shall climb through the tone out of the physical material world into the spiritual world. Through the tonic, for example, which we experience as absolute and not in reference to previous tones of the scale, we experience danger as we pass from the sense world into the spiritual world. We are threatened on entry with being taken captive. The tonic wants to suck us in most horribly through the window of the tone and make us completely disappear in the spiritual world. Assuming that we experience the tonic as absolute, we shall feel that we are still too weak in a spiritual sense in the physical world. and that we are sucked up by the spiritual world when we climb through this window. This is the moral experience to be had on entering the spiritual world through the tonic. I am oversimplifying it now, though. We shall have a very differentiated experience which contains an infinite variety of detail. When we climb out of the physical world into the spiritual world through the window of the second, we shall have the impression of powers in the spiritual world yonder that, as it were, take pity on our weakness and say, well, so you were weak in the physical sense world. If you only climb into the spiritual world through the tonic, I must dissolve you, suck you up and break you to pieces. But if you enter through the second, I will offer you something from the spiritual world and remind you of something that is there. Close quote. The peculiar thing is that when we climb from the physical to the spiritual world through the second, it is as though a number of tones rang out to receive us. We enter a totally silent world if we enter the spiritual world through the absolute tonic. If we enter through the second, we come to a world where, if we listen, various quiet, high-pitched tones ring out, wanting to comfort us in our weakness. Yet we must go through the window in a way we most certainly could not do in a physical material house, for the owner would give us a strange look if we were to walk in through the window and take the whole window with us. But in the spiritual world, that is what you have to do. Take the tones with you and, in union with them, live over there in the beyond, the other side of the thin partition that separates us from the physical material world, and in which we have to imagine the tones as windows. If you enter the spiritual world through the third, you will have the feeling of an even greater weakness. If you enter the spiritual world this way, you will feel that you are really very weak in the physical material world, where its spiritual content is concerned. But with regard to the third, and remember that you have become sound, you yourself have become a third, you will feel that there are friends over there who, although they themselves are not thirds, approach you according to the kind of disposition you had in the physical material world. If you enter through the second, it is like a gentle sounding of many tones with whom you share life in general when you enter through them, whilst tones that are, as it were, friends with one another come to meet you through the third. People who want to become composers will have to enter especially through the third, for that is where the tone sequences are, the tone compositions that will stimulate their artistic creativity. You will not always be met by the same tone friends, for which ones you meet will depend on your mood, your feeling, and your temperament. In fact, how you are disposed to life at the time of going through the third into the spiritual life. This results in an infinite variety of possibilities. If you penetrate through the fourth into the spiritual world, you will have a strange experience. Although no new tones appear from any direction, those that have come before, when you were experiencing the third, will live lightly in the soul as memories. And you will find that in continuing to live with these tone memories, they perpetually take on a fresh coloring. At one time, they become as bright and cheerful as can be. At other times, they descend to the utmost sadness. Now they are as bright as day. Now they sink down to the silence of the grave. The modulating of the voice, the way the voice ascends and descends, in short, the whole mood of a tonal creation will have its origin along this path, from these sound memories. The fifth will produce experiences that are more subjective, that work to stimulate and enrich the life of the soul. It is like a magic wand that conjures up the secrets of the sound world yonder out of unfathomable depths. Experiences of this kind will come to one when one no longer just looks at the things and phenomena in the world, or just listens to them, but experiences them from within. These are the kind of experiences mankind must have, particularly through color and sound, but also through form. In fact, altogether through the realm of art, in order to get away from the purely external relationship to things and their functioning, which is characteristic of the materialistic age, and to penetrate into the inner secrets at the heart of things. Then something tremendously significant will happen to man, and he will be filled with the awareness of his connection with the divine spiritual powers, which are subconscious when his awareness is confined to the material realm, and which guide and lead him through the world. And then, above all, he will have inner experiences, such as experiencing the forces which guide man from one incarnation to the next. If we omit to heat a locomotive, it cannot pull a train. The forces which make things happen in the world have to be continually stimulated. The forces which drive mankind forward also have to be stimulated, and this does happen. However, man has to learn that he is connected with these forces. I once had the following remarkable experience. There was a lawyer, a famous advocate in the town where I lived for a while, an extraordinarily famous advocate, whom the people absolutely flocked to, because they believed he was bound to win the most difficult lawsuits, and this was often the case. His legal dialectic was extraordinary, and people who knew him had the greatest respect for it. Now, he was once entrusted with the difficult case of a rich man. The rich man would have to suffer a severe penalty if the lawsuit resulted in his being sentenced. The advocate used his greatest dialectic and the most wonderful of his legal skills. He made a long speech, and the people who heard him were convinced that if the jury were not to acquit the accused, nothing further could be done about it. Everyone who heard the advocate's amazing skill were absolutely convinced that the jury would now withdraw and acquit the accused. But in the law court there was not only a skillful counsel, but also a skillful judge. And although the hour was not yet so advanced that a judgment could no longer be given, the judge said, "Let us close the session for today and continue tomorrow." So the jury's session was to take place the following morning, and this gave them time to think the matter over again during the night. The following day came. This overnight delay, as he called it, had already proved very irksome for the advocate. The session began, the jury withdrew, and everyone awaited their return with tense expectation, most of all our advocate. The jury came back after only a quarter of an hour, and when the advocate heard them coming back from the conference so soon, he fainted. Yes, he fainted. He did recover again, and a friend helped him up. The accused really had been sentenced, but the advocate only heard this after he had recovered from fainting. Now, what could be said about the course of events, looked at from the point of view of external perception? One could say that the advocate was a very ambitious man, for he cared so much about winning this lawsuit that he lost consciousness before the verdict was pronounced. As soon as he saw that the jury had only conferred for a short time, he was sure that the accused had been sentenced, for if they had acquitted him, they would, of course, have taken much longer. But that was not how the matter stood. It only appeared to be so from an external point of view. There was a kind of second layer of events behind what I have just told you. The other layer or story is like this. Before this lawsuit took place, the advocate had become addicted to what one can call the demon of gambling. I knew him well, of course. He used the sums of money entrusted to him as deposit to gamble with. It was an absolute passion with him, and not long before this lawsuit began, he had reached the point where he had gambled away large sums of money entrusted to his care. But he had been promised that if he should win this suit, he would be paid so much that he could more or less balance the difference. So he did not faint only out of wounded ambition. He fainted when the jury returned with a verdict after only a quarter of an hour, because his existence had in fact been destroyed. for he had no further hope of replacing the deposit money he had lost. Therefore, his whole existence had depended on the outcome of the lawsuit. He fainted as symbolic indication that he was now completely ruined for this incarnation. He had to escape to America after that, and had to endure a not very enviable existence there for the rest of his life. An example of this kind shows us that judgment can very often be wrong, for some people might never have had the chance to hear anything about what went on behind the lawsuit. If these people had only heard the clever advocate during the lawsuit and seen him fainting, they could very well have concluded that some people are so ambitious that they lose consciousness if a speech of theirs backfires, and they could have left it at that. To be able to judge correctly, you would therefore have to know a further layer of facts. In many instances, you would even have to know several more layers. Otherwise, you could be correct with regard to the layer you can see and yet make a wrong judgment. That is the external aspect. But the matter has more behind it. The fellow also had to find a way of getting from this incarnation to the next one. And here we have an example of how wise world guidance puts into the soul the forces it needs to lead it from one incarnation to the next. The man was in such an inner conflict that it destroyed his existence. He was in a terrible position. A situation had been created in which there were no forces left to carry him over to his next incarnation. Also, a situation had been created in which forces of that nature could not be brought to his conscious mind. So his consciousness had to be extinguished for a moment. During short breaks in consciousness, all kinds of other spirituality can enter the human soul. And in that moment, he received forces capable of restoring his impulse to go forward into the next incarnation. Of course, an impulse like this can be given in many different ways. What I have described here was one particular case. These impulses are always there. But I wanted to show you that man's conscious life is linked with an ongoing process in the unconscious, and that in man's conscious life, there are really points where the consciousness is suppressed, so that something can enter out of the unconsciousness. Sometimes these unconscious moments need not be long. They can be short spells, similar to fainting. Yet a tremendous amount of spiritual life forces can stream into the human being at such moments, both good and bad, and capable of good and evil. What I want to show you with this example is that in observing the world, mankind must try to notice links of this kind, which are of no significance to a materialistic outlook. You will gradually reach the point of becoming so perceptive for living links that you will recognize the moments in which the spirit comes near to each human being. In the future, the world will no longer be explained so unequivocally as it is now, on the basis of material causes. But matter will be relegated to its rightful place, and at the same time, people will realize that the material phenomenon is not the only thing, for spirit shines through it. We've seen that colors and sounds are windows through which we can ascend spiritually into the spirit world, and life also brings to us windows through which the spiritual world enters our physical world. The advocate's fainting fit was this kind of window. If we interpret this phenomenon correctly, we have to say that spiritual life streams down to us through this window. It is clear to us that these forces flowing into us cannot be explained on a purely material level. So, there are windows in the tones through which we ascend from the physical material world into the spiritual world. And there are also windows through which, if we remain in the physical material world, the spirit can descend to us. If we do not perceive the fact that spirit descends to us through such windows, it is like someone opening a beautiful book who cannot read. He has the same thing in front of him as someone who can read. But if he cannot read, he sees unintelligible scribbles on the white pages, which at the most he can just describe. Only a person who can read is capable of following a biography or a piece of information which has been laid down in these strange signs. A person who cannot read world phenomena is like a cosmic illiterate where these phenomena are concerned. A person who can read, however, reads the ongoing process of the spiritual world in them. It is characteristic of the present materialistic age that materialism has made people illiterate with regard to the cosmos, almost 100% so. At a time when people are so proud of having reduced the percentage of illiteracy in civilized countries to such a great extent, they are enthusiastically heading toward illiteracy where the cosmos is concerned. It is the task of spiritual science to eliminate this cosmic illiteracy. Few people nowadays are illiterate in the ordinary sense. In the time of ancient clairvoyance, human beings were far less illiterate in the spirit. But this must not make us conceited. It is a fact that when we acquire an inkling of our task in the spiritual scientific stream, we ought to change from being illiterate to becoming people who can read the cosmos. Yet we should remain humble, for the times are such that we are still very much in need of an elementary level of education. We can hardly read yet, but only spell out the letters. Yet we can be gripped by the impulse to change, an impulse which is breaking in upon mankind through these things. And if we are gripped by them, we shall have the right attitude to what the signs of the times are demanding of us, and we shall enter into them as people who rightly belong to the spiritual, scientific, world conceptual stream. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on the 5th of December, 1920, entitled Light and Darkness, Two World Entities. From yesterday's talks, you will have realized that a world outlook which thinks of the world as filled with cosmic thought is a one-sided one, and Hegel was a particularly prominent exponent of this outlook. However, it is just as partial to think of the basic structure of the world as being of the nature of will, and this was Schopenhauer's outlook. We saw that an inclination to look at the world as though it was the result of thought is indicative of Western man, who tends more in the direction of thought. We were able to show that Hegel's philosophy of thought has a different form in Western world conceptions, and that Schopenhauer's inclinations are more characteristic of Eastern people, as seen in the fact that Schopenhauer has a special leaning toward Buddhism and Oriental world conceptions altogether. Fundamentally speaking, we can only judge outlooks of this kind if we look at them from a spiritual scientific point of view. From this point of view, it seems abstract to sum up the world under the heading of thought or under the heading of will, and as I have often said, modern times is particularly fond of such abstractions. Spiritual science must give mankind a concrete view of the world again, a view that accords with reality. And it is just this kind of realistic worldview which will open our eyes to why one-sided, partial outlooks like the above gain a footing. Hegel and Schopenhauer were, of course, great people and men of genius, and what people of their caliber saw is certainly there in the world. It just has to be looked at in the right way. Let us start today by being clear about the fact that as human beings, we experience thought within ourselves. When someone speaks of his thought experiences, he has a direct experience of it. We could not experience thought, of course, if the world were not full of thoughts. For how could we draw thoughts out of our sense perceptions if thoughts were not there as such in the world? Now, as we know from previous studies, man's head organization is constructed in a way that makes it especially capable of taking in thoughts from the world. It was formed and structured by thought. At the same time, however, the human head organization points to our previous incarnation. We know that the human head is actually the metamorphosis of the previous earth life, while the human limb organization points to future incarnations. Roughly speaking, our head is a metamorphosis of the limbs of our previous incarnation, and our present limbs and everything connected with them will be transformed into the head we shall have in our next incarnation. At present, thoughts function in the head chiefly, in the life between birth and death. As we have seen, these thoughts are also the metamorphosis of that which was achieved as will in our limbs of a previous incarnation. And the will which is active in our present limbs will be transformed into thought in our next incarnation. When you have this picture, you can say that thought can now be seen as what is continually emerging in the course of human progress as transformed will. And will can be seen as that which will develop and blossom into thought. So we can say that will gradually becomes thought. What is will to begin with becomes thought later. If we observe ourselves, our head organization will direct us back to our past, when it bore the character of will. If we look toward the future, then with regard to the will character which we ascribe at present to our limbs, we must say that in the future it will become the thought organization, namely that which is developed in the head. But we have both these organisms in us all the time. The cosmos organizes us in such a way that thought from the past and will that moves toward the future meet in us. Now, if we look at this from the point of view that spiritual scientific research can give us, we see especially clearly how thought and will combine to build man's organism, which is revealed in his whole external organization. Anyone who develops to the level of imagination, inspiration, and intuition does not see man's externally visible head only, but he sees, quite objectively, the thought organism man has by virtue of having a head. He sees the thoughts. So we can say that between birth and death, with the faculties which are normal in us at present, we see the configuration of the head. If the faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition are developed, then the thought forces which are the basis of the head organization and which come from earlier incarnations become visible, to use the word in a figurative sense. How do they become visible? The only expression we can use for this visibility, which is obviously of a soul spiritual nature, is that they become luminous. Of course, if the type of people who want to remain materialists criticize this kind of thing, we immediately see what a huge lack there is nowadays of the kind of sensitivity then can grasp what is meant by this. I have stated clearly enough in my Theosophy title and other works that of course I do not mean that a new physical world or a new edition of it appears when we look at man's thought organization with imagination, inspiration, and intuition. This experience is just the same as our experience of light in the physical world. To be exact, we should have to say that external light evoked a certain experience in the human being. Imagination gives him the same experience of the thought element in the head as sense perception gives him of light in the external world. So we can say that the element of thought, looked at objectively, is seen as light, or rather it is experienced as light. In that we are thinking human beings, we live in the light. We see external light with physical senses. We do not see the light that becomes thought because we live in it. In fact, as thinking beings, we are it. We cannot see what we ourselves really are. If we step out of these thoughts and enter imagination, inspiration, and intuition, we then confront it and see the thought element as light. If we are speaking about the complete world, we can say that we have the light within us, only it does not appear to us as light there because we live in it. And by having it and making use of it, it becomes our thought. You take possession of the light, as it were. You take into yourself the light that otherwise appears outside you. You differentiate it and work with it. This is what your thinking is. It is being active in light. You are a being of light. But you do not know that you are, because you live right in it. But the thinking you do is how you live in light. And when you see thinking from outside, you certainly see light. Now, imagine the cosmos, and there's a drawing. You see it during the day, of course, flooded with light. But now, imagine you were to look at the cosmos from outside. And now let us do the opposite. We have just been talking of the human head, which has the development of thought within it and sees light outside. In the cosmos, we have light which is perceived by the senses. If we get outside the cosmos and look at it from beyond, what does it look like? Like a web of thoughts. The cosmos seen from inside is light, and seen from outside is thought. The human head seen from inside is thought, and seen from outside is light. This way of thinking of the cosmos can be extraordinarily useful and instructive if you want to go into it and make use of it. Your thinking, in fact your whole soul life, will become much more mobile than usual if you learn to picture things such as, quote, if I were to get outside myself, as I always do when I go to sleep, and look back upon my head, that is, upon myself as a being of thought, I should see myself as luminous. If I were to get outside the world, outside the light-filled world, and see it from beyond, I would see it as a thought image, as a being consisting of thought, close quote. You see, light and thought belong together. Light and thought are the same thing, seen from different sides. Now, our thoughts are actually that part of us which comes from the past. They are the maturest thing about us, and are the result of earlier incarnations. What was once will has become thought, and as thought, it appears as light. You will be able to feel from this that where there is light, there is thought. But what is its nature? Thought in which a world is perpetually dying away. A past world dies away in thought, or we could say in light. This is one of the world's mysteries. We look out into the cosmos. It is flooded with light. Thought lives in light. But it is a dying world that lives in this thought-filled light. The world is perpetually dying away in the light. When a person like Hegel observes the world, he observes the continuous dying away of the world. People who are drawn to the withering, dying, fading element of the world become men of thought. As it dies away, the world becomes beautiful. The Greeks, who were alive through and through with inner human qualities, rejoiced in the outer spectacle of beauty shining forth as the world dies away. For the world's beauty shines in the light as this world dies away. The world will not be beautiful if it cannot die, and as the world dies, it shines. Thus what comes forth from the light of the constantly dying world is beauty. This is how to look at the world qualitatively. Galileo is the first person in modern times to look at the world quantitatively. And at the present time, people are especially proud if they can explain natural phenomena by means of mathematics, the deadest part of things, and whenever it is possible, Science does it this way. Hegel certainly made use of richer concepts than mathematical ones for understanding the world, but he was attracted to what has reached its maturity and is dying. I would say that Hegel looked at the world like a person standing in front of a tree in full bloom, just when the fruit is about to form but is not yet there, and the blossoms are fully out. That is when the power of the light is active in the tree, light-born thought. This is the way Hegel looked at all world phenomena. He observed life in its fullest flowering, when things had reached the end of their development and were in their most concrete form. Schopenhauer took a different view of the world. If we want to examine Schopenhauer's impulse, we must look at the other pole in man, at what is beginning. This is the will element, which is in our limbs. Our experience of this is the same as our experience of the world in sleep, as I have often mentioned. We experience the will element unconsciously. Is there some way of looking at this element of will from outside, as we did with thought? Let us think of the will in human limbs. If we were to look at it from the other side, from the standpoint of imagination, inspiration, and intuition, what would be comparable there to our seeing thought as light? What does will look like when we see it with the developed power of clairvoyant vision? In this case, too, we can also experience something externally. When we see thought with the power of clairvoyance, we experience light, luminous light. When we see the will with the power of clairvoyance, it becomes denser and denser and becomes substance. If Schopenhauer had been clairvoyant, this being of will would have stood in front of him as an automaton, consisting of matter, for on the inside, light is thought. Excuse me, let me read that again. If Schopenhauer had been clairvoyant, this being of will would have stood in front of him as an automaton consisting of matter, for on the outside, will is matter. On the inside, matter is will, just as on the inside, light is thought. On the outside, will is matter, just as on the outside, thought is light. This is why I could say in previous talks that when people delve down mystically into their own will nature, those who pretend to be engaging in mysticism, but are really seeking their own well-being, the worst kind of egoism, these would-be mystics believe they will find the spirit. Yet if they went far enough with this inner search, they would discover the real material nature of man's inner world. For it is nothing other than delving down into matter. If you delve into the nature of the will, you discover the true nature of matter. Present-day philosophers of nature are merely imagining things when they say that matter consists of molecules and atoms. You find the true nature of matter when you enter into yourself mystically. There you find the other side of will, which is matter. And in matter, that is, in will, you discover basically a world that is constantly in a state of germinating and beginning. You look out into the world, and there you are surrounded by light. In this light, a past world is dying away. You tread on hard matter, and the world's strength bears you up. Beauty shines forth as thought in the light. In the shining of beauty, the world of the past dies away. The world rises in its strength and its power, but also in its darkness. The future world rises in darkness, in the element of matter and will. If a time came when physicists were to take the truth seriously, they would give up speculating about atoms and molecules and would say, quote, "The outer world consists of the past, and what is inside this does not consist of molecules and atoms, but the future," close quote. And if people were ever to say things like, quote, "The past shines visibly into the present, and concealed in the past is the future, close quote, they would be speaking correctly. For wherever we look, the present is always a combination of the activity of past and future. The future actually lies in the strength of matter. The past radiates in the beauty of light. Light having the meaning of revelation of any kind. For what we mean by light in this context also appears in sound and in warmth, of course. Man can only understand what he himself is if he sees himself as a seed of the future enveloped in what comes from the past, the light aura of thought. One can say, quote, from a spiritual point of view, man is the past to the extent that he has an aura of beauty. Yet this aura of the past is enveloped in the darkness which accompanies the light from the past. And this carries us forward into the future, close quote. Light is the element that shines to us from the past, and darkness points to the future. Light has the nature of thought, darkness of will. Hegel had a leaning to the light that is revealed in the growth process and in the ripest blossoms. When Schopenhauer observed the world, he was like a person standing in front of a tree and who is not actually enjoying the magnificence of the blossoms, but has an inner urge driving him to wait for the moment when the fruit begins to swell. He rejoices over the power of growth. It eggs him on and makes his mouth water at the prospect of the peaches that will develop out of the peach blossoms. He turns away from the element of light toward what appeals to him from within, to what develops from the light nature of the blossom and can melt as substance in his mouth and develop as fruits for the future. The world really has this twofold nature. And to observe the world correctly, we have to recognize its double nature. Otherwise, we shall be looking at it abstractly and not concretely. If you go and look at the trees when they are in bloom, you are actually living from the past. That is, when you look at the world in spring, you can say to yourself, quote, what the gods have wrought in the world in past ages is revealed in the blossoms of spring, close quote. And when you look at the maturing world of autumn, you can say, quote, a new deed of the gods is beginning. Things are withering, which are capable of further development and which will evolve into the future, close quote. It is not a matter of creating a picture of the world through mere speculation, but of understanding the world with the whole of one's inner being. You really can grasp the past in plum blossom and feel the future in the plum. What you behold with your eyes is intimately connected with what you developed out of the past. What melts and produces taste in your mouth is intimately connected with that which you will arise out of in the future. Let me read that again. What melts and produces taste in your mouth is intimately connected with that which you will arise out of in the future, like the phoenix from the ashes. This is the way to get a feeling understanding of the world. Goethe was actually looking for a, quote, feeling understanding, close quote, wherever he approached the world. For instance, he looked at the green world of the plants, and although he did not have spiritual science as we have today, he saw their green, which had not quite developed to the blossom stage, as something that reached into the present from the part of plant nature that belonged to the past. For the past appears in the blossom. But the greenness of the leaf has not gone quite so far into the past. If you look at nature's green, it is not, as it were, completely dead, not completely taken hold of by the past. See green in drawing. What points to the future, however, comes out of the darkness. Where the green shades into blue, there is the future element in nature, blue. On the other hand, where the past element is, where things are ripening and being brought to the blossom stage, that is where we find warmth, red. where light does not only become brighter, but becomes inwardly permeated with strength, which passes over into warmth. We should actually draw all that this way. Here is green, the plant world, and Goethe would feel it this way, even though he did not bring it to the stage of spiritual or occult science. Then it is joined by the darkness of the point where green shades down to blue. But where the colors get lighter and warmer, that is where they join up again at the top. But that is where we are as human beings. We have within us what the green plant world has externally. Our human etheric body is the color of peach blossom. And this is the color which appears at the point where blue goes over into red. But that is what we are ourselves. So actually, when we look at the color world, we can say, quote, we ourselves are in the peach blossom, and green is opposite us, close quote. It confronts us objectively in the world of the plants. In one direction we have the blue, the dark tones, and in the other direction the light, the red and yellow tones. But because we are in the peach blossom, living in it, we can perceive it just as little in ordinary life at present as we can perceive thought as light. We do not perceive what we are directly experiencing. Therefore, we omit peach blossom and only see the red, which we widen in one direction, and blue, which we widen in the other. Thus, we get our familiar rainbow spectrum, but it is actually an illusion. We would arrive at the real spectrum if we were to bend this ribbon of color round in a circle. We usually pull it out straight as we human beings are in the peach blossom. Thus we can only see the colored world from blue to red and from red to blue by way of the green. If we could look at it from this point of view, every rainbow would be a closed circle, a cylinder with a circular section. I've mentioned this last point precisely in order to show you how spiritual Goethe's observation of nature was. In his scientific work, Goethe may not have had spiritual science, but his natural science entirely corresponded with spiritual science. It must become very real to us today that the world, including man, is composed of a combination of thought light, or light thoughts, and will matter, or matter will, and that these in innumerable variations and combinations constitute the real world that confronts us. We must think about the cosmos in a qualitative way, not merely quantitatively. Then we shall come to understand it. This cosmos is composed of both elements, a continual dying away, the past dying away in light, and a future arising out of darkness. The ancient Persians, from out of their instinctive clairvoyance, gave the name of Ahura Mazda to what they felt as the past dying in light, and Ahriman to the future in the dark realm of the will. So you see, there are these two world entities, light and darkness. Light with its living thought and dying past, and darkness where the will germinates and the future comes into being. When we get to the point of seeing thought, not in the abstract, but as light, and will not in the abstract, but as darkness, even as something material, and when we come to see the warm side of the spectrum connected with the past and the material, the chemical side connected with the future, then we shall stop being abstract and become concrete. Then we shall no longer be such dried up, pedantic, intellectual thinkers as before, for we shall know that what is doing the thinking in our heads is actually the same thing as the light that shines about us. Nor shall we be such one-sided people that all we feel for the light is joy, for we shall know that light contains death, a dying world. Light can give us a feeling of cosmic tragedy. Thus we get away from mere abstraction, mere thought, and come into an element of movement. And in darkness we can see the part of the future that is coming into being. We even find in it the element that incites passionate natures like Schopenhauer. In short, we go from the abstract to the concrete. Cosmic images arise before us in place of mere thoughts and abstract will impulses. That is what we were going in search of today. Next time we shall follow the track of the surprising reality we discovered today, thought becoming light and will becoming darkness, and go in search of the origin of good and evil. We shall penetrate from our inner world into the cosmos and look for the reasons for good and evil. Again, not in an abstract religious realm, but we want to see how we can break through to a knowledge of good and evil, now that we have made a start with understanding the light aspect of thought and the dark aspect of will. More about this next time. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. Lecture 7, given in Dornach on the 10th of December, 1920, entitled Human Life in the Realms of Light and Weight. In our last talk, we dealt with the possibility of seeing, on the one hand, a moral soul quality within the natural realm, and on the other hand, of seeing in the soul realm what also exists in nature. It is precisely in this area that present-day humanity faces a disturbing enigma. It is not only the problem I have often spoken about in public lectures, namely that if we apply natural laws to the cosmos and look at the past, we have to conclude that the whole of our environment arose from some kind of primeval nebula. That is, a substance of a purely material nature, which then becomes differentiated in one way or another, producing the realms of the minerals, plants, animals, and also mankind. At the end of the world, even though all this will be in a different form, it will again be of a purely physical nature. By then, all the morality and ideals that arose in us will be gone and forgotten. The physical world will be one big cemetery, and all that has taken place in us on a soul level will have no significance at all when the world comes to an end, for it was only froth and bubble. On this basis, reality would consist solely of the natural kingdoms that arose physically out of primeval nebula and achieved a tremendously differentiated evolution, only to return in the end to a common cosmic slag heap. If a person is honest with himself as regards the natural scientific outlook of today, he will have to see things in the way I have just described. But this view can never build a bridge between the physical and the moral soul element. Therefore, if this view is not to lead to complete materialism, which sees material processes as the only things in existence, one needs to fabricate a kind of second world, an abstractly construed world, which would only be accessible to faith, seeing that the first world is given over to science. And the attitude of faith is, quote, "The good that arises in the human soul cannot be left unrewarded," close quote. There must be certain powers, and however philosophical the argument becomes, it comes down to this: there must be powers which reward the good and punish evil. In our times, there really are people who believe in both these outlooks, despite there being no bridge between them. Some people accept all that a purely natural scientific world outlook has to offer, go along with the Kant-Laplace theory of primeval nebula at the beginning of our evolution, and a burnt-out slag heap at the end of it. Yet they also have some kind of religious belief that good works will somehow find their reward and wicked sinners be punished. The reason why so many people nowadays are prepared to accept both views is because in present times people make so little real inner effort of soul. If people were really active in their soul life, one and the same person could not possibly accept, on the one hand, a world order which excludes the existence of morality, and assume, on the other hand, powers that reward good and punish evil? Now compare these separate moral and physical world outlooks, which exist side by side because so many people nowadays are lazy in thought and feeling. Compare this with the kind of thing I told you about last time, and which came from spiritual science. I drew your attention to the fact that in the first place, we perceive the world of light phenomena. That is, in external nature, we behold all that is made visible to us by what we call light. I told you that we have to regard this light as dying thoughts of the cosmos. That is, cosmic thoughts that were once, in the remote past, thought worlds of particular beings. Worlds of thought with which cosmic beings once perceived their cosmic secrets. That which was thought in those remote ages shines down on us today as a kind of cosmic corpse, cosmic thought which is dying. This is what shines down on us as light. You need only open my title, Occult Science, and read the appropriate pages, and you will know that when we look back into the remote past, man did not exist in the form in which we know him today. During the Saturn evolution, for instance, all that existed of man was a kind of automaton. You know, too, that the cosmos was inhabited then, just as it is now. But at that time, other beings were at the level at which man is today. We know that the spirits we call archai, or primal beginnings, were at the human stage during Saturn, ancient Saturn. They were not human beings such as we are today, but they were on a human level. They were at the human stage, although they had an entirely different constitution. Archangels were at the human stage during ancient Sun, and so on. Thus, when we look back into remote ages, we realize that just as we live in the world as thinking beings now, in those previous Earth evolutions, these other beings lived in the world as thinking beings with human characteristics. What lived in them at that time has, however, now become outer cosmic thought. But what lived in them as thought, and which would have been externally visible only as their light aura, is now beheld in surrounding space as the deeds of the light. In the deeds of the light, we have to see dying worlds of thought. Darkness, of course, also plays into these deeds of the light, and as distinct from light, darkness reveals what, on a soul spiritual level, can be called will, and in Oriental terms, love. So when we look out into the world, we see on the one hand the illumined world. But this illuminated world would be transparent to our senses, and we would not see it if darkness did not become perceptible in it. And on the first level of the soul, we have to regard this darkness interlacing the world as that which lives in us as will. Just as the outer world can be seen to be a harmony of darkness and light, our inner world can also be seen as light and darkness, insofar as it enters space. Only to our own consciousness, light is thought, mental image, and the darkness within us is will, which becomes virtue, love, and so on. As you see, we arrive at a world outlook in which not everything of a soul nature is soul, and nothing but soul, and not everything in outer nature, sheer nature, and nothing but nature. But we arrive at a world outlook according to which outer nature is the result of earlier moral processes, and light is dying thought worlds. This makes us realize that the thoughts we bear within us, whilst they live in us in the form of thoughts, owe their origin and motivating power to a remote past. However, we are constantly sending will into our thoughts from out of the rest of our organism. For what we specifically call pure thoughts, are remains from an ancient past, interpenetrated by will. So that even pure thought, as I have said most emphatically in the new edition of my title, Philosophy of Freedom, Reader's Aside, also known as Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, which is on the written works part of the website, and a Reader's Aside, is filled with will. Yet this part of us will go on into distant epochs of the future. And what is in us now, in its first stages of development, will then shine forth externally as outer phenomena. There will then be beings who look into the world in the way we do now on our earth, and these beings will say, quote, "A world of nature gleams forth around us. Why does it gleam in the way it does? This is because of the kind of deeds men carried out on earth. For what we now see around us is the result of what earth men bore within them as new beginnings," close quote. We are now here, beholding outer nature. We can look at it like dry and abstract intellectuals, and can analyze light and its phenomena as the physicists do in the laboratory. Then we shall be analyzing them with inner coldness. This will certainly produce some splendid, ingenious results. But we shall not be confronting nature with our full humanity. The only way to meet nature with our whole being is to feel our way into the phenomena of the colors of the sunrise, the blue of the sky, and the green of the plant, and be sensitive to what we hear in the rippling waves. For I'm using the word light here with reference to all the sense impressions, and not only the light perceptible to the eye, EYE. What do we actually see by means of our sense impressions? We see a world which can certainly lift up our souls, and which in a certain way appears to us as being the kind of world we need in order to make a meaningful contact with a meaningful world. We are not applying our full humanity if we merely analyze the world intellectually as physicists do. To apply our full humanity, we have to say to ourselves, quote, "What gleams and sounds around us is the last glimmer of that which other beings developed within themselves in remote ages, and we should be thankful to them," close quote. Then we shall not survey the world like dry physicists, but shall be filled with gratitude to those beings who for millions of years, during the ancient Saturn epoch, lived like we do today, as human beings, and who thought and felt in such a way that we have this glorious world around us now. It is indeed a realistic world outlook if instead of making us dry intellectuals, it makes us feel full of gratitude to the beings whose thoughts and deeds in the remote past brought this impressive world of ours into existence. Just think of this picture for a moment with the necessary intensity, and feel ourselves with the feeling of indebtedness to our remote ancestors for making our surroundings. Let us fill ourselves with this thought, and then bring ourselves to realize that we ourselves will have to base our thoughts and feelings on the kind of moral ideal which will make the beings who come after us feel as much gratitude to us for their surrounding world as we can feel to our ancient ancestors, who through the effects of their work literally surround us in shining spirits. Millions of years ago, the shining world we see today was a moral world. Millions of years hence, the moral world we now bear within us will become a shining world. Actually, only a real and proper world outlook can lead to this kind of feeling for the world. An inferior world outlook may lead to all kinds of ideas and theories about the world, but it does not fill a person's inner being, for it leaves his feelings empty. This also has a really practical side to it, although modern man hardly appreciates it as yet. However, anyone who sincerely cares about the fate of the world knows he cannot allow it to go to ruin. He would prefer to envisage a school or college of the future to which people do not go every morning at 9 o'clock with the same uncaring indifference, and leave again at 12 or 1 o'clock with the same uncaring indifference, having gained nothing, save possibly a little pride at having become even cleverer still. Assuming this is so, no, we can look forward to a future perspective where those who come out at 12 or 1 o'clock leave college with feelings for the world which reach out to the cosmos, because in addition to cleverness, they have been given a feeling of gratitude for world becoming, gratitude to the remote past, when beings actively worked to form our natural surroundings in the way they are, and a feeling for the tremendous responsibility which falls to us through the fact that our moral impulses will, in course of time, become shining worlds. It stays mere belief, of course, if you want to go and tell people that the primeval nebula and the final slag heap are real. And in between, there are people who have illusions of morality which pop up like bubbles. Their faith does not tell them that, of course, though it would have to do so if it were really sincere. Is it not entirely different if a person says to himself, quote, "There is such a thing as retribution, for nature itself is so arranged to include the fact that one's thought will become shining light," close quote. The moral world order will come to revelation. What at one time is the moral world order is at another time the physical world order. And what at one time is the physical world order was at another time the moral world order. Everything of a moral nature is destined to become physical. If man can look at nature spiritually, does he need further evidence of a moral world order? No, for nature, understood in its spiritual aspect, is itself the justification for a moral world order. You arrive at this picture when you look at man in his full humanity. Let us begin with an everyday phenomenon. We know that sleeping and waking are due to man disengaging himself in his ego and astral body from his physical and etheric bodies. What does this actually signify with regard to the cosmos? Imagine the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego combined in the waking state. Now, imagine them divided in the sleeping state. What is the actual cosmic difference between them? The difference is that during the sleeping state, you experience light. In experiencing light, you experience the dying thought world of bygone ages. And as you experience this dying thought world of bygone ages, you acquire the tendency to be receptive to perceiving the spirit that stretches into the future. It makes no difference that man has only a dim perception of this as yet. The important thing at the moment is that whilst in this state, we are sensitive to the light. When we return to our bodies, we become inwardly sensitive in our souls to the darkness, in contrast to the light. However, this is not merely negative, for we become sensitive to something else as well. Just as in sleep, we were sensitive to the light, when we wake up, we become sensitive to heaviness. We are, however, souls, not scales. We do not become sensitive to heaviness by weighing our body, but on returning to our body, we become sensitive to heaviness inwardly in our souls. Do not be surprised if to begin with it sounds somewhat vague. As far as soul experience is concerned, ordinary consciousness is just as asleep in the waking state as it is in the sleeping state. With today's normal consciousness, a person is not aware in sleep of his existence in the light, nor is he aware in the waking state of his existence in heaviness. Yet it is so that a sleeping person's fundamental experience is of living in light. During sleep, his soul is not sensitive to heaviness, to the fact of heaviness. Heaviness is, as it were, taken from him. He exists in buoyant light. Heaviness is outside his ken. His first acquaintance with heaviness is in an inner way, subconsciously to begin with. But imagination sees at once that man becomes acquainted with heaviness the moment he returns to his body. This is seen by spiritual scientific research in the following way. When you have raised yourself to the level of imaginative knowledge, you can observe the etheric body of a plant. You will then have the inner experience of the plant's etheric body constantly pulling it upward, of it being weightless. On the other hand, if you look at the etheric body of a human being, it has heaviness, even for imaginative perception. You simply feel that it is heavy. And this makes you realize that man's etheric body is something that lends heaviness to the soul when it is in the body. This is, however, an archetypal phenomenon which is supersensible. During sleep, the soul lives in light, therefore in buoyancy. When the soul is awake, it lives in heaviness. The body is heavy. This force becomes transferred to the soul. The soul lives in weight. This signifies something which is then conveyed to consciousness. Think of the moment of waking. What does it consist of? When you are asleep, you lie in bed and you do not move. Your will is paralyzed. Your mental images are paralyzed too, of course. That is only because the will is paralyzed and not shooting into your body and making use of your senses. Paralysis of the will is the chief cause. What brings movement into the will? It is the fact that the soul feeling weight through the body. It is the way the soul lives in combination with the other parts of our being that gives us earthly human beings our power of will. And a person stops using his will when he is in the light. This gives you a picture of the two cosmic forces of light and heaviness, which are the two great polarities in the cosmos. Light and weight are indeed cosmic polarities. Think of the planet, where weight pulls toward the center and light points away from the center out into the cosmos. There's a picture. We think of light as keeping still, whereas in actual fact it indicates a movement from the planet outward. Whoever thinks of weight as a force of attraction, as Newton did, is a rather radical materialist, because he is imagining a kind of genie sitting inside the earth holding a cord, which, although you cannot see it, is pulling the stone toward him. We actually speak of a force of attraction, although no one can prove its existence except in theory. People would not fancy making an illustration of it, but they do like using the term force of attraction in the Newtonian sense. In course of time, it will come about in Western civilization that everything in existence will have to be imagined in some way in visible form. So we could say to people, quote, well, now, you like imagining the force of attraction as an invisible cord. Therefore, you should at least imagine light as an outward raying movement, as a centrifugal force, close quote. Light would have to be thought of as a centrifugal force. For people who want to keep more to reality, it is enough simply to understand the polarity, the cosmic polarity between light and weight. Now, particularly in the case of us human beings, lots of things depend on what I have just told you. When we look at the daily occurrence of sleeping and waking, we can say, quote, on falling asleep, a person passes from the realm of weight into the realm of light, close quote. In this realm, when a person has been living without weight long enough, he acquires a hearty longing to be immersed in weight, so he returns to it and wakes up. Waking up and going to sleep are a perpetual oscillation between living in light and living in heaviness. If a person develops a finer sensitivity, he will have a direct personal experience of this feeling of rising from weight into light and of being received again by weight on awakening. But now, make a mental picture of something else. Think of the fact that between birth and death, man as a being is bound to the earth. He is thus bound to the earth because, having spent a period of time in the light, when he comes into the situation of life between birth and death, his soul keeps getting hungry for weight and therefore returns to it. When the time comes, and we shall say more about this, when a situation arises in which this hunger for weight is no longer there, the human being will increasingly follow the light. He does this up to a certain boundary, and there's a diagram. He follows the light to a certain limit. And when he has arrived at the outer periphery of the cosmos, he will have used up everything that weight gave him between birth and death, and a fresh longing for weight will then arise in him. And he will start out on the way back to a new incarnation. So even in the interval between death and rebirth, in the midnight hour of existence, a kind of hunger for weight arises. We are starting from the commonest concept for the kind of longing the human being has for returning to a new life on earth. However, on his way to this new earth life, the human being will have to pass through the sphere of the other neighboring planetary bodies. These have all kinds of different effects on him, and he brings the results of this with him into physical life through conception and birth. So you will realize that it is important to ask, quote, what is the situation with regard to the stars in the spheres man passes through? Close quote. For his longing for earthly weight takes on a different form according to the way the human being passes through the planetary spheres. It is not only the earth which, as it were, rays out a certain heaviness, which the human being longs to return to, but the other planetary bodies through whose spheres he passes on the way to a new life also affect him with their kind of heaviness. So on his return journey, a human being can come into various different situations which justify our saying the following. On his way back to earth, a human being has the longing to live once again in earthly heaviness. First of all, though, he passes through the sphere of Jupiter. Now Jupiter also rays out heaviness, but this is of a kind which adds a quality of joy to man's longing for earthly weight. So now his longing for earth weight will have a joyful mood. Then the human being passes through the sphere of Mars. He longs for earth weight. He already has a joyful mood. Mars also affects him with its weight and adds to this joyful longing for earth weight an active drive to enter earth weight in such a manner as to make strong use of the next physical life. The soul has now reached the point of having acquired, in its subconscious depths, an impulse of longing for earth weight, so as to make energetic use of earthly incarnation, in such a manner that joyful yearning joy, can come to energetic expression. Man also passes through the sphere of Venus. A loving attitude to life's tasks is now added to this joyful longing to be energetically active. Notice that we are speaking of different kinds of weight emanating from cosmic bodies and bringing them into connection with what can live in the soul. We shall attempt once again to speak about what surrounds us spatially and physically in cosmic space at one and the same time in moral terms. If it is the case that the will element lives in weight and light is the polar opposite of will, then we are justified in saying Mars reflects light, Jupiter reflects light, and Venus reflects light. The forces of weight also contain the modification brought about in them by light. We know that dying cosmic thoughts live in the light, and that will seeds of future worlds live in the forces of weight. All this rays through the souls as they pass through space. We are thinking of the world physically and at the same time morally. The physical and the moral are not separate. It is only man's limited nature which tempts him to say that we have the physical world here and the moral world there. No, they are only two different ways of looking at one world. The world which is developing into light is also developing into retribution, a retribution which will be revealed. A meaningful world order is coming to revelation out of the natural world order. We must be clear that we shall not acquire this kind of world outlook by means of a philosophical interpretation, but that one gradually grows into it by learning from spiritual science how to spiritualize physical concepts. They then become moral of themselves. And when one learns to look through the physical world into this world where physical things have ceased to be and the spiritual element is present, then one knows that that is where the moral element is to be found. Actually, people could arrive at this outlook today in a thoroughly scholarly manner if they only worked through certain ideas. I will close by bringing you this, although it will be outside the ken of most of you. Here you have this line, which is not an ellipse, for it has a wider curve. There's diagrams. You will see the line a great deal in the Goetheanum. The ellipse would be like that. That is just a variation of this line. Actually, you alter the mathematical equation. This line, maybe that again. This is just a variation of this line. Actually, if you alter the mathematical equation, this line can also take on this form, the lemniscate. So from a ellipsoid shape to a lemniscate shape. That is the same line as the other one. First, I will go round it like this and stop here. But another time, under certain assumptions, I do not move up to the top, but round this way and back again and stop down here. This same line has got another form again. This time, if I start here, I only appear to stop here. I now have to leave this plane, leave space, go over here and come back again here. Readers aside, I know this is difficult to understand here. I'm just going to try a description. On the left, he has an ellipsoid, and inside it, another ellipsoid. On the right, he has an ellipsoid. Inside it, he has drawn a lemniscate, but then inside each lemniscate, he has drawn sort of a teardrop, right side up on the bottom, upside down on the top, as it were. That sort of correspond to the shapes of the ellipsoid. I believe he's talking about lifting the pen up out of the plane to draw the other one, since they don't connect the lines, those two inner circles inside the lemniscate circles. I hope that makes a little more sense, because I know this is difficult right here. End of readers aside. Then I have to leave space again, carry on with the line here, and stop below. The line has just been somewhat modified. It is not two lines. It is only one, and it only has one mathematical equation. It is one single line, only it goes out of space. If we continue this idea, there is the other possibility. I can simply take this line, lemniscate, but I can also imagine that half of it is here in space, and when I come round here, I have to go out of space. I must leave space, and then I finish it like this. Here is the other half, only it is outside ordinary space, not inside it. But it is there. Now, if people were to develop this method of thought, which mathematicians, for instance, could certainly do nowadays, they would arrive at the other way of leaving space and returning again. This absolutely accords with reality. For each time you resolve to do something, you think about what you intend doing. Before you engage your will, you go out of space. And when you move your hand, you enter space again. In between, you are outside space, on the other side of it. This idea must really be developed, of the other side of space. Then one would really get hold of the idea of what the supersensible is like. And above all, one would grasp the idea of morality in its reality. With today's world outlook, it is so difficult to imagine what morality is really like, because people insist on visualizing everything in space and judging it according to measure, weight, and number. Whereas in actual fact, reality goes beyond space and returns to it again at every point in space. There are people who imagine a solar system with comets in it and who say, quote, a comet appears, passes through a tremendously long ellipse, and comes back again after a long time. Close quote. This is not true of a great number of comets. In their case, the comets make their appearance, then they vanish here and cease to exist, but reform from the other side and come back here, altogether describing lines which do not return. Why? Because the comets go out of space and return in quite a different place. It is absolutely possible in the cosmos for comets to vanish out of space and return to space in a different place. When we continue with these talks tomorrow, I will not torment you any more with ideas such as I have been giving you during the last 10 minutes, because I know they would be far removed from the usual ideas of the majority of you. But I sometimes have to mention that the kind of spiritual science we have here could stand up to the most learned scientific concepts, if the opportunity arose. If, in other words, there was the chance to bring spirit into all the subjects that are taught in such a lifeless way today, particularly in the so-called exact sciences. Unfortunately, there is no such possibility. Things like mathematics, in particular, are usually taught in the dullest way imaginable today. Therefore, as I emphasized in a recent public lecture in Basel, we have to make do for the time being with presenting spiritual science to educated laymen, for which many would-be scholars reproach us. If the scholars were not so lazy in their attitude to spiritual views, spiritual science would not need to restrict its presentations to cultured laymen, for it can deal with the most advanced scientific ideas, and is sufficiently aware of its responsibility to do so with total exactitude. Nevertheless, the kind of attitude scientists have to these things is quite extraordinary. There was a learned gentleman whom I mentioned recently in my public lecture, and who had obviously heard that high school courses had been given here in Dornach. He had already heard something about the Waldorf school, and had apparently read my speech at the opening of the school in the Waldorf News, and another essay as well. In the context of my opening speech, I made a reference to an educationalist who in many respects belonged to the same school of thought as this learned gentleman. Critics who persistently accuse anthroposophy of leading to suggestion or autosuggestion are immediately hypnotized when they hear someone mentioned who is a partisan of theirs. At that point, the gentleman became all ears. He obviously got the wind up at all. Interesting phrase, let me read that again. He obviously got the wind up at all that was going on at the Dornach High School courses. So he could not resist writing the following, quote, "At the high school courses run by the anthroposophists in Dornach, near Basel, this autumn, the hope was expressed that it might be a center from which powerful ideas would inaugurate a new evolution of our nation and instill it with new life. Anyone who examines the true value of the ethical principles of this movement cannot share this hope, and the preceding lines are intended to encourage you to examine them," close quote. Now, why were these preceding lines, in quotes, actually written? The ethical principles of the high school courses must be critically examined, for they are bound to have something to do with what a man like that wishes to expound, which is what he calls moral depression. For he begins his essay, to which he gives the title Ethical Heresy, like this, quote, "During a moral depression such as the German people have never before experienced, it is doubly necessary to defend our great landmarks of morality erected by Kant and Herbart, and not to have them displaced in favor of relative tendencies. The statement of Baron von Stein that a nation can only remain strong by upholding the virtues which made it strong must be considered to be one of our most urgent duties today, when all our moral concepts are breaking down," close quote. Now, the fellow fixes the date of this breakdown of moral concepts as post-war, and finds one thing particularly remarkable, quote, "that an article by the leader of the anthroposophists in Germany, Dr. Rudolf Steiner, has something to do with this breakdown of morality is especially regrettable, as one cannot deny that the movement has a character of idealism, the aim of which is to lay special emphasis on the inner development of the individual," close quote. He got this phrase from a few essays in the title Waldorf News. Quote, and there are healthy, socially constructive thoughts in his plan of a threefold ordering of society, as was discussed in Talk number 222. Yet in his book titled The Philosophy of Freedom, he takes such an exaggerated view of the individual that it is bound to lead to a breakdown of society and must therefore be opposed. Close quote. You see from this that The Philosophy of Freedom was written in 1918 during the moral depression resulting from the war. The Philosophy of Freedom had existed for decades by then, but obviously it did not bother the good fellow until in 1918 he read the latest edition so carefully that he did not notice how old the book was, and that it definitely originated at the time he referred to as the peak years of enlightenment, a long time before he talked about moral depression. So much for the conscientiousness of these educators of the young. The man is not only a professor of philosophy, he is primarily an educationalist. That is, he not only has to teach at universities, but he has to educate children. And he himself is so well educated that he discovers that the Philosophy of Freedom has been written in 1918. So it is an easy matter for him to comment on the purpose of this book. Remember the actual situation. The Philosophy of Freedom appeared in 1893. So that was when the ideas arose. Bearing in mind when the Philosophy of Freedom was published, whatever sense can the following words have, which form the climax of his whole essay? Quote, these free people around Dr. Steiner are no longer human. They have already become angels on earth. Anthroposophy helped them achieve this. Close quote. Now I ask you, the Philosophy of Freedom appears in 1893, published with the intention of supplying people with a morality which anthroposophy helps them achieve. Quote, ought it not to be an unspeakable blessing to be transported to such a place in the midst of all the confusion of earth existence, assuming that a small number of people succeed in shedding their entire human nature and rising to purer existence, where it is possible to be really free and beyond the reach of good and evil? What is there left for the vast masses of the people who are inextricably tied to all the stresses and strains of physical life? Close quote. As you see, the thing is presented in such a way as if the Philosophy of Freedom has been published in Berlin in 1918, and anthroposophy existed for the purpose of developing the kind of people described in the Philosophy of Freedom. This shows how scrupulous our scholars are when they write about things nowadays. Doctor of Theology writes with similar scruples about our having constructed a 9-meter-high statue of Christ with luciferic features on its upper part and animal characteristics below, whereas the fact of the matter is that our Christ statue has an ideal, truly human countenance and is just a block of wood beneath, because it has not even been worked on yet. This doctor of theology doesn't just describe it as though he had heard it from someone or other, but writes as though he had been there himself and confirmed it. I cannot help being reminded of an anecdote which I mentioned in the public lecture in Basel, about how to prove whether you are sober or drunk when you get home in the evening. Lie down in bed and place a top hat in front of you on the bedclothes. If it looks like a hat, you are sober, and if you see it double, you are drunk. You must be in that condition at the very least to see our Christ statue like that doctor of theology saw it. However, quite apart from these attacks he makes, the incident could well bring one to ask what kind of theologians they are, what sort of Christians they are, what sort of educators of the young they are, if they have that kind of relationship to truth and reality, and what kind of science we can expect if it is administered with those sort of feelings for truthfulness. Actually, it is mostly that type of science that is given out in lecture halls and books nowadays, and humanity lives on it. Among all its other tasks, spiritual science has to clear our spiritual atmosphere of all the phantoms of insincerity and untruthfulness, which not only govern external life, but whose existence has even filtered down deep into the various sciences themselves. And it is the depths of these very sciences that are responsible for many a thing that is having such devastating effects on social life. We must summon the courage to see these things in the proper light. For this, however, we shall need to warm to a world outlook which forms a real bridge between the moral and the physical world order, inasmuch as the shining sun can also be looked on as a concentration of dying thought worlds. And that which rises up from the depths of the earth can also be seen to be the element of will in the world, germinating and developing into the future. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 8, given in Dornach on the 21st of February, 1923. It's got a multiple set of titles, which are Answers to Workman's Questions at the Goetheanum, The Two Fundamental Laws of Color Theory in Sunrise and Sunset and the Blue Sky, Health and Illness in Relation to the Theory of Color. To answer the last question properly, let me say something about the colors and see how we get on. We cannot actually understand the colors if we do not understand the human eye, EYE, for a person perceives colors entirely by means of the eyes. He does not know what other ways he has of perceiving them, for he certainly does not perceive colors only with the eye. Imagine, for example, someone who is blind. A blind person has a different feeling if the room he is in is illuminated or if it is dark. But this is so slight that the blind person does not perceive it. Yet although it is too slight to perceive, it is of tremendous importance to him. Even a blind man could not live constantly in a cellar. He would miss the light. And it makes a difference whether you take a blind man into a bright room with yellow windows or a dark room, or even a bright room with blue windows. The colors yellow and blue have a totally different effect on our life forces. But those are things we shall only understand when we know how the eye relates to color. Now, from what I have told you before, you may have realized that there are two things in the human being which are of fundamental importance, two things in our whole organism. The first one is our blood, for without blood we should immediately die. We would not be capable of renewing our life each moment, and this has to happen. So if you think the blood out of the body, a person would be a lifeless object. Also, if you think the nerves away, a person could look at things just as he does now, but he would have no consciousness of them. He would not be able to think, feel, or move. So we can say that to be conscious, a person has to have nerves, and to be alive at all, we have to have blood. That is, blood is the organ of life, and the nerves are the organ of consciousness. But every organ possesses nerves and blood, and the human eye is basically a whole human being, with nerves and blood. And if you visualize that the eye comes out of the head here, there's a drawing, the minute veins spread out in the eye. There are a lot of veins, and there are a lot of nerves. Just as you have nerves and blood in your hand, you have them in your head too. Now, it is like this in the eye. Bear in mind for a moment that what affects the eye is the illuminated environment. Actually, the easiest way to imagine the environment is when it is illuminated. In the daytime, of course, your environment is illuminated, yet it is difficult to form a concept of this fully illuminated environment. You get a true conception of it if you imagine the half-illumined environment in the morning and evening, when you see the reds of sunrise and sunset. The colors of the sunrise and the sunset are particularly instructive. What actually occurs at sunrise and sunset? Imagine you are watching a sunrise. The sun is rising, and as it comes up, it cannot shine directly onto you. I am now drawing its course as we see it. Really, the earth is moving and the sun standing still, but that doesn't matter. So the sun, first of all, sends its beams here and then here. If you are standing here when the dawn appears, you are not looking at the sun, but at the illuminated clouds. There are clouds there, and the light is actually on these clouds. Now, gentlemen, what is really happening? It is very instructive. As the sun has not yet quite come up, it is still dark here. It is still dark where you are. And in the distance, these clouds are being shone on by the sun. Can we understand it? If you stand there, what you see are the illuminated clouds appearing through the darkness around you. You are seeing light through darkness. So we can say, quote, in the red of the sunrise, and the same applies with the sunset, we are seeing the light through darkness. And the light seen through darkness, as you see at sunrise and sunset, looks red. So we can say that light seen through darkness is red, close quote. Now I will tell you something else. Imagine the sunrise is over and it is now day, and you can look out into the clear air as we can today. What do you see out there? You see the so-called blue sky. It is not really there, but we see it all the same. Actually, it stretches into all infinity, yet it looks as though it curves round the earth like a blue vault. Why is that? Now you just have to remember what it is like out there in space. It is dark, of course. Cosmic space is dark. The sun only shines on the earth, and because there is air round the earth, the sunbeams get entangled and make it light here, especially when they shine through damp air. But out in space, it is dark, absolutely dark. So when you stand there by day, you are looking into the dark, and we ought to see black, really. But you see it blue instead of black, because the atmosphere is illumined by the sun. The air and the water in the air are illumined. Clearly you are seeing darkness through light. You look through the light, through illumination into darkness. So we can say, darkness through blue is light. These are the two fundamental laws of color theory, which you can simply see in your surroundings. When you understand the sunrise and sunset colors properly, you realize that light, seen through darkness, is red. When you look up into the black sky by day, you realize that darkness, seen through light, the illuminated atmosphere, is blue. You know, people always looked at things in this natural way until they became, in quotes, clever. In olden times, the peoples over in Asia knew that light through darkness was red and darkness through light was blue, when they were as clever as I described to you recently. The ancient Greeks knew it too. And people knew it throughout the whole of the Middle Ages, right up to the time when people became clever, round about the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. And when they grew clever, they gradually stopped relying on nature and began thinking out all kinds of artificial sciences. One of the people who thought out a particularly artificial science of color was the Englishman Newton. Out of his very cleverness, and you will know that I am now using the word absolutely seriously, Newton said something like this, quote, let us look at the rainbow, close quote. For if you are clever, you don't look at natural things, do you, like the sunrise and sunset, which appear every day. No, when you become clever, you look at what is especially rare, which you will be capable of understanding only when you have made more progress. Nevertheless, Newton said, let us look at the rainbow. You see 7 colors in the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. There are 7 colors in a row, and a drawing was done. If you look at the rainbow, you can easily distinguish these 7 colors. Then Newton made an artificial rainbow by darkening his room and covering up the window with black paper in which he had cut a small hole. He thus had a small slit of light. Then he put what we call a prism in this slit of light, a piece of glass which looks like this, a 3-cornered piece of glass. And behind it he put up a screen. So he had the window there with a hole in it, this small stream of light, the prism, and the screen behind it. The rainbow did appear, too. All these colors appeared: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. What conclusion did Newton come to? He said, quote, "The white light comes in here, and the prism gives me the 7 colors of the rainbow. Therefore, the 7 colors of the rainbow are in the white light, and all I have to do is coax them out." Close quote. That is the simplest kind of explanation. You explain something by saying that it is already within the thing you get it from. In actual fact, he ought to have said, quote, "Because I am not using a flat sheet of glass, but am putting a prism in front of the screen, that is a piece of glass with sides which slope sharply toward each other. When I look into it, I see light on one side being turned red by darkness, and the color red appears, and on the other side, darkness being turned blue by light, and the color blue appears. In between, there are just gradations." Close quote. This is what he ought to have said. But the kind of thing that was happening in the world at that time was that people were trying to explain everything by looking for all the explanations within the thing itself. That is the easiest way of all, isn't it? If, for instance, you want to explain where a human being comes from, you say, quote, "He is already in his mother's egg and develops out of that." Close quote. That is a fine explanation. If you say, readers aside, and there's a gap in the text here. End of readers aside. We have a harder time of it. We need the help of the whole cosmic space to develop the mother's egg. But natural science is out to look for everything. Readers aside, again, there's a gap in the text. End of readers aside. Thus Newton said, quote, "The sun contains all the colors. We just have to get them out." Close quote. But it is not like that at all. For the sun to produce red, when it rises, it first has to shine on the clouds, and we have to see the red through darkness. For the sky to appear blue, it is not from the sun at all. For the sun does not shine out there. Out there it is black, quite dark, and we see the blue through the illuminated Earth's atmosphere. We are, in fact, seeing darkness through light equals blue. What this amounts to is that we ought to create a proper physics where people could see, as with the prism, that light can be seen through darkness on the one hand and darkness through light on the other. But people find that too uncomfortable. What they like best is to hear people say, quote, "Everything is there in the light and we just get it out." Close quote. Then they can also say, quote, "The world once contained a gigantic egg and the whole world was inside it, and we get everything out of that." Close quote. That is what Newton did with colors. However, in actual fact, we can always see the secret of the colors when we understand the colors of the sunrise and the blue sky property. Now we have to go on and look at the whole thing in relation to our eye, EYE. In fact, in relation to our whole organism. You all know that there is a creature which becomes especially wild under the influence of red. That is, where light is seen through darkness, and that is the bull. It is well known that red makes the bull quite wild. This is the one direction. And human beings also have a little bit of the bull nature. It does not make us go wild, yet you will notice at once that a person will get a little emotional if he is constantly exposed to red light. He gets a little bit bull-like. I have even known poets who could not write poetry in their ordinary bodily condition. They always had to be in a room where they could put a red cover over the light. Then they became emotional and could write poetry. Now the bull goes wild. A human being can even become poetic if he exposes himself to red. It just depends whether you enliven yourself for writing poetry from inside or outside. This is the one direction. In the other direction, you will be aware of this, when certain people who know of these things want to use them on other people who do not know of them, they use blue or black to make them especially tractable and really meek. For instance, when Advent arrives in the Catholic Church and the people should become humble, blue is used in church, particularly for the vestments, and that people grow tractable and humble. a person has the feeling of sharing the mood of humility. Especially when a person has his fling first like a bull, as they do at carnival time, when this is then followed by the proper period of fasting, with not only dark vestments, but actually black ones, a person then grows tractable after his romping. And when there have been 2 carnival Sundays, the period of fasting ought to be doubled. I don't know whether that happens, but you will see from this that it has quite a different effect on a person if he perceives light through darkness, as red, or darkness through light, as blue. Now look at the eye. It has both nerves and blood in it. When the eye looks at red, at the sunrise, or anything else red, what happens to it? The red light goes into these very delicate veins, and this red light has the property that it always slightly destroys the blood. It destroys the nerve too, for the nerve cannot live unless it has its blood. When the eye confronts red, and the red enters it, the blood in the eye is slightly destroyed, and the nerve destroyed with it. When the bull confronts red, he simply feels, quote, "Dash it all the blood in my head is being destroyed. I must defend myself," close quote. So he goes wild because he doesn't want to have his blood destroyed. This may not be the best thing for the bull, yet when it happens to human beings and other animals, it is a very good thing. For when we look at red and our blood gets slightly destroyed, our whole body rallies to send more oxygen into the eye to restore the blood. Just think what a wonderful process that is. When we see red light through darkness, blood is destroyed, oxygen is drawn from the body, and the eye is revived. And we know the moment our eye is revived that red is out there. But in order to be able to perceive it, the blood in our eye must first of all be slightly destroyed, and the nerve as well. Then we have to send life into the eye, which means sending oxygen into it. And through the process of revival in our own eye, we notice the red outside. Now, actually, man's health depends on his perceiving reddened light in the proper way, and always assimilating it properly. For the oxygen drawn from the body enlivens the whole of the body, and man himself acquires a healthy complexion. He can restore himself. This is not only the case with people who have healthy eyes and can see, but also with those whose eyes do not function properly and who cannot see. For the light works through light colors, and the person is stimulated in the head, and this stimulus works back on the whole organism and gives him a healthy complexion. So we live in the light and can assimilate the light properly. So if we live in the light and can assimilate the light properly, we acquire a healthy color. Therefore, it is very important that a person does not grow up in dark rooms where he could become lifeless and meek, but rather in light rooms with a reddish or yellowish color, where, with the help of the light, he can properly assimilate the oxygen within him. You see from this that everything to do with red is connected in man with the formation of blood. The nerve is actually destroyed when we perceive red. Now imagine we are looking at darkness through light, at blue. The darkness does not destroy our blood, so it does not destroy the nerve either, because its blood supply is unaffected. This leads to a real feeling of inner well-being. A person feels really well inside because blue attacks neither the blood nor the nerve. Now there is something rather crafty about the way they make people humble. When the priests are up at the altar in their blue or black vestments, and the people are sitting below, the veins and the nerves of the eye are not destroyed, however much they look at the vestments. And this, of course, makes them feel frightfully good inside. This feeling of well-being in the people is actually what is intended. Don't imagine they do not know it, for they still possess the old knowledge. New science arose among enlightened people like Newton. So we can say that blue gives people a feeling of inner comfort, which makes them say, albeit unconsciously, but inside them they do say, I can be at ease in blue. A person feels rich in his inner life, whilst with red, he feels as though something were invading him. In the case of blue, one could say, quote, the nerve is not destroyed and the body sends its feeling of well-being into the eye and from there into the whole body, close quote. Actually, that is the difference between the blue colors and the red colors. Yellow is just a gradation of red and green a gradation of blue. So one can say, according to whether the nerves or the blood are active in a person, he will be more sensitive to red or to blue. Now, this can be applied to pigments. If I want to make a proper red for painting with, I must make one which contains substances that stimulate a person to develop oxygen within him. And one arrives at the fact that one obtains a red color suitable for painting if one tests substances of the outer world for their carbon content. If I use carbon combined in the right way with other substances, I shall discover how to make my red paint. If I use plants for making paints, the most important thing is that my procedure of chopping, burning, etc. produces the proper carbon content. If I get this right, I shall have a bright shade of red. On the other hand, if I have substances with a large oxygen content, not carbon but oxygen, if I succeed in having oxygen in them as oxygen, I get the darker colors, like blue. If I recognize what lives in plants, I can really produce my colors from these. Imagine I take a sunflower. It is absolutely yellow, so it has a light color. Yellow is close to red. Light seen through darkness. If I treat a sunflower so that I bring the right blossom process into my paint, I shall get a good yellow color, which compares well with the light outside. For the blossom of the sunflower stole the secret of creating yellow from the sun itself. If I take the process which is in the blossom of the sunflower and put this into my paint properly, I can lay on a good wash of yellow, provided I get it thick enough. If I take another flower, though, chicory, for instance, which has blue blossoms, a blue flower growing by the wayside, and it grows in this area too, if I take this flower and try to make paint from its blossom, I cannot do it. I get nothing from it. But if I handle the root in the right way, I do get something. The process which makes the blossom blue is in the root. If the blossom is yellow, the process which makes it yellow goes on in the blossom itself. However, if the blossom is blue, the process is in the root, and it just pushes its way up toward the blossom. So if I want to produce a blue paint from the indigo plant, where I get a darker blue, or chicory, this blue flower, I must use the root. I have to work on them chemically until they produce the color blue. By means of a real study of this kind, I can arrive at a way of making paints out of plants. If I went Newton's way, I could not do so, for he simply says, quote, it's all in the sunlight and I just have to get it out, close quote. The only thing this could possibly apply to is my wallet. In the morning, it must contain all my day's spendings. These very clever people imagine a bag that has everything in it, but it is not like that. We have to know, for example, how the yellow works in the sunflower or the dandelion. We have to know how the blue works in the chicory. The processes which make chicory or indigo blue are found in the root, whereas the processes which make the sunflower or dandelion yellow are found in the blossom. I must bring chemistry alive and copy the blossom process in the plant. Then I shall get a light color. I must copy the root process in the plant if I want to get a dark color. Actually, what I have just been telling you can be found by real human common sense understanding, whereas this business of the rainbow and its 7 colors is fundamentally unreal. Now, the situation, historically, was that in Goethe's time, everyone believed Newton's theory of the sun as a large sack with all the so-called 7 colors inside it. One only has to tickle them out, and there they are. Everyone believed this. It was taught in those days and still is today. Now, Goethe did not like having to take everything on belief, and he wanted to convince himself a little bit regarding the particular matters that were being taught everywhere. People usually say they have no faith in authority, but when it comes to believing what science says, people have tremendous faith in authority as a matter of course and believe all they are told. Goethe did not want to take it all on faith, so he borrowed the apparatus to prove it with a prism and such things from the Jena University, with the intention of doing the experiments the professors did and finding out what would actually happen. Now, Goethe did not get around to it immediately and kept the apparatus quite a long time without using it. He was busy with other things. And Privy Councillor Büttner grew impatient because he needed the things again, so he sent to have them returned. Then Goethe said to himself, quote, "I must hurry up and use them," close quote. And while he was packing them up, he had a look through the prism. He expected the white wall to be covered with beautiful rainbows, and instead of white, he would see red, yellow, green, and so on. And he looked forward to all the colors he would see when he peered into it, but he saw nothing at all. The wall was as white as before. This was a tremendous surprise, of course, and he wondered what it meant. Actually, his whole color theory arose from this. He told himself, quote, "The whole matter has to be checked all over again. The people of olden times said that light seen through darkness equals red, darkness through light equals blue. If I graduate the red a little, I shall get yellow, and I can increase the blue on the red side. Thus blue becomes green in one direction and violet in the other. Those are gradations," close quote. And so he developed his theory of color, which was even better than the one which existed in the Middle Ages. So nowadays we have the physicist's color theory of color, with the sack from which the 7 colors come being taught everywhere. And we also have the Goethean theory of color, which contains a proper understanding of the blue sky and the reds of sunrise and sunset, as I have just been telling you. But there is a certain difference between Newton's theory of color and Goethe's. Other people do not notice this to start with, for they admire the physicists. They are taught Newton's theory of color, which is in all the books. They can imagine very cleverly how all the colors appear in the rainbow, but in actual fact a prism is not there. But they do not think any further. Readers aside, there's a gap in the text. End of readers aside. The Newtonians do know, but they will not come to terms with it. For when you look through the rain on one side, you see darkness through the sun-illumined rain. And on that side, you see the blue. Then you also see the surface in front, where you see light through darkness. And on the other side, you see the red. You must explain everything according to the basic principle that light through darkness is red, and darkness through light is blue. But as we said, on the one hand, people see the physicists giving them all the explanations, while on the other hand, they look at paintings where the colors are applied. But they do not think of reconciling the two and asking questions about a particular red or yellow, etc. Actually, gentlemen, the artist must reconcile these two aspects. If you want to paint, you have to do so. You must not only know there is a sack with all the colors in it, because the sack just isn't there. You have to get the right substance from the living plant or some other living material, so that you can mix your colors properly. Nowadays, artists really cogitate on these matters, though there are some who don't, but just go and buy their paints. However, the artists who think about the way colors should be obtained and the way they should be applied say, quote, "We can do something with Goethe's theory of color. It means something to us. We artists cannot do anything with Newton's physicist's theory of color," close quote. As I say, the public does not compare art with the physicist's color theory, but artists do. And that is why they love Goethe's color theory. Artists say, quote, "Good gracious, we are not going to take any notice of the physicists. They speak professionally. They can do what they like. We are going to stick to the old color theory. and the Goethean one." Close quote. It is just that artists see themselves strictly as artists and do not see why they should interfere in the theories of the physicists. That would also be unpleasant for them. They would meet with opposition, and so on. This is how matters stand between what it says in books about the theory of color and the truth. It was simply to defend truth that Goethe rebelled against Newton and the whole of modern physics. And one really cannot understand nature without coming round to Goethe's theory of color. So it is quite natural that in a place such as the Goetheanum, we defend Goethe's theory of color. But if you don't just remain in the religious or moral sphere, but start putting a spoke in the wheels of the various domains of physics, you will soon have all the physicists yapping at your heels. You will then see how extraordinarily difficult it is nowadays to defend truth. But you really ought to hear in what a complicated way modern physicists explain the blue of the sky. Obviously, if I start from a false principle, I have to give a terribly complicated explanation, simply to explain why the blackness of space appears blue through light. And just what they say about the colors of sunrise and sunset. This chapter usually begins with the words, quote, "To this very day, we still cannot properly explain why the sky is blue, although we can imagine one thing and another," close quote. In fact, despite all the physicists' business with their little hole which amused Goethe so much, and which was meant to let light into the room so that they could investigate the light in the darkness, despite all this, they cannot explain the simplest things. And so it reaches the point where people do not understand color at all anymore. If we grasp that the destruction of the blood, and particularly its restoration, readers aside, there's a gap in the text, and the readers aside. For if I have blood in me, which the light has destroyed, I summon all the oxygen within me and revive myself. And this is how man's health arises. If I constantly have darkness round me or shades of blue, I will constantly want to enliven myself. And I will enliven myself too much, which will make me pale, because I will be imbibing too much life. Thus, on the one hand, we can understand that a person's healthy color comes from the oxygen he takes in when he exposes himself properly to light. We can understand that paleness comes from a constant intake of carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, the opposite of oxygen, wants to enter my head, and this makes me really pale. Nowadays, nearly all the children in Germany are pale. We must understand this as being caused by too much carbon dioxide. And if a person develops too much carbon dioxide, which consists of a combination of carbon and oxygen, it is because he is using too much of the carbon within him to create carbon dioxide. Pale children are constantly transforming all their carbon content into carbon dioxide. This is what makes them pale. What can we do about it? We must give them something to help them hold on to the carbon and prevent the perpetual production of carbon dioxide. I can do this by giving them some calcium carbonate. This stimulates the functions again, as I described from an entirely different point of view. And a person keeps the oxygen he needs instead of constantly changing it into carbon dioxide. Through the fact that carbon dioxide consists of carbon and oxygen, the carbon goes up to the head and enlivens the head processes, the life processes. If the oxygen is drawn into becoming carbon dioxide, this suppresses the life processes. If, for instance, I take a pale person to a region where he gets a lot of light, he will be stimulated and stop turning his carbon content into carbon dioxide because the light sucks up the oxygen into his head. He will then acquire a healthier color. I can also stimulate this process by means of calcium carbonate, which preserves the oxygen so that it can be made use of in other ways. Everything has to become interrelated. The theory of color must help you understand health and illness. Only Goethe's theory of color can do this, because it is a natural part of nature, not Newton's theory of color, which was simply invented and is alien to nature, and cannot explain the simplest phenomena of sunrise and sunset colors and the blue sky. Now, I should like to tell you something else. Think of the old nomadic tribes who drove their flocks out to pasture and slept in the open. While they were asleep, the sky above them was not even blue, but dark, and up there are the innumerable twinkling stars. Now imagine the dark sky, with the countless stars twinkling above and someone asleep below. From the dark sky, the calming down process works on the person, the inner comfort of sleep. The whole of his being is saturated by the darkness, and he becomes inwardly calm. Sleep comes from darkness. Yet these stars shine on the sleeper, and wherever a ray of sunlight touches him, he becomes inwardly a little stimulated. His body gives forth a ray of oxygen. Rays of oxygen stream toward all the rays of starlight, and the person is inwardly saturated by these oxygen rays, and he becomes, within, an oxygen mirror of the whole starry sky. These old nomads took the whole starry sky into their calm bodies in a pictorial way, in pictures which were inscribed in them by the oxygen process. Then they awoke, and they had the dream of these pictures, and from this they had their science of the stars, from which they developed their wonderful astronomy. They did not dream it in such a way that the ram simply consisted of so and so many stars, but they really saw the ram as an animal, and the bull, and so on, and felt the whole sky of stars inwardly in pictures. The poetic wisdom handed down to us from the ancient nomads often contains a tremendous amount and can still be very instructive today. And we can understand it when we know, in man, every time a ray of starlight touches him, he rays back a beam of oxygen. He himself becomes a heaven, an inner oxygen heaven. And man's inner life is, of course, a life in the astral body, for in sleep he experiences the whole heavens. It would be the worse for us if we were not descendants of these ancient nomads. In fact, everyone is descended from ancient nomadic peoples. Purely through heredity, we still have knowledge of an inner sky of stars. It still happens to us, though not as well as it did to the old nomads. And whilst we are asleep in bed, we still have a memory of how the old shepherds used to lie in the field and absorb oxygen. We are no longer shepherds, but we have inherited something and still have it, though we cannot express it so well, for it has become dim and faded. But the whole of mankind, after all, belongs together as one whole. And if we want to know and recognize what man still has within him, we must go back to ancient times. The whole of mankind on earth started out from this nomadic stage, and our bodies have all inherited what could be passed down from these nomadic peoples. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 9, given in Dornach on the 2nd of June, 1923. Entitled From Space Perspective to Color Perspective. Yesterday I endeavored to show you that an anthroposophical world outlook will have to help bring a much stronger artistic impulse back into human civilization and culture than either materialism or naturalism can bring about. I endeavored to show you what kind of experience an anthroposophical eye, EYE, for things has, if I may use this expression, with regard to architectural form and architectural creations, and how it experiences the art of dress, which nowadays is not even considered to be an art, the very suggestion causing amusement. I also referred to the fact that man's own human form can be seen to be an artistic creation, in that his head receives its form from the cosmos and correlates with man's total form. But let us try once again to look at some essential aspects of these three artistic approaches to the world. When we consider architectural forms, then, according to what I said yesterday, we have to see them as something which human souls expect to find, as it were, when they leave the physical body behind, particularly in the event of death. I said that during the physical earth existence, it is the physical body which gives the human soul its spatial relationship to its environment. It thus experiences spatial forms. Yet these spatial forms actually belong to the external physical world. When the soul leaves the physical world as at death, it tries, as it were, to imprint its own form on space. It goes in search of all the forms, lines, or surfaces which will enable it to grow away from space and grow into the spiritual world. And essentially, this is what architectural forms are, insofar as they can be considered art. So if we want to understand the actual artistic aspect of architecture, we always have to look at where the human soul is leaving the body and to what its needs are in regard to space. To help understand the actual artistic element of dress, I drew attention to the delight in dress shown by primitive peoples, who still have at least a general sense of the fact that they have descended from the spirit realms into the physical world and a physical body, and know it in their hearts. And know in their hearts, quote, this physical body which we now inhabit is different from what we were used to in the spiritual world, close quote. And they feel instinctively the need to choose a covering with the kind of colors and shapes which will remind them of their pre-earthly existence. The dress of primitive peoples shows us, as it were, a clumsy imitation of man's astral being before he descended into earth existence. In architecture, we see a reference to the soul's aspirations when it leaves the physical body, whereas in the art of dress, to the extent that we feel it as an art, we see the soul's aspirations after it has descended into the physical form out of the spirit realms. If you experience strongly what I described yesterday, namely that man's head formation is a metamorphosis of the rest of his body of the previous incarnation, and you experience this as coming into being with the help of the beings of the higher hierarchies, in our heavenly home of the spirit, out of the combination of forces of our previous incarnation, then you will have understood the tremendously complex metamorphosis of the human head, the upper part of the head. Whereas if you rightly understand all that belongs to the middle part of the head, the nose formation, lower eye formation, you will have done so by adapting the head formation that comes from the spiritual world to the chest formation in man. The form of the nose has a relation to the breathing, to what actually belongs to the chest man. And if we rightly understand the lower part of the head, the formation of mouth and chin, we see, even in the head, a reference to adaptation to earthly conditions. In this way, we can understand the whole of man. In each curve of the upper part of the head, and in each place where the lower skull or face bones protrude or recede, we feel how the supersensible being of man is expressed directly in visible form. And one can then feel the close connection between the upper part of man's head, the actual arch, and the heavens, and between the middle part of the face and the earth's encircling round, the air and the ether. And we can feel that the mouth and chin formation, which have an inner relation to the whole limb system of man, to his metabolic system, expresses man's bondage to the earth. This is the way to understand man's whole being, entirely from the artistic point of view, and witness him as an image of the spirit in the immediate present. Thus we can say, quote, in sculpture we behold the human being spiritually as he appears in the present, whilst architecture refers to the soul's departure from the body, and the art of dress to the soul's coming into the body. The art of dress refers back, as it were, before life on earth, and architecture refers to a time beyond this life. Hence architecture, as I said yesterday, began with tombs, whereas sculpture points to the direct connection between man's earthly form and spiritual happenings, showing how man is constantly overcoming the naturalistic earth element and expressing spirit in his whole form and every single part of it. These, then, are the arts concerned with spatial forms. Therefore, they are the ones which point to the various ways in which our souls are related to the world through our physical spatial bodies. If we now take a step nearer to spacelessness, we pass from sculpture to painting. Painting can only be properly experienced if we reckon with the artist's materials. Today, in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, painting, most strongly of all, has assumed a character leading to naturalism. This shows clearest of all in the fact that painting has actually lost its deeper understanding of color, and the modern conception of art has in fact become a distorted sculptural conception. In this day and age, we have a sculptural experience of the people we paint. In addition to this, we also have spatial perspective, which actually only arrived on the scene in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, the line of perspective telling us what is in front and what is behind. In other words, it wants to conjure spatial relationships onto the canvas. This rejects at the outset the most important material the artist has, for he does not create in space, he creates on a flat surface, and it is quite ridiculous to want to experience the thing spatially when one's basic material is a flat surface. Now, do not imagine for a moment that I am making some kind of fantastic objection to perceiving spatially, for it was essential to mankind's evolution to conjure spatial perspective onto a flat surface, and it had to come. But it has to be surmounted. Not that in the future we need not understand perspective, we must understand it, yet we must be capable of returning to color perspective and make use of that again. A theoretical understanding of this by itself is not sufficient, of course, for the impulse to create artistically has to come from something far more powerful and elemental than mere theoretical understanding. And this can indeed happen. Bearing on this, I should first of all like to recommend to you to have another look at what I said about the world of color on one occasion here, a talk which Albert Steffen has reproduced in his own way so wonderfully, that his rendering is much better than the original lecture. You can read it in the title Gratianum. That is the first thing. Secondly, I should like to tackle the following questions with you. Outside in nature, we see colors. We see colors on things that we can count, measure, and weigh. In short, we see color attached to physical objects. Yet color, as anthroposophists will have fully realized by now, is something spiritual. We even see color in minerals, that is to say, in the part of nature which, in the way we see it at present, is not spiritual. In modern times, physics has made this simpler and simpler for itself by saying, quote, colors cannot be attached to dead material, for they are spiritual. Therefore, they are only in the mind, and things outside are such dead matter. They are just the vibrations of material atoms, close quote. These atoms have an effect on the eye, on the nerve, and something else too, which they leave undefined, and the colors arise in the mind. This is just an apology for an explanation. So that the matter becomes quite clear. Or what I mean to say is, so that it is brought to a point where there is at least a possibility of it becoming clear, let us consider the colors in the lifeless world, the colored mineral world. As we said, we see colors on purely physical things, which we can count, measure, and weigh. We see color attached to these. But everything we perceive in these things by means of physics does not give us color. You can do as many sums as you like with the sort of things the physicist deals in, such as number, measure, and weight, yet you will not approach color. That is why the physicist explains it by saying that colors are only in the mind. Now, I should like to explain this by means of an image which I want to form in the following way. Imagine I have a sheet of red paper in my left hand and a sheet of green in my right, and I make certain movements with them in front of you. Sometimes I cover the red sheet with the green one, and sometimes the other way round, over and over again. And in order to carry it, I sometimes move the green one up like this and the red one down like that. Let us imagine I perform this in front of you today. Then we let 3 weeks go by, and 3 weeks later, I do not come with sheets of green and red paper, but with 2 white sheets, and do the same movements with those. It will occur to you that although I now have sheets of white paper, I produced certain perceptual impressions 3 weeks ago with a red and a green sheet. I am also polite enough to say that we can take it for granted that all of you have such vivid imaginations that although I am now showing you white sheets, you see the same phenomenon in your memory imagination, which you saw 3 weeks before with the red and green sheets. Your imagination is even so vivid that you do not remember that these are only white sheets. But because I am doing the same movements, you see the same color harmonies I produced 3 weeks previously with the red and green sheets. You see what you saw 3 weeks ago, although I have not got a red and green this time. In fact, I have no colors at all to show you, but I'm doing the same gestures and movements as I did 3 weeks ago. Actually, something like this is taking place in nature when you see, say, a green jewel. Only the green jewel is not dependent on your inner imagination. It functions by means of the imagination concentrated in your eye, EYE. For the eye, the human eye, and all its veins and nerve strands, is constructed with the imagination, is the outcome of live imagination. So when you look at a green jewel, just because your eye is an organ which is full of imagination, you cannot see it in any other way than as it was constructed out of the green color of the world of spirit infinite years ago. The moment you see the green jewel, you transport your eye back into far distant ages, and the green appears to you because divine spiritual beings created this substance out of the spiritual world, out of the green color belonging to the spirit. The moment you see green, red, blue, or yellow in precious stones, you look back into the infinitely far distant past. In fact, when we see colors, we do not at all see just what is contemporary. We look back into far distant perspectives of time. We cannot, in fact, see a colored jewel at all as just something belonging to now, any more than we can see a church spire immediately beside us if we are standing hundreds of feet below. Being at a distance from it, we can see it in perspective. If a topaz is put in front of us, we cannot see it merely in this moment. We have to see a time perspective. And as the jewel takes us back in time, we look at the first beginnings of Earth creation, before the Lemurian epoch of our Earth evolution. And because we see it being created out of the spirit, we see it colored. Physics does something monstrously absurd in this regard. It spreads this world out in front of us with vibrating atoms behind it, which are supposed to cause colors, whereas it is really that the divine spiritual beings who created stones long ages ago come alive in the colors and stimulate a living memory in us of their past creations. When we see lifeless nature colored, it is that our mutual relation with lifeless nature is making a memory of the far distant past become a reality. And each time the earth's green carpet of plants appears before us in spring, anyone who can understand this appearance of green in nature does not only see the present, but looks back to the time when the plant world was created out of the spirit during the ancient sun evolution. And this creation out of the spirit was in the element of green. Actually, we see color in nature aright if the color stimulates us to see past creations of the gods in nature. To achieve this, the first thing we need is a chance to live with color in an artistic way. For instance, we need an opportunity to experience the flat surface as such, as I have often intimated, and as you will find in the relevant lectures in the title Goetheanum, to experience that the surface recedes when I paint with blue, and comes closer when I paint with red or yellow. For we need to acquire color perspective again, the experience of what is near and far on a flat surface, not merely with the help of line perspective, which actually always makes use of a distorted sculptural element, but by means of colors, receding and approaching through their inner quality and not through external lines. So that I shall in fact paint with yellow or red when I want to show that something is aggressive, that something is there on the flat surface which wants to spring at me, so to speak. If something is peaceful and recedes from me, I shall paint it blue or purple. Inwardly intensive color perspective. If you study the old masters, then wherever you look, even among the artists of the early Renaissance, you will find a thorough sense of color perspective. They all had it prior to the Renaissance, for it was not until the fifth post-Atlantean epoch that line perspective replaced inwardly intensive color perspective. This will connect art again with the element of spirit. It is a strange thing, but when people nowadays cogitate on how to go beyond space, they chiefly think in terms of trying to make space even more spatial. They apply a fourth dimension in this materialistic way. But a fourth dimension does not exist like that. Its existence cancels out the third dimension, like debts cancel wealth. As soon as you leave three-dimensional space, you do not enter four-dimensional space, or if you like, you enter a fourth dimension, which is two-dimensional, because the fourth has canceled out the third, and only two are really there anymore. Whenever we raise ourselves above the three dimensions of the physical world to the etheric world, everything is two-dimensional. We can only understand the etheric if we think of it as two-dimensional. You could argue that in the etheric, I also go from here to there, that is, according to three dimensions. In the etheric, however, the third dimension has no significance. Only the other two have. The third dimension is always expressed by means of the particular shade of red, yellow, blue, or purple that I put on the canvas, quite irrespective of whether the canvas is here or there. And then it is not the third dimension that changes, but the color. I can have the surface wherever I like. I only have to alter the colors accordingly. This is the way to live with the colors, that is, in two dimensions. Then you step from the spatial arts to the arts which, like painting, are two-dimensional and overcome what is merely spatial. Everything of a feeling nature in us has no relation to three-dimensional space. Only the will has that, whereas feeling is always two-dimensional. Therefore, we find that everything of a feeling nature in us can be reproduced in the two-dimensional medium of painting, if we rightly understand these two dimensions. As you see, you have to break away from the three-dimensional element of matter if you want to pass from the realm of architecture, the art of dress and sculpture, to painting. Thus, painting is an art of which we can say that man has an inner soul experience of it. or whether we paint or appreciate paintings, it is an inner soul experience to begin with. But what we actually experience are the externalities. We experience them in color perspective. There is no longer any difference between inside and outside. One cannot say, as one has to say with architecture, that the soul wishes to create the forms it needs when it looks down into the body. In sculpture, man's soul wishes to sculpt the kind of statues in which man is given a meaningful place in space, in the present time, according to his nature. None of these things come into consideration where painting is concerned. In painting, it makes no sense to say that something is inside or outside, even where the soul is concerned. The soul is in the element of spirit all the time it is living in color. What is experienced in painting is, as it were, the soul moving freely in the cosmos. It does not matter whether we experience the picture inwardly or see it externally, if, irrespective of the shortcomings of the actual paint, we see it colored. On the other hand, we come completely into the realm of soul and spirit when we come to music. Here we leave space altogether. Music has the character of a line and is one-dimensional. We also experience it in one dimension as a line in time. In experiencing it, though, we experience the world at the same time as our world. The soul wants neither to lay claim to what it needs when it enters the physical body, nor to what it needs when it departs from it, but wants to experience, through music, all that lives and vibrates in it of a soul spiritual nature, now on earth. If you study the secrets of music, I have already mentioned this here before, you will arrive at what the Greeks, who were thoroughly conversant with such things, meant by the lyre of Apollo. What we experience through music is man's own unique, hidden relation to the inner harmonies and melodies of the cosmos out of which he was formed. The nerves that spread out from our spine are actually like a wonderful stringed instrument, only its function has undergone a transformation. Our spine is the lyre of Apollo, ending above in the brain, and the separate nerve strands spreading out into the whole body. These nerve strands are the instrument upon which the soul spiritual being of man is played within the earthly world. Man himself is the most perfect instrument in the world, and an external instrument conjures forth artistic tones for human beings to the extent that a person feels, in the sound coming from the strings, something of the connection this has with his own constitution of nerve strands and arteries. Insofar as man is a being with nerves, his inner being consists of music, and he experiences music in an artistic way insofar as the music harmonizes with the secrets of his own musical constitution. So when man devotes himself to music, he is calling on the forces of his soul spirit being living on earth. The anthroposophical process of discovering the secrets of man's inner soul spiritual nature will therefore be able to fructify the realm of music, not the theory, but the creation of music. For if you think of it, it is really not theorizing to say, quote, let us look at the lifeless world of matter. Seeing it colored is a cosmic memory, close quote. By looking in a proper anthroposophical way at jewels, at colored objects, or at colors generally, we learn to realize that the gods are reminding us of all they created in ages long past. If we become aware of the fact that things are colored because gods are speaking through them, it will engender the kind of enthusiasm which comes from experiencing the Spirit. That is no theorizing, but something that gives the soul immediate inner strength. This kind of thing does not lead to theorizing. It can stimulate artistic appreciation and artistic creativity itself. Wherever it appears, true art is always a search to relate to the spirit, whether it is the spirit man hopes to encounter when his soul leaves the body, or the spirit he wishes to retain in memory when he enters the body, or whether it is the spirit with which he feels related, in contrast to his lack of relationship to the purely natural element in his environment, or that on the spiritual plane he feels more part of the world in the element of color, where there is no longer a distinction between inside and outside, and where, so to speak, the soul moves, feeling color to be its very existence in the cosmos, and color the gateway to the whole cosmos. Or again, even within the earthly realm, his soul feels a relationship to the soul and spirit of the cosmos, as is the case with music. Now we come to the realm of poetry. Various things I have said regarding poetic experience in ancient times, when poetry was still entirely artistic, can make us aware that people experienced poetry in that way at a time when they still had living connections with the spirit-soul world. As I said yesterday, to describe what Bill and Charlie are doing in the village square at Little Wallop could not have made much sense in really artistic times. For you can go to the Little Wallop village square and look at Bill and Charlie for yourself, and there will be much more in their gestures and conversation than you can describe. In the actual age of Greek art, the Greeks would have found it quite absurd to describe people in the village square or in their homes. Naturalism had the peculiar aim of making the theater, even its scenery, a mere copy of what is naturalistic. It is no stagecraft to have no real artistic understanding of the particular means at your disposal, namely the stage, any more than painting is an art if one does not paint on a surface but tries to form the colors in space. If people really wanted to be naturalistic, they ought not to make the stage an open room and have the audience there. You cannot have a room like that, for there are no such rooms. In the winter you would freeze. People make rooms that are closed on all four sides. If people wanted to act out their plays absolutely naturalistically, they would have to close the stage and do their acting behind it. If this were done, I don't know how many people would buy theater tickets. Yet a stagecraft that considered every aspect of naturalistic reality should have a fourth wall. This is being somewhat radical, of course, but it is absolutely correct. Now I only need remind you of one aspect I have often mentioned. Homer begins his Iliad with the words, quote, of Peleus's son Achilles, sing, O Muse, close quote. This is no empty statement, for Homer positively experienced that he had to turn to a super-earthly, divine spiritual being who would use his body as an instrument for creating the art of epic poetry. Epic poetry means the upper gods, whom people experienced as feminine because they were the fructifying ones, feminine muses. He had to seek out the upper gods and put his human faculties at their disposal, so that the thought element of the cosmos could be brought to expression through the events. That is what epic poetry actually is, letting the upper gods speak of putting one's own being at their disposal. Homer begins, quote, sing in me, muse, and through me tell the story, close quote, meaning the story of Odysseus. It would not occur to him at all just to present people with something he had thought of or seen himself. Why should he do that? Everyone can do that for himself. There is no doubt that Homer is putting his being at the disposal of the upper divine spiritual beings, so that they can express the way they see human relations on earth. That is how epic poetry arises. And dramatic poetry. This came into being as the presentation of the god Dionysus working out of the depths. We only have to think of the pre-Aeschylus age. To begin with, it was just the person of Dionysus. Then it was Dionysus and his helpers, the chorus, grouped around him as a kind of reflection, of what was performed not by humans, but by the subterranean gods, the gods of will, who made use of human figures so that the will of the gods, not human will, could be enacted on the stage. Not until man's connection with the spiritual world was gradually lost did purely human activity on the stage replace the activity of gods working through human beings. This process took place in Greece between the times of Aeschylus, where we still see divine impulses constantly working through human beings, and Euripides, where human beings are already human, yet still have supernatural powers. One could say, for actual naturalism was not possible until modern times. But man must find his way back to the spirit in poetry too. So we can say, quote, epic poetry is directed toward the upper gods, dramatic poetry to the lower gods, and actual drama witnesses the sub-earthly world of gods rising up onto the earth. The human being can make himself an instrument for the activity of this lower world of gods. Now, when we look at the world from our human point of view, art is directly naturalistic. I'll just mention there's a close quote that I cannot find, and the reader's aside. On the other hand, the lower spiritual world rises up in dramatic poetry, and an upper spiritual world descends in epic poetry. The epic muse descends in order to use man's head as her instrument and to relate what man accomplished on earth, or what is being accomplished in the cosmos. Dramatic poetry rises up out of the world's depths and uses human bodies as instruments for the will of subterranean gods. Let us say, if we have the level of earth existence, then we have the divine muse of the art of epic coming down, as it were, out of the clouds, and coming up, as though from the depths of the earth in smoke and fury, we have the subterranean Dionysian divine spirit powers who work upward through the human will. But we must also look through the earth's covering carpet everywhere, just like the dramatic element rises up like a volcano, and the epic element descends from above like refreshing rain. And all that takes place on the same plane as ourselves, where we, as it were, experience the lowest messengers of the upper gods working together with the lower gods on the same level as ourselves, where something cosmic, not as a pedantic theory, but experienced in all its formative power, responds to a stimulus from below, becomes happy, and is brought to laughter and gaiety through the spiritual fire of nymphs. In this middle zone, man becomes lyrical. He does not experience the dramatic element rising up from below, nor the epic element descending from above, but lyricism living on the same level as himself, a delicate and sensitive spirituality, which does not thunder in the forests, nor erupt in volcanoes and split the trees, but which whispers in the leaves, rejoices in the blossoms and waves in the wind. Lyricism lives everywhere, where on our own level we sense spirit in material things, where our hearts stir, we catch our breath and enter with our whole soul into a phenomenon of nature, which is an image of the soul and spirit on the same level as ourselves. Lyricism, let us say, looks upward to the upper gods with a happy face, and downward to the lower gods with a troubled face. And although it can become dramatic lyrical in the one direction, and can assume the peaceful character of epic lyricism in the other, it always remains lyrical, because man experiences the earth's encircling rounds with his middle part, his powers of feeling, and feels connected with all that has its being in these encircling rounds. When we really and truly enter into the spiritual nature of the world phenomena, we cannot actually help but let our wretchedly abstract ideas gradually change into form, color, and life. Quite unaware, really, one's thought pictures become artistic pictures, because what is around us lives in the artistic element. Therefore, there is constantly this need to awaken one's wretched abstract thought definitions, be it physical body, etheric body, astral body, or anything else that one has in conceptual form. All those wretched tramlines, those trebly pedantic and horribly scientific definitions, and give them different shades of artistic color and form. An anthroposophist has an inner need to do this, not only an outer need. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 10, given in Dornach on the 9th of June, 1923, entitled Spirit and Non-Spirit in Painting, Titian's Ascension of Mary. Today I should like to add something more to the lectures I have given here over the past few days. In earlier lectures, I have often spoken of the genius of language. And you know from my book titled Theosophy that when we speak of spiritual beings in an anthroposophical context, real spiritual beings are meant. And that also what we mean by the genius of language is a real spiritual being of the various different languages, which a person lives his way into and which, as it were, sends him the power from spiritual worlds to express his thoughts, which are there in him during his earth existence, in the first instance as a dead heritage of the spiritual world. Therefore, it will be quite appropriate, particularly in an anthroposophical context, to look at some of the ways in which language is formed, and search there for the kind of meaning which comes from spiritual worlds, and which actually comes into being, to a certain extent, independently of man. I have also pointed out to you the extraordinary way we describe the actual artistic element, the element of beauty and its opposite. We speak of beauty, and in the various languages we speak of the opposite of this as ugliness. Hässlich, the root Hass means hate. If we were to use exactly the same kind of word for beauty as we do for ugliness, we should have to say something like loveliness instead of beauty, as the opposite of hate is love. We should have to say loveliness and ugliness. Yet we say beauty and ugliness, making from out of the genius of language a significant difference between the one thing and its opposite. Beauty, taking it now in the German, is connected with the word appearance, or something bright and shining. And you should look for something similar in other languages. Parenthesis, sheen has the same root as both the English shine and the German schön, close parenthesis. A thing of beauty comes to appearance or shines forth, that is, it shows its inner nature on the surface. This is the character of beauty, that it does not hide away but presents its inner nature in outer form. Thus, beautiful is when the inner qualities are revealed externally, and appearance is where something shines forth, revealing the being within. If we wanted to speak in this way of the opposite of beautiful, we should have to speak of things which hide away and do not make their appearance, which withhold their real being, and do not show what they are in their outer covering. Thus we speak of something objective when we say beautiful. If we wanted to speak just as objectively of the opposite of beautiful, we should have to use a word meaning hiding itself away, appearing different from what it is. But what we do is we become subjective instead of objective, and describe our relationship to what is hiding, and find that we cannot love what conceals itself, but have to hate it. Therefore, that which does not show us its real face is the opposite of beautiful. We do not designate it from the same level of our being, though, but from out of our emotions. We say that it is fit to be hated because it hides and does not show itself. When we listen to language in this way, the genius of the language can tell us its secrets. And we must ask ourselves, quote, what is it we are actually striving for in art when we seek to achieve beauty, close quote? Beauty in its widest sense, of course. What are we actually trying to achieve? Through the very fact that the genius of the language gets us to choose a word for beautiful that takes us beyond ourselves. We do not go beyond beautiful, we do not go beyond ourselves for the opposite, but stay in our emotions, in hatred. Through the very fact of having to go beyond ourselves, we indicate that beauty has a relationship to the spiritual element outside and beyond us. For what is it that makes its appearance? What we see with our senses does not need to appear to us, but that is simply there. What appears to us and shines forth in the sense world, revealing its being there, is the spiritual element. So, when we speak of beauty objectively, we are thinking of artistic beauty all the time as something spiritual that is revealed by art. Art has the obligation to really understand this appearance, this shining forth, this revelation of the Spirit pervading the world. All genuine art seeks the Spirit. Even when art wishes to present what is ugly and repulsive, as can well be the case, it does not want to present sensual ugliness, but the spiritual element which is announcing its presences in the sensual ugliness. Ugliness can be turned to beauty when the Spirit shines through this ugliness. But it is imperative that this relationship to the Spirit is there if a work of art is to be beautiful. Now let us look at a particular form of art from this point of view. For instance, painting. During the last 2 days, we have considered painting insofar as it is a revelation through the understanding of color of spiritual essence. One can say that in those particular times when people had a real inner knowledge of color, they knew the proper way to leave it to the genius of language to bring color into a relationship with the world. If you go back to olden times, in which there was an instinctive, clairvoyant knowledge of these things, you will find that there were, for instance, metals that were experienced as revealing their inner quality through their color, yet they were not given earthly names. There is a connection between the naming of the metals and the planets, because, if I may express it like this, they would have been ashamed to call what came to expression through the color by a purely earthly name. They looked on color as a divine spiritual entity that just lent itself to earthly things in the sense I described a few days ago. In the gold of their gold pigment, they saw not only something earthly, but the sun declaring itself from out of the cosmos. Thus, even when they saw color attached to an earthly object, their primal experience was of something reaching beyond the earth. When it came to living things, these they accredited with having their own colors, as living things come closer to the Spirit, and Spirit has its own radiance. And they experienced animals as having their own colors, because in them a soul spiritual element makes a direct appearance. We can, however, go back to even more ancient times, when people's experience of art was inward and not outward. Actually, there was no painting then at all. To paint a tree green, it is almost stupid, isn't it, to talk about painting a tree. To paint a tree and use green paint is not art. Because whatever you achieve in copying nature, it will not have as much beauty and substance as nature itself. Nature is always more alive. We have no cause to imitate nature around us. Nor does a real artist do that. A real artist uses the object, say, to paint the sun shining on it, or to observe a particular color reflex in its environment, in order to catch the interplay of light and dark. The object one paints is merely that which gives one the opportunity to do this. People never paint the flower in front of their window. They paint the light shining in through the window as seen through the flower. People actually paint the colored light of the sun. They capture that. And the flower is just the occasion for capturing that light. When we approach the human being, we can do this in an even more spiritual way. It is no art to take the human brow and paint it like a human brow, or as one thinks a human brow looks. There is no sense in that. The task of the artist is to capture with a brush and color the way a human brow catches the falling sunbeams, where a softer light appears beside the brightness, the play of light and dark. In fact, to capture everything for which the subject affords him the opportunity, and relate the fleeting moment to the spiritual element. If you have artistic sensibility, then, when you look at a picture of, let us say, an interior, it is not a matter of looking at the person who may be kneeling at the altar. I once went to an exhibition with someone, and in the exhibition we saw somebody kneeling before an altar. One saw him from behind. The artist had set himself the task of capturing the sunlight coming in through a window and the way it fell on the person's back. Well, the man who came to see the picture with me said, quote, "I would prefer to see that person from the front," close quote. But that was only taking an interest in the subject matter, and not the art, wasn't it? He wished the artist had shown what sort of person it was, and so on. But you only have a justification in doing that if you want to show what can be perceived by means of color. If I want to represent a person on his sickbed suffering from a particular illness, and I study his complexion so that the illness appears visibly in the flesh, that can be artistic. Also, if I want to represent, say, in totality, how far the whole cosmos comes to expression in the human complexion, that can also be artistic. But if I imitate the way Mr. Robinson sits there in front of me, firstly, I shall not succeed, and secondly, it is not an artistic proposition. Artistic aspects are how the sun is shining on him, how the light is deflected by his bushy eyebrows. In fact, it depends on the effect of the environment on my subject. And my means of achieving this are light and dark, color, and catching a fleeting moment, which I am justified in doing in the way I described yesterday. People had a real feeling for this in an age not even so remote from ours, and they could not imagine painting Mary, the Mother of God, without giving her a transfigured countenance. That is, a face so glorified by light that it lifted her above the ordinary human level. They could not imagine her in any other way than in a red dress with a blue cloak, because only in a red dress, which shows all earthly emotions, and a blue cloak showing the soul surrounding her with spirit, and with a face transfigured by the Spirit revealed in the glorifying light, could she appear properly in earthly life. But this is not fully artistic as long as we only feel it in the way I have just described it. I gave you an inartistic version, so to speak. You feel it in an artistic way the moment you create with red and with blue and with light, experiencing, as you do so, that the relationship of the light to the colors and to the darkness is a world in itself. So that all you actually have is color. And color tells one so much that the colors themselves and the play of light and dark create the Virgin Mary. To do this, you would have to know how to live with color, of course. Color must be something you live with. Color must mean for you something that has become emancipated from matter and weight. for heavy matter actually puts up a resistance to color when you want to use it for art. It is therefore contrary to painting altogether to paint with palette colors. These always show a certain heaviness when one has them on the canvas. One cannot live with palette colors either. One can only live with liquid colors. And in the life a person shares with color, when he has it in liquid form, in the unique relationship he has with it, when he puts liquid color onto the paper, color comes to life, and the world comes to life through color. A real art of painting arises when one grasps the nature of appearance, of revelation, of raying forth as a living factor, and makes use of this living revelation for what one is forming on the paper. A world will grow out of it by itself. For if you understand color, you understand a world ingredient. Kant once said, quote, "Give me some physical substance and I will make you a world," close quote. Well, you could have given him a great deal of physical matter, but I can assure you he would not have made a world out of it, for a world cannot be created out of substance. You would more readily create a world with the mobile tools of color. You could create a world out of those, because every color has its own direct personal relationship to one of the world's particular spiritual elements. At the present time, except for the primitive beginnings being made in Impressionism, and especially in Expressionism, and they are really only beginnings, materialism is so widespread that people no longer know how to paint, nor what to think of painting. For on the whole, people do not paint nowadays. They copy figures by means of a kind of drawing, and then cover the surface with paint. But those are painted surfaces, not paintings, created out of the element of color and light and dark. However, you must not misunderstand this. If somebody goes wild and simply plasters the colors on one beside another, that is not at all what I mean by overcoming drawing. When I speak of overcoming drawing, I do not mean having no drawing at all, but creating the drawing out of the color. And the color will surely produce the drawing if you know how to live in the color. This sharing of the life of color can then lead the real artist to disregard the rest of the world and create his works of art out of the element of color. You can, for example, go back to Titian's title, Ascension of Mary. There you have a work of art which consists of the old art principle, run riot. A living experience of color such as we find in Raphael, or especially in Leonardo, is no longer there. But there still exists a kind of tradition. Therefore, he does not depart too strong.
I looked a lot different. I started my degree in 1986 and 30 years later decided to complete my goals. The support system that you get with Purdue Global, just being in the military, you actually get assigned a person who will stay with you and walks you through step by step. Earning my degree with Purdue Global has given me the confidence to show me that I am not too old. I can do it. This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
From an experience of sharing the life of the color. Have a good look at Titian's Ascension of Mary. You could say that the green is gaudy, and so is the red and the blue, but just look at the details. If you look at the way the various colors speak to one another, you have the feeling that Titian lived in color, and that in this picture he creates all three worlds from out of the color. Just look at the wonderful progression from one world to another. Down below are the apostles who experience the event of Mary's ascension. Just look and see how he creates them out of color. You see by the color that they are bound to the earth, yet one does not feel that the colors are heavy. one only feels how dark the colors are in the lower part of Titian's picture. And this darkness conveys the impression of the earth-boundness of the apostles. In the whole way he had handled Mary's coloring, one experiences the intermediate realm. She is still connected with the earth below. Look at the picture again, if you have the opportunity, and see how the colors of the darkness spreading out below are repeated in the coloring of Mary, but how the light is victorious, how the top realm, the third realm, irradiates and lifts up Mary's head, while the color still holds her legs and feet in bondage. As God the Father receives Mary into heaven, watch how the colors are graduated with real inner feeling through the lower realm, the intermediate realm, and the realm of the heavenly heights. You could say that to understand this picture, you actually have to forget everything else and look at the whole thing purely from the aspect of color. For the three levels of the world have been created out of color, not intellectually, but absolutely artistically. You could also say that it is really essential to the art of painting to portray this world of shining appearance, of shining revelation, in light and dark and color, in order to bring out the artistic aspect of the material realm of earth, and yet not let it reach the spiritual level. For if one were to let it reach the spiritual level, it would no longer be appearance, it would be wisdom. But wisdom is no longer artistic. Wisdom would raise it to the unformed realm of the gods. One would like to say, therefore, that with a real artist like Titian, who portrays something like the title Ascension of Mary, you have the feeling at the top, when you look at Mary being received by God the Father, or rather Mary's head being received, that one should not go any further with the use of light. It has reached the very limit. The moment you begin to go further, you succumb to intellectualism, which means you are inartistic. You must not go one stroke further with what is being indicated by light and not by the contour. For the moment you go too strongly into the contour, it becomes intellectual, inartistic. Toward the top, there is in fact the danger of the picture becoming inartistic. After Titian's time, artists rapidly succumbed to this danger. Look at the angels up to the time of Titian. When we ascend to heavenly regions, we reach the angels, don't we? See how careful artists were to remain in the realm of color. In pre-Titian times, and possibly to a certain extent with Titian too, you can still wonder whether the angels might not be clouds. If you are not left in any doubt about the difference between being and appearance, but arrive at real spiritual beings, it ceases to be artistic. When we come to the 17th century, there is an immediate change. Materialism then affected even the portrayal of spiritual beings. You will see a whole host of angels painted as the result of training and not art, appearing in all possible foreshortened attitudes, so that you could not possibly mistake them for clouds. Mental reflection is already at work there, and that is where it stops being art. Now we have a look at the apostles down below again, and you do indeed have the feeling that in the whole of the Ascension of Mary, only Mary is artistic. At the top of the picture approaches the danger of passing into the realm of unadulterated wisdom, which is without form. Yet if one succeeds in staying in this realm and remaining formless, that is, from one aspect, the ultimate in art, because it is art at its most daring, venturing to the very brink where art ceases to be art. The light blurs the colors, and where, if one wanted to go any further, one could only begin to draw. But drawing is not painting. So at the top, we approach the realm of wisdom. And the greater the artist, the more wisdom he will bring into the sense realm, the more chance there will be that the angels he paints, to choose a concrete expression, can still be called banks of cloud shimmering in the light. However, if you start at the bottom of the picture and pass up through the beautiful part of it, the figure of Mary herself, who is actually rising up into the realm of wisdom, there Titian has the chance to paint her beautifully because she is still in the process of rising. Judging by what it looks like, one has the feeling that if she were to rise a little higher, she would have to enter the realm of wisdom. Then art would have nothing more to say. But if we go a bit further down, we come to the apostles. And I told you with regard to them that the artist was trying to use color to portray the apostles' earthboundness. But now he comes into the opposite danger. If he had put Mary a little further down, he would not have portrayed her sustained by her own inner beauty. For if Mary were sitting down there among the apostles, one would not see the reason for that. Neither would she be able to look as she looks when she is between heaven and earth. She could not look at all like that. For the apostles are down there in their brownish coloring, and Mary would not fit in. For we cannot actually remain at the point where the apostles have earthly heaviness. Something else must come into it. And what happens is that the element of drawing is strongly introduced. You can really see in this picture of Titian's that the drawing element sets in strongly. Why is that? With the use of brown, which actually leaves the realm of color, one cannot portray beauty as it is done in the figure of Mary. One has to portray something which does not quite come into the category of beauty. And it has to be beautiful through the fact that something other than what is actually beautiful is being revealed. You see, if Mary were sitting or standing among the apostles in the same coloring as they, it would actually be offensive, terribly offensive. I am only speaking of this particular picture, and am not saying that whenever Mary is standing on the ground, she is bound to be artistically offensive. In this picture, however, it would be like a smack in the face for anyone looking at it from the point of view of art if Mary were to be standing down there. Why is that? You see, if she stood down there in the apostles' coloring, one would have to say that she had been portrayed as virtuous. That is how he portrays the apostles. We cannot escape the impression that the apostles act out of virtue. But we cannot speak like that about Mary. Her virtue is such an obvious fact that it does not do to express it. It would be like portraying God as virtuous, where something is so obvious that it is its very existence, it does not do to portray it in its outer appearance. So Mary has to soar up and enter a realm where she is beyond virtue, where one cannot describe her coloring as being virtuous, just as little as one can say of God himself that he is virtuous. He can at most be virtue itself, but that is an abstraction and enters the realm of philosophy. That has nothing to do with art. But with regard to the apostles down below, we have to say that the artist has succeeded in portraying them as virtuous people purely through the use of color itself. You see their virtue. Let us try and approach the matter once more by way of the genius of language. Virtue. What does being virtuous actually mean? It means being suitable for virtue. German Tugend is connected with the word taugen, to be suited or fit for. See virtuoso, translator. To be fit for something means to be a match for it, to be capable of it. And this is what being virtuous means, though it ultimately depends in what sense one is using it. Goethe, portraying it in this way, speaks of a trinity: wisdom, appearance, and power, the latter meaning virtue in this sense. Appearance equals beauty, art. Wisdom equals that which becomes knowledge, formless knowledge. Virtue, power, equals that which is really qualified and capable, the existence of which has meaning. This trinity has been much respected for long ages. I could well understand it when someone told me some years ago that he was sick of hearing people talking about truth, beauty, and goodness. For anyone who wants to trump up an idealistic expression mentions truth, beauty, and goodness. Yet we can point to past ages when people experienced these things with their whole hearts. So we can look at the art and beauty in Titian's picture in this way and see wisdom above, but significantly enough, not wisdom only, but wisdom in its appearance as art, as painting, beauty in the center, and virtue below in the sense of qualification. We are now justified in inquiring a little further into the inner nature of what being qualified means. If we follow up these things, the genius of language shows us how deep the soul of language is, which works creatively in human beings. If we were to look at it purely superficially, we might recall the story of the hunchback who heard a church sermon in which the preacher gave his congregation a lot of trite expressions about how good, beautiful, and purposeful everything was in the world. The hunchback waited at the church door and asked the preacher as he came out, quote, "Since you say that everyone in the world is good in principle, is my form a good one?" Close quote. To which the preacher replied, quote, "You have a very good form for a hunchback." Close quote. Well, if you look at things as superficially as this, you will not reach the depths. And things are considered just as superficially as this in innumerable realms nowadays. People are full of such superficial definitions that they do not realize how they themselves go round in circles. Virtue does not mean being capable of one thing or another, but of being capable spiritually of confirming as human beings the existence of the spiritual worlds. A virtuous person in the proper sense is a person who is fully human, not only because he reveals the spirit, but because he brings the spirit to realization through his will. However, although this area is still human and touches on the religious element, it is no longer in the domain of art, least of all in the domain of beauty. The whole world is constructed on the basis of polar opposites. So we can say superficially of this Titian picture, quote, "At the top, he runs the risk of leaving the realm of beauty when he goes beyond Mary. He is at the other brink," close quote. For as soon as we portray virtue, which is the spirit a human being has to bring to realization through his own being, we depart from the realm of beauty and are no longer artistic. If we want to paint an actual virtuous person, we are only justified in doing so if we make a characterization of virtue in outer appearance in some way, possibly contrasting it with vice. But an artistic portrayal of virtue is actually not art, and in our time it is a departure from the artistic altogether. But where, in our time, do we not see a departure from art? When life conditions are simply copied in a crude, naturalistic way, without there really being any relation to the spirit. Without a relation to the spirit, there can be no art. That is why in our time people are trying, through Impressionism and Expressionism, to get back to the spirit again. Even though these attempts are frequently clumsy and elementary, at least they are more significant than what is being done from models in such a crudely naturalistic and inartistic way. If you form your concept of art and beauty on this basis, you will also be able to accommodate tragedy, the artistic impact of the whole element of tragedy. A person who lets his thoughts rule him and runs his life in an intellectual manner can never be tragic. And a person who is completely virtuous can actually never be tragic either. A person can become tragic if he has a tendency to inspiration, daimon, which means to the spirit. An individual begins to be tragic to the extent that a daimon works in him, either for good or ill. In present times, we are in the age where human beings are becoming free. Therefore, nowadays, an inspired person is an anachronism. That is the whole significance of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, that human beings are changing from being inspired to being free. To the extent that a person becomes free, however, the possibility of tragedy ceases, so to speak. If you look at the tragic figures of old, even most of Shakespeare's tragic figures, there you have the inner workings of the daimon, which lead to tragedy. Wherever a person is the outer expression of a daimon spirit, wherever a daimon spirit shines and reveals itself through him, and man is, as it were, the medium for the daimon, there is the possibility of tragedy. Tragedy in this sense will more or less have to cease, for liberated mankind must become free of the daimon. As yet this has not happened. Mankind is succumbing to it more than ever. Yet the great task and mission of the present age is that mankind shall break away from the daimon and become free. But when we get rid of the inner daimons, the figures that turn us into tragic personalities, it is all the harder to get rid of the outer daimons. For the very moment the human being comes into relation with the outer world, a spiritual, daimonic relationship arises, even in the case of modern man. Our thoughts must become more and more free. And if, as I have portrayed in my title, Philosophy of Freedom, thoughts become the impulses of will, willing will also become free. Those are the polar opposites which can become free. Free thoughts and free will. But between these two is the rest of the human being, and this is connected with karma. Just as the spirit of a daimon once led to tragedy, now for modern mankind it will be the experience of karma, in particular, that can lead him into the most tremendous inner tragedy. Tragedy will not flourish, however, until human beings experience karma. As long as we confine ourselves to our thoughts, we can be free. When we clad our thoughts in words, the words no longer belong to us. What a lot of things can happen to a word I have spoken. It is taken up by someone else. He associates it with other emotions and feelings. The word continues to live. As the word passes through present-day humanity, it becomes a force, although it took its start from a certain human being. That is his karma, which connects him with the world and which can backfire on him again. And the word can indeed lead to tragedy, because it belongs to the genius of language and not to us, and therefore leads its own existence. That is just what is happening today, that mankind is heading for tragic situations because they overestimate language, overestimate the word. Nations form themselves according to language because that is how they want it. That has the makings of a colossal tragedy, which will break over the earth within this century. That is the tragedy of karma. Just as we can speak of the tragedy of olden times as the tragedy connected with the daimon, so we must speak of future times as the tragedy connected with karma. Art is eternal, yet its forms change. And if you realize that art always has a relation to the spirit, you will understand that both in creating it and appreciating it, art is something through which one enters the spiritual world. If one is a real artist, one can paint a picture in seclusion. The real artist does not mind who sees the picture or whether anyone sees it at all, for he has done his creation in different company, in the company of divine spirit beings. Gods were looking over his shoulder. He created his picture in the company of gods. What does it matter to a genuine artist whether anyone admires his picture or not? This is the reason why one can be an artist in total solitude. Yet one cannot be an artist without giving one's own creation an objective existence so that it lives in the world, which is also considered from a spiritual point of view. The creation to which one gives objective life must be alive in the spiritual atmosphere of the world. If one forgets this spiritual relationship, art goes through a transformation and changes more or less into non-art. You see, people can only be creative artists if their works of art are related to the world. A consciousness of this was alive in those artists of old who, for instance, painted their pictures on the walls of churches, for those pictures were the guides for the faithful, and the artists knew that they were part of earth existence, insofar as earth existence contained a spiritual element. One can hardly imagine anything more terrible than painting for exhibitions instead of for something like this. Basically, it is the most ghastly thing to go through an exhibition of paintings or sculpture and see things put side by side that have no connection whatsoever. When the art of painting changed from murals for churches and houses to the painting of pictures, it thereby lost its proper significance. If you paint a frame, you can at least still imagine you are looking out of a window, and what you are looking at is out there, yet it is no longer anything. But even painting for exhibitions, one cannot talk about it. An age that sees a point in having exhibitions has lost its connection with art. That is enough to show you how much progress will have to be made in the cultivation of the spirit before we have found our way back to art on the spiritual level. For one thing, exhibitions will have to be surmounted. Some artists certainly have an aversion to exhibitions, but nowadays we are living in an age when individuals cannot achieve much unless individual judgment is steeped in a world outlook which fills a person's being, but now in complete freedom, in the way in which people were permeated by their world outlook in ages less free, when it led to the growth of real culture. Nowadays, we do not have any real culture. A spiritual world outlook must have the greatest interest in working to establish real culture and real art. The end of Lecture 10. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is Lecture 11, given in Dornach on the 29th of July, 1923. It is entitled Measure, Number, and Weight, Weightless Color, Essential for a New Direction in Painting. During earthly existence, a human being constantly passes through three states of consciousness, as we have mentioned from various points of view during the last 2 days. The state of being fully awake, sleeping, and dreaming. And I endeavored to give a full explanation of the significance of dreaming in the little lecture cycle during the delegates' meeting. Today we want to start by examining the question of whether it is essential for a human being to experience these three conditions of consciousness while on Earth. We must realize that humans are the only beings to experience these three states of consciousness on Earth. Animals have an essentially different cycle. An animal does not have a deep dreamless sleep such as human beings have, for most of the time between going to sleep and awaking. But neither does an animal become fully awake, like human beings do, between awaking and going to sleep. Actually, an animal's waking state is somewhat similar to human dreaming, except that a higher animal's experiences are clearer and richer than transient human dreams. On the other hand, an animal is never unconscious to the same extent as humans are during deep sleep. Therefore, an animal is not so separate from its environment as a human being is. Animals do not distinguish between an outer and an inner world as human beings do. To explain a higher animal's dull consciousness in human terms, an animal actually considers his whole being as part of his environment. If an animal sees a plant, it does not immediately have the feeling, there is a plant out there and I am a separate being. But the animal has a strong inner experience of the plant, a direct feeling of sympathy or antipathy. It is as though the animal experienced within him the outer manifestation of the plant. Solely the fact that in our day and age people cannot observe anything but the crudest perceptions prevents them seeing the truth of what I say in the actual behavior of animals. Only human beings have this clear, sharp distinction between their inner world and the outer world. Why do we acknowledge an outer world? What brings us to the point of talking of an inner and an outer world? It is because every time we go to sleep, we are in our ego and our astral body outside our physical and etheric bodies. that while we are asleep, we leave our physical and etheric bodies to themselves, so to speak, and are in the company of the things of the outer world. We share the fate of the objects of our environment while we are asleep. Just as tables and chairs, trees and clouds are outside our physical and etheric bodies while we are awake, and therefore we call them outside world, our own astral body and ego belong to the outside world during sleep. And while we are part of the environment with our ego and astral body during sleep, something happens. To understand what happens, let us start first of all from what happens when we confront the world in our normal waking state. The objects are then outside us. And by means of scientific thinking, human beings have eventually brought things to the point where the only properties they acknowledge as belonging to physical objects are those which can be measured, weighed, and counted. The content of our earthly science is determined according to number, measure, and weight. We do our sums with the methods of calculation that apply to things of earth. We weigh and measure them. And the physical world consists of what we can determine by means of number, measure, and weight. We would not describe a body as being physical if we could not prove its reality with scales. But all that belongs to the realm of color and tone, even sensations of warmth and cold, in fact actual sense perceptions, just float on the surface of things that can be weighed, measured, and counted. If we want to determine a particular physical object, what constitutes its physical existence is what can be counted, measured, and weighed, and that is all the physicists want to concern themselves with. Regarding colors and sounds and so on, they say, quote, something is going on out there that also has something to do with counting and weighing, close quote. With regard to color, they actually say, quote, there are vibrations out there which have an effect on people. And when these impressions affect the eye, i.e., they are called color. And when they affect the ear, they are called sound, and so on, close quote. One could actually say that the modern physicist does not know what to make of things like sound, color, heat, and cold. He just thinks of them as attributes of the things that can be counted, measured, and weighed. Colors adhere, as it were, to physical things. Sounds escape from them. Heat and cold ooze out of them. We say of something that has weight that it has warmth or it is warm. When a person is in the state between going to sleep and awaking, things are different for his ego and astral body. In the first place, things are non-existent as far as the aspect of weight, measure, and number is concerned. According to earthly measure, number, and weight, the things are not there. However strange it may seem, while we are asleep, there are not the sort of things round us that can be weighed, nor are there things that can be counted, nor directly measured. As an ego and astral body in the sleeping state, you could not use a measuring stick. What does exist there, if I may express it like this, are unattached sense impressions moving freely about. But human beings at their present stage of development are not capable of perceiving an unattached red or waves of unattached sound moving about freely. If we want to make a diagram of this, there's one. We could do it like this. One could say, quote, here on Earth we have solid weighable objects, and the redness or yellowness which the senses perceive on them adheres, as it were, to these objects. When we are asleep, redness and yellowness move about freely and are not fixed to conditions of weight. And it is the same with sound. It is not the bell that rings, but the ringing that moves freely. When we go about in our physical world and see something, we lift it up, don't we? Until we do that, we do not know whether it is a real object or an optical illusion. It must have weight. That is why we are so inclined to consider something like the colors of the rainbow as optical illusion. because they appear in the physical world without our feeling them to be heavy. If you open a physics book nowadays, you will find the explanation, quote, "That is an optical illusion," close quote. What is regarded as actually real are the raindrops, and the physicists put in lines which have no connection with what is there, but which they imagine as passing through space, and they call these rays. But these rays are not there at all. They then say that the eye projects them. They make use of projection in a very strange way in physics these days. For instance, we get hold of the idea that we see a red object, and in order to convince ourselves that it is not an optical illusion, we lift it up. It is heavy, so that is a guarantee of its reality. Anyone who attains consciousness in his ego and astral body outside the physical and etheric bodies eventually realizes that these free-floating colors and sounds also have something of a similar nature, yet it is different. Free-floating colors have the urge to vanish into the far reaches of the world. They have an anti-gravity. Earthly things press toward the Earth's center. See diagram, there's a diagram. These press outward to be released into world spaces. And there certainly is something similar to measurement. Let me read that again. Earthly things press toward the Earth's center. See diagram, page 153, arrows going down. These arrows going up press outward to be released into world spaces. And there certainly is something similar to measurement here. You discover it if you have, let us say, a small reddish cloud hemmed in by a large yellow formation. Although you do not use a measuring stick, you measure the weaker looking yellow one qualitatively by means of the red one. And just as the measuring stick says that is 5 meters, here the red one tells you, quote, "If I were to spread out, I should go into the yellow one 5 times. I must expand, I must get larger, then I shall become yellow," close quote. That is how the measurements take place here. It is more difficult to explain the way counting is done here because earthly counting usually takes place with pears or apples, which take no interest at all in one another. We always have the feeling that if we were to make the 1 into 2, the 1 would not actually care whether the 2 was there at all. It is certainly different where human life is concerned. Now and then one is dependent on 2. But that touches on the spiritual realm. In actual earthly mathematics, the divided parts are quite indifferent to the company they are in. That is not the case here. Here, if there is one of a certain kind, it requires the addition of, say, 3 or 5 other things, according to what kind of things they are. They always have a relation to one another, as number is a reality here. And when one begins to be conscious of what it is like to be out there with one's ego and astral body, one comes to the point of ascertaining something like measure, number, and weight, but now it is of an opposite nature. And when eventually one's seeing and hearing out there ceases to be a confusion of red and yellow and of different sounds, one begins to perceive the spiritual beings who realize themselves in these free-flowing sense impressions. Then we enter the positive spiritual world, the life and activity of spiritual beings. Just as we enter into the life and activity of earthly objects here on earth by checking them with scales, measuring stick, and our calculations, we likewise enter into an understanding of spiritual beings by acquiring a purely qualitative anti-gravity, that is, a desire to expand into world spaces and to measure color by means of color. Spiritual beings of this nature permeate everything that is outside us in the kingdoms of nature. With his waking consciousness, a human being sees only the outer side of minerals, plants, and animals. But he is in the company of the spiritual element indwelling these creatures of the natural world when he is asleep. And when he enters into himself again on awakening, His ego and astral body maintain their affinity to these outer things and cause the human being to acknowledge an outside world. If our organism were not adapted for sleeping, it would not acknowledge an outer world. It does not depend whether someone suffers from insomnia or not, of course. For I am not saying, quote, if he does not sleep, but if he did not have an organism adapted for sleep, close quote. The fact that we are so organized is what matters. And people do get ill if they suffer from insomnia, because it is not suited to their organization. The actual situation is that it is the very fact of the human being dwelling among the things of the outer world while he is asleep, among the things he calls his outer world when he is awake, that brings him to a realization of an outer world. It is man's relation to sleep which gives him his awareness of earthly truth. In what way? Well, we call it truth if we can make a proper image within us of an outer object and properly experience it. To be able to do this, though, we need to be able to sleep. We would have no concept of the truth if we were not organized for sleep. So we can say that we owe truth to our sleeping state. To be able to appreciate the truth of things, we must spend part of our existence with them. Things only tell us something about themselves because our souls were in their company during sleep. The dream state is different. As I told you in the Little Delegates Conference cycle, dream is related to memory, to our inner life of soul, which lives primarily in memory. If dreams are a world of sound and color floating free, we are still half outside our body. When we fully enter the body, the very same forces we unfold in our fleeting dream pictures become our power of memory. In this realm, we do not make the same distinction between ourselves and the outer world. Our inner and outer world coincide, and we live so strongly in the outer world with our sympathies and antipathies that we no longer feel sympathy and antipathy for the things, but the sympathies and antipathies reveal themselves in pictures. If we did not have a dream state, nor the power of dream, which continues on into our inner life, we would not have beauty. Our whole capacity for beauty is founded on our being able to dream. Referring to prosaic existence, we have to say we owe our memory to our forces of dreaming, while with reference to man's artistic life, it is beauty we owe to these forces. Therefore, the dream state is connected with beauty. That is to say, the way we feel about something beautiful and the way we create something of beauty are very similar to the weaving activity of dream. In experiencing or creating beauty, we behave in the same way, this time with the use of the physical body, as we behave outside or when partly connected with our physical body when we dream. Actually, the only thing that separates dream from the life of beauty is a small jolt. And it is only because people are too insensitive in the present age of materialism to notice this jolt that there is so little awareness of the whole significance of beauty. One has to surrender to it of necessity in dreams in order to be able to experience the free movement. But when one surrenders oneself to the freedom of being open in one's inner being, that is, after the jolt, one no longer feels it to be the same as dreaming, because although it is the same thing, it now includes the forces of the physical body. It will be a long time before present-day mankind realizes what people of olden times meant when they said, in quotes, chaos. There are innumerable definitions of chaos. In reality, it can only be characterized by saying, quote, when a person arrives at a state of consciousness where he has just stopped experiencing weight and earthly measurement, and things have begun to get light, yet have not yet dispersed into the cosmos, but are still keeping their balance in the horizontal, where solid boundaries become blurred, and where he still sees things with the physical body, but now also sees the undefined weaving element of the world with his soul constitution of dreaming, that is when chaos is to be seen, close quote. Dreams are merely the shadowy approach of chaos. In Greece, people still had a feeling that one cannot actually make the physical world beautiful. The physical world is, after all, natural necessity, and it is like it is. One can only make chaos beautiful. When one transforms chaos into cosmos, beauty arises. That is why chaos and cosmos are complementary concepts. The cosmos, which means beautiful world, cannot be produced out of earthly things, but only by giving form to chaos. What one makes out of earthly things is merely a material imitation of formed chaos. This is the case with all art. In Greece, where mystery culture still exerted a certain influence, they still had a very vivid picture of this relationship existing between chaos and cosmos. However, in neither of these worlds, the world in which man is unconscious in the sleeping state, nor the world in which man is half-conscious in the dreaming state, in neither of these worlds does one find goodness. There, the beings, right from the beginning, were predetermined by wisdom. In them one finds the powerful weaving of wisdom, one finds beauty. But if, as men of earth, we reach these beings and want to understand them, it will be pointless to speak of goodness where they are concerned. We can only speak of goodness where there is a distinction between an inner and an outer world, so that goodness can obey the spiritual world or not. In the same way as the state of sleep is assigned to truth and the state of dream to beauty, the waking state is assigned to goodness. And here's a little chart. Sleeping state is related to truth, dreaming state to beauty, chaos, waking state to goodness. This does not contradict what I have said in the last few days about the need to drop earthly concepts and speak of a moral world order when one leaves the earthly realm and goes out into the cosmos. For the moral world order is just as much predetermined in the spirit as causality is predetermined here on earth. Only the predetermination is spiritual there, so there is no contradiction. Yet we must realize that with regard to the human organization, if we want to reach the concept of truth, we have to turn to the state of sleep. If we want to reach the concept of beauty, we have to turn to the state of dreaming. And if we want to reach the concept of goodness, we have to turn to the state of waking. While awake, therefore, human beings are not disposed in their physical and etheric organisms toward truth, but toward goodness. So we have every reason to need to understand the idea of goodness. Tell me, what are the lines present-day science is working on regarding its explanation of man? It does not attempt to describe man in a waking state by ascending from truth through beauty to goodness, but explains everything on the basis of outer causal necessity, which accords only with the idea of truth. It does not come anywhere near what exists in man when he is awake, but at most only reaches what he is like when he is asleep. Therefore, if you read anthropologies today with a wakeful sense for soul qualities, you will get the following impression, quote, "That is all very well what modern science tells us about man, but what kind of state is this man in, which science describes? He is lying in bed all the time," close quote. That is to say, he cannot walk, he cannot move. Movement, for instance, is not explained at all. He is perpetually in bed. Science can only explain a human being that lies in bed. It cannot do anything else. Science only describes man when he is asleep. If one wanted to set him in motion, it would have to be done mechanically. And indeed, science is a scientific mechanism. They would have to put machinery into the sleeper, which would make him move when he is supposed to get up, and put him back to bed again in the evening. This sort of science, as you see, does not tell us anything about man as a waking, living being who is active in the world. For what sets us in motion is not contained in the concept of truth, which in the first place we acquire from outer things, but it is contained in the concept of goodness. People do not think along these lines very much. When a modern physiologist or anatomist describes man nowadays, you have the feeling you would like to say, quote, wake up, you are fast asleep, close quote. The effect of that kind of world outlook is that people get used to being asleep. And the fact I keep describing of people sleeping their way through so many events is because they are obsessed by science. Even uneducated people are obsessed by science these days because it infiltrates everywhere by way of popular magazines. There have never been so many obsessed people as there are today. And what they are obsessed by is science. One has to say strange things if one is describing the actual situation today. One has to strike quite a different note from the one people are used to hearing nowadays. That is what it is like when materialists speak of man as being created out of the environment. When materialism was at its height, people wrote books such as the one that included the statement, quote, man as such is nothing. He is the sum of the oxygen in the air, the degree of heat or cold that he is in, close quote. And this materialistic description ends pathetically with the words, quote, he is actually the product of every puff of air, close quote. If you enter into a description like that and really imagine what sort of person the materialistic scientist is describing, it is an extreme neurasthenic. Materialists have never described any other kind of person. Even if they never noticed they were describing a human being in a sleeping state sometimes, if they, so to speak, forgot themselves and wanted to go further, they never described any other kind of person than extreme neurasthenics on their very last legs. The science of the modern epoch has never understood a living human being. This is where the great tasks lie, to lead mankind out of the present-day situation into the only situation in which world history can continue. What is needed is a penetration of the spirit. The other pole must be found to that which has already been achieved. What has actually been achieved in the course of the 19th century? A century which has brought such glory for the materialistic outlook. What has been achieved? We can quite honestly say that materialism has succeeded in a wonderful way in defining our earthly world according to measure, number, and weight. In this respect, the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century has seen splendid achievements. But our sense impressions, colors, and sounds flutter around in a totally indeterminate state. The physicists have stopped talking about colors and sounds altogether. They talk about air vibrations and ether vibrations, and those are neither colors nor sounds. Air vibrations are not sounds at all, but are at the most the medium in which sounds are carried. And there is not the slightest understanding of sensory qualities. This must be reacquired. Nowadays, people actually only see what can be measured, weighed, and counted, and the rest has evaporated. And when, into the bargain, the theory of relativity arrives on the scene and brings such tremendous disorder into all that can be measured, counted, and weighed, as I described yesterday, everything falls apart. Yet, eventually, even this theory of relativity fails at certain points. Not where concepts are concerned. You cannot escape from the theory of relativity with earthly concepts, as I have already explained somewhere else. But reality will always take you beyond the concepts of relativity. For things that can be measured, counted, and weighed, enter through measure, number, and weight into quite specific relationships in outer sense reality. In Stuttgart, a physicist, or a whole group of physicists, once took offense at the way anthroposophists were treating the theory of relativity. Then, in the course of a discussion, they demonstrated a simple experiment to show that it actually does not make any difference at all whether I strike the match on the matchbox or the matchbox on the match. In both cases, I light the match. So it is relative. Certainly, it is still relative in this case. In fact, everything relating to Newtonian or Euclidean space is all relative. Yet as soon as we consider the reality of weight, it is not as easy as Einstein imagined, for real relationships now arise. Actually, we shall again have to speak paradoxically. Relativity insinuates itself if one mistakes mathematics, geometry, and mechanics for the whole reality. But if you consider actual reality, it does not work any longer. For it really is not merely relative whether you eat the veal cutlet or the veal cutlet eats you. With a box of matches, you can do it either way, but you have to eat the veal cutlet and cannot let it eat you. Things do exist to set a limit to these concepts of relativity, but these things are of such a nature that when they are spoken about in the outside world, people will say, quote, "They do not understand the first thing about this serious theory," close quote. Yet the logic of it is, as I said, that is what it is like, and I can do nothing else about it. The essential thing to notice is that by considering the weight of an object, considering, that is, what actually makes it a physical object, colors and tones, etc., are in reality not included at all. If people go this way about it, however, something extremely important is lost, namely the artistic element. The more we depend on physics, the more we lose sight of art. Nobody will give an iota of art in present-day physics books. There is no art left in them. They must be stripped of all that. It is shattering to study a physics book nowadays if you still have the slightest feeling for beauty. Humanity has lost touch with art through the very fact that all that constitutes beauty in the way of colors and sounds has been disregarded, and recognition is given only to what adheres to heavy objects. And the more scientific people become, the more inartistic they are. Let me read that again. And the more scientific people become, the more inartistic they are. Just think of our splendid knowledge of physics. Our opponents will certainly need to reprove us, anthroposophists, for saying that modern physics is superb. Yet it exists through the fact that it rejects art. It exists in each individual person through the rejection of art, for it has brought about the attitude in which artists no longer take any notice of what the physicists say. I do not imagine, for instance, that a musician bothers very much nowadays about studying the theory of acoustics. That would be far too dull to interest him. Nor would artists want to study the frightful theory of color that physics has to offer. If an artist is at all interested in color, as a rule he turns to Goethe's color theory. Yet according to physicists, this theory is wrong. The physicists blink an eye and say, quote, "Well, it doesn't really matter whether an artist has the right or the wrong color theory," close quote. The fact is that without present scientific outlook, art will have to perish. So we now have to ask the question, quote, "Why did art exist in olden times?" Close quote. If we go back to very ancient times, when people still had primitive clairvoyance, they were not so aware of the measure, number, and weight of earthly things. They were more interested in the colors and sounds of earthly objects than their measure, number, and weight. Just remember that it is only since the time of Lavoisier that we reckon with weight in chemistry, a little over 100 years. Weight was not included in the conception of the world until the end of the 18th century. People in previous ages were just not conscious of things needing to be determined according to earthly measure, number, and weight. It was not the air vibrations that they were aware of, but the movements and waves of sound and the world's carpet of colors. Physical existence was accompanied by these experiences. What possibilities did this weight-free sense perception give them? It was possible for them, for instance, to have quite a different conception of mankind from the present one. Namely, they regarded mankind as the product of the whole cosmos. Man was a confluence of the cosmos. He was more a microcosm than that which is on this small spot of earth within the human skin. They thought of the human being more as an image of the world. The colors flooding in from all sides gave him the colors, and the harmony of the spheres sounded through him, giving him his form. People nowadays can hardly understand anything of the way the teachers of the ancient mysteries spoke to their pupils. For if someone wants to explain the human heart nowadays, he takes an embryo and looks at the way the blood vessels, first of all, broaden into a tube and then gradually form the heart. The teachers of the ancient mysteries certainly did not talk to their pupils like that. That would not have struck them as being any more important than knitting a sock, for the process looks very similar. There was a different aspect to which they attached tremendous importance. They said, quote, "The human heart is composed of the gold which lives everywhere in light. This pours down from the universe and actually forms the human heart," close quote. They had mental images of a universe in which there weaves light, and this light contains gold. Light is full of gold which lives and moves within it. And during a person's earthly life, his heart, the substance of which is of course different at the end of 7 years, is not composed of the steak, chips, and peas he has been eating. But the teachers of old knew that it was made of the gold from the light. The chips and peas are only the stimuli for the gold that comes from the light of the whole universe to construct the heart. People used to speak quite differently, and we must grow aware of how different it was. For we have to learn to speak like that again, only on a different level of consciousness. The last traces of what once existed in the realm of art, and which have now disappeared, namely painting from out of the universe, which they could do because weight still played no part, can be seen, for example, in Cimabue, and especially in Russian icons. Icons were painted from out of the world, from out of the macrocosm. They are like a little bit of the universe. Then this came to a dead end, and they could advance no further because humanity does not have this outlook any longer. If they had wanted to paint icons from out of their own knowledge, instead of through tradition and prayer, they would have had to know how to use the gold. The way to use gold in their pictures was one of the greatest secrets of antique art. What made antique art was a knowledge of how to draw forth from out of the background of gold that which attains form in the human being. There is a tremendous gulf between Cimabue and Giotto, for Giotto actually started that which reached its peak in Raphael. Cimabue still worked out of tradition, whereas Giotto became half naturalist. He was aware that tradition was no longer alive, that artists now had to come to terms with the physical human being, for the cosmos had receded, that they could no longer paint out of the gold, but had to paint out of flesh and blood. Then eventually art reached the point where it produced the sort of thing we often saw in the 19th century. Icons are without weight. They, quote, shone in, close quote, from the world. People cannot paint them nowadays, but in their original form, they had no weight at all. Giotto was the first to paint things in such a way that they possessed weight. So it came about that everything people paint possesses weight in the picture too. And people now apply the paint from outside, so that the relationship of the colors to the painted object is just like the physicists say it is, namely that color arises on the surface by means of a particular wave vibration. art too has finally come to terms with weight. Only when Giotto began it, it was artistic and beautiful, and Raphael brought it to the peak of perfection. So we can say, quote, the universe receded from mankind, and all that people could now see was man as a being of weight. So flesh took on weight. Yet because feeling for olden times still existed, it, so to speak, took on as little weight as possible. And the Madonna came into being in contrast to the icons, icons being weightless, whereas the Madonna has weight, even though she is beautiful. Beauty still persisted, but icons are now absolutely unpaintable because human beings do not experience them. If people believe they experience them today, they are being untruthful. Hence, the cultivation of icons fell prey to a certain sentimental untruthfulness. Art has come to a dead end there and has become traditional and mechanical. There, readers aside, there should be a close quote in there somewhere, but I don't believe it was printed. End of readers aside. Raphael's style of painting, which actually arose out of what Giotto took from Cimabue, can remain artistic only so long as the glow of beauty from ancient times still irradiates it. It was, so to speak, the sunny Renaissance artists who were the ones still to feel something of the gold that weaves in light, and who gave their pictures a glowing light in which the gold weaving in light could at least irradiate them from outside. But this came to an end, and naturalism arose. And nowadays, where art is concerned, humanity sits between two stools, the icon and the Madonna. And it is up to us to discover the nature of free-flowing color and free-flowing sound, which have the kind of weight which is opposite to measurability and weighable countability. We must learn to paint out of the color. However primitive and poor our present experiments in this direction are, it is our duty to paint out of the color and to experience color itself free of weight. We must become capable of tackling things consciously, also in an artistic way. If you look at our elementary attempts at programs, you will see that although it is only a beginning, it is at least a beginning in the direction of freeing the colors from weight, experiencing color as a self-supporting element, and getting the colors to speak. If it is successful, then compared to the inartistic world outlook of physics, which allows art to evaporate altogether, here, from out of the element of free color and sound, the kind of art is being created that will again be free of weight. We are certainly sitting between two stools, the icon and the Madonna, but we must arise. Materialistic science will not help us. As I told you, we would have stayed lying down forever if we applied nothing but materialistic science to the human being. But the time has come to rise. To do this, we really require spiritual science. This contains the element of life that will bear us from weight to weightless color, to the reality of color, from being bound to musical naturalism to a free art of music, and so on. In every sphere, we see that humanity has to pull itself together and wake up. This is the impulse we need, the impulse to awaken and open our eyes to see what is and what is not, and where the challenges to progress lie. That is actually why I had to and wanted to close with these particular observations, both during the delegates' conference and now, just before my summer visit to England. These things certainly touch the nerve of our times, and it is essential that we allow the rest to shine from our movement in the way I have attempted to describe. I told you that a modern philosopher has reached the point where he admits that the answer to the question, quote, where does intellectualism lead, close quote, is to build a gigantic machine, put it in the center of the earth, and blow the earth sky high. This philosopher admits it, but the rest of them do not. I have attempted in innumerable ways. For instance, I told you yesterday that the concepts of 30 or 40 years ago have been undone by the theory of relativity. and simply dissolve like snow in the sun. I have attempted to show you that everywhere we are being challenged to turn to anthroposophy. For does not the philosopher Edward Hartmann say, quote, if the world is really like we think it is, close quote, according to the way of thought of the 19th century, quote, it would be impossible to stand it, and we should have to explode it into space, close quote. We only have to reach the point of being able to do it. We should be longing for the time when we can blast the world to the far reaches of the universe. In the meantime, the relativists are taking care that human beings do not have any concepts left. Space, time, movement are evaporating. So we could anyhow be driven to such despair that we might possibly prefer to be blown to smithereens. We just have to get to know very clearly the particular impulses of our time. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Color. This is the last lecture in this collection, Lecture 12, given in Dornach on the 4th of January, 1924. And it is entitled The Hierarchies and the Nature of the Rainbow. Continuing with what I gave you in the course that took place during the Christmas Foundation meeting, I should like in the 3 coming lectures, which will be held in the evenings, to tell you something about the way in which research of spiritual life has developed in modern times. The development of modern spiritual science is often spoken about under the particular heading of Rosicrucianism and other occult names, and I should like to take the opportunity to describe for you the inner nature of this spiritual research. By way of introduction, I will have to tell you something about the whole way of thought that became established around the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries AD, and which did not completely disappear until the end of the 18th century. And even then it was still retained in a few instances in the 19th century. So I am not going to proceed historically, but would like to present a number of personalities and tell you about their relationship to a knowledge of the world. We do not usually give any thought to how very different the whole way of thinking was a relatively short time ago in people who considered themselves knowledgeable. We speak of chemical substances nowadays, 70 or 80 of them, without being at all aware that we are actually saying practically nothing when we call a substance oxygen or nitrogen, and so on. For oxygen is something that is only present under certain conditions of warmth and other conditions of our particular Earth existence. Surely an intelligent person cannot possibly connect the concept of reality with anything which, when its temperature is raised so and so many degrees, no longer remains as it is when it is under the effect of the conditions in which we live as physical human beings. And the desire to foster the kind of thoughts which go beyond what is relative and reach real existence was an essential part of the research of the early and middle period of the Middle Ages. I will therefore set the time of transition as being between the 9th and 10th centuries AD, because before that time, people's whole outlook was extremely spiritual. For instance, a really knowledgeable person of the 9th century would never have dreamt of thinking of angels, archangels, or seraphim as any less real, from the point of view of reality, I mean, than a physical human being one sees with one's eyes. Before the 10th century, knowledgeable people would certainly have spoken of spiritual beings, that is, so-called cosmic intelligence, as beings one meets with, even though they knew they had long outlived the time in which it was normal for humans to see such beings. They knew, however, that under special circumstances, they could perceive the results of their activities. We must not forget that a great number of priests, Catholic priests, were very aware, right into the 9th and 10th centuries, that they encountered spiritual beings, cosmic intelligences, in the course of performing Mass. During the 9th and 10th centuries, however, a direct connection with the actual cosmic intelligence gradually faded from men's consciousness and was replaced by a consciousness of the elements of the cosmos: earth, fluid or water, air, and warmth or fire. And whereas they used to speak of cosmic intelligences that gave order to the movements of the planets and guided them past the fixed stars and so on, they now spoke about the immediate environment of the earth. They talked of the elements of earth, water, air, and fire, but not yet of chemical substances in the modern sense. That came much later. But you would be quite wrong if you were to imagine that even in the 13th or 14th centuries, and in certain respects as late as the 18th century, knowledgeable people had the same conception of warmth, air, water, and earth as modern people have. Nowadays, people only speak of warmth as a bodily condition. Real warmth, ether, is not mentioned anymore. And air and water have become so very abstract that we certainly need to look back at what these conceptions used to be. So I should like to give you a picture today of the kind of language the scholars of those times used when speaking of these things. When I wrote my title, Occult Science, I was obliged to bring the evolution of the earth into at least some sort of harmony with the customary ideas of today. In the 13th and the 12th centuries, it could have been written differently. For instance, in a certain chapter of Occult Science, you would have found the following. First of all, there would have been a description of what the beings that can be called the first hierarchy are like: the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. The seraphim would have been described as beings who do not distinguish between subject and object, for in them these coincide. They would never say, quote, "There are objects outside me," close quote, but, quote, "The world is, and I am the world, and the world is I," close quote. For they only know about themselves, and human beings have a weak reflection of this experience, through which the seraphim know themselves when they are filled with glowing enthusiasm. It is difficult to describe glowing enthusiasm to a man of today. For at the beginning of the 19th century, they knew more about it than present-day people do. At that time, it could still happen that while a poem was being recited, people became what we today would call crazy. They were filled with movement and warmth. Nowadays, people actually freeze just when one imagines they ought to be enthusiastic. It is this element of enthusiasm, especially characteristic of Middle and Eastern Europe, which, when it is raised to a level of common consciousness, can give one a picture of the inner life of the seraphim. The consciousness of the cherubim is to be pictured as an element so clear and light-filled that thought immediately becomes light and irradiates all things. And the element of the thrones is one of supporting the cosmos through the power of grace. That is just a bare sketch. I could speak about it at great length. What I wanted to tell you to begin with was that in those earlier times, people would have tried to describe the essential qualities of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. They would have said the choir of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones cooperate together. The thrones forming a kernel, there's a picture. The cherubim raying out their own being of light from this center, and the seraphim enclosing all this with a covering of enthusiasm which rays far out into cosmic space. All that I am drawing is made up of beings, the thrones in the middle, the cherubim encircling them, and the seraphim on the outside. These are beings who interweave in movement and in thinking, willing, and feeling. They possess real being. If another being with the necessary power of perception were to pass through the space in which the thrones had formed a center, the cherubim a kind of ring around it, and the seraphim a kind of rounding off on the outside, this being who had thus entered into the sphere of activity of the first hierarchy would have felt differentiated warmth, greater warmth in some places, less warmth in others. All this would be of a soul spiritual nature. Yet at the same time, as being a soul experience, it would also be a physical experience to our senses. That is, while the being who would feel soul warmth, it would really be the same warmth as you feel when you are in a heated room. An assembling of beings of the first hierarchy once took place in this way in the universe and created Saturn existence. Warmth is merely the expression of beings. In itself, the warmth is nothing. It merely expresses the fact that beings are there. I should like to use a picture which might help to make this clear. Imagine someone whom you are fond of. His presence gives you a feeling of warmth. Then imagine an extremely abstract person saying, quote, "Actually, I am not in the least interested in that person. I will think him away. I am only interested in the warmth he creates," close quote. But he would not say, quote, "I am only interested in the warmth he creates," close quote. He would say, quote, "I am only interested in the warmth," close quote. He would be talking nonsense, of course, wouldn't he? For if the person creating the warmth is gone, the warmth is not there either. Warmth is the kind of thing which is there only when the person is there. It is nothing in itself. The person must be there for the warmth to be there. So the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones must be there. Otherwise, the warmth is not there either. The warmth is only the revelation of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. They then went further and said, quote, "No other beings than the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones have the power to create such a thing and set it in the cosmos. Only this highest of hierarchies is capable of doing so. But by doing this at the start of a cosmic process of becoming, evolution could go on. The sons, so to speak, of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones could then lead evolution further. And in actual fact, the beings of the second hierarchy, created by the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, the curiosities, dunamis, and exousiae, entered the space in which the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones had created the warmth of Saturn. These younger beings, cosmically younger beings, of course, now come upon the scene. And what did these cosmically younger beings do? Whereas the cherubim, seraphim, and thrones had revealed themselves in the element of warmth, the beings of the second hierarchy now revealed themselves in the element of light. Here, and speaking of the red background in the drawing, the Saturn part is dark and is giving forth warmth. And within this dark world of Saturn existence, the creation of the exousiae, dunamis, and curiosities, the sons of the first hierarchy, is coming into being. The arrival of the second hierarchy means that the planet begins to shine from out of the Saturn warmth. This inner illumination is connected with the densification of the warmth. From out of the undivided element of warmth, air arises. And on the one hand, we have the second hierarchy appearing within the revelation of light. But you must clearly realize that it is really beings that are appearing. To a being with the necessary power of perception, light appears. The paths of these beings is marked by light. When light shines somewhere under certain circumstances, dark shadow arises. And with the appearance of the second hierarchy in the form of light, shadow did indeed arise. What was this shadow? It was air. And until the 15th and 16th centuries, people actually knew what air was. Nowadays, people only know that air consists of oxygen, nitrogen, and so on, which is not saying much more than that a clock, for instance, is made of silver and glass, which does not tell you anything about the clock. To say the air consists of oxygen and nitrogen tells you nothing about air as a cosmic phenomenon. But if you know that from the cosmic point of view, air is the shadow of light, it tells you a great deal about air. Thus, when the second hierarchy entered Saturn warmth, light actually made its appearance, and speaking of white rays, and also the light shadow of light, air, wavy green lines, and when these arise, there is sun. That is how they would have spoken in the 13th and 14th centuries. Let us go on. The next phase of evolution was brought about by the sons of the second hierarchy, the archai, archangels, and angels. These beings brought something new into the shining element, which came first of all with the second hierarchy, and which had brought its shadow, the airy darkness, with it. Not the Saturn kind of darkness, the neutral kind, which was simply an absence of light, but the kind produced by the opposite of light. The third hierarchy, the archai, archangels, and angels, brought to this evolution an element from out of their own being, akin to our desire or longing. Say an archai or angel being entered here, and there's a diagram, a point to the right on the ray of light, and encountered a place where there was light. Then the following happened. Through being receptive to this light, this being acquired a longing for darkness. These angels bore light into the darkness, or darkness into the light. They became the mediators and messengers between light and darkness. And what had previously only shone in the light and brought its shadow, the airy darkness, after it, now burst into color, changing from one color to another, as the light appeared in the darkness and the darkness in the light. It is the third hierarchy who conjured forth colors out of light and darkness. You know, there is something in the way of an historical document you can look at in this connection. In Aristotle's time, if people asked in the mysteries about the origin of colors, they still knew that these involved the third hierarchy. This is why Aristotle said in his title Harmony of Color that color is the interaction of light and darkness. People, however, lost sight of this spiritual element, this way of seeing the beings of the first hierarchy behind warmth, the beings of the second hierarchy behind light and its shadow, the darkness, and the third hierarchy behind the cosmic significance of the bursting forth of colors. And nothing remained but Newton's ill-fated theory of color, which caused smiles among the initiates right into the 18th century, and after that became the creed of professional physicists. One has to have lost all knowledge of the spiritual world to be able to speak in the manner of Newton's color theory. If you had received a prod from the spiritual world as Goethe did, you would have put up a resistance. You would put the right thing in its place as he did and grumble a lot. Goethe was never so abusive about anything as he was about Newton's ridiculous nonsense. We cannot comprehend things like that today for the simple reason that nowadays the physicists would think you an idiot if you did not accept Newton's color theory. Yet it was not the case that Goethe stood completely alone in his time. He was a solitary figure among the people who professed this kind of thing publicly, but the knowledgeable ones knew very well that color arose on a spiritual level. As you know, air is the shadow of the light. And just as under certain circumstances, when light arises, there is a dark shadow. It happens that when color is there and works as a reality, and color could work as a reality as long as it entered the element of air, that is, when the color flashes up in the element of air and is active as a reality, not merely as a reflection, then, just as counter pressure can arise through pressure, the element of water, fluid, arises out of real color. Just as in a cosmic sense, air is the shadow of light, so water is the reflection, the creation of cosmic color. You will say, you do not understand this. However, just try actually to grasp color in its real sense. Take red. Do you really believe that the essence of red is only the neutral surface you usually take it for? Red is something that makes an attack on you, as I have often mentioned. Red repels you and makes you want to run away. You want to run after blue and purple. It keeps on running away from you and getting deeper and deeper. Colors are full of life. Colors are a whole world. And when the soul element experiences colors, it feels it has come into a movement. People merely gape at the rainbow nowadays. If you only look at it with some imagination, you will see elemental beings very active in it. And these elemental beings show us some remarkable phenomena. Here, red and yellow, you see elemental beings coming out of the rainbow all the time. These then move across here. The moment they arrive at the lower end of the green, they are drawn in. You see them disappearing here, green and blue. On the other side, they come out again. To anyone who looks at the rainbow with imagination, it presents a spectacle of spirit pouring out and disappearing again. It really shows you something like a spiritual cylinder. It is wonderful. You also notice that when these things come out, they are full of fear. And when they go in, they have absolutely invincible courage. Looking at the red and yellow, fear streams out. And looking at the blue and purple, you get the feeling that it is full of everything of the nature of courage. Now imagine that not only the rainbow is there, but if I draw a cross section here, there's another drawing, and the rainbow stands this way, turned by an angle of 90 degrees, the beings will come out here and disappear there. Fear here and courage there. The courage disappears again. The I, EYE, would be directed this way. The rainbow here, and the red is now there, yellow, and so on. The rainbow acquires density. So you will easily be able to imagine how the watery element arises from it. And in this element of water, there live spiritual beings who are really a kind of image of the beings of the third hierarchy. It could certainly be said that if you approach the knowledgeable people of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, these are the sort of things you must understand. You could not even understand the later ones. You cannot understand Albertus Magnus if you read him with present-day knowledge. You must read him with the knowledge of the fact that that kind of spirituality was still a reality to him. Then you will begin to understand how he uses words and expresses himself. This is how air and water come into being, as a reflection of the hierarchies. In the course of the hierarchies entering into evolution, the second hierarchy appeared in the form of light, and the third hierarchy in the form of color. When this last creation occurred, evolution had reached moon existence. And then comes the fourth hierarchy. I am describing it now according to the thinking of the 12th and 13th centuries. Now it is the turn of the fourth hierarchy. We do not speak of this hierarchy at all, but in the 12th and 13th centuries they certainly did. What is this fourth hierarchy? It is the human being. Man himself is the fourth hierarchy. But they certainly did not understand this fourth hierarchy to be the peculiar two-legged creature which now goes about the world, growing older every day. For at that time, man in his present form seemed to really be knowledgeable people to be particularly peculiar. Read that again. For at that time, man in his present form seemed to really knowledgeable people to be particularly peculiar. They spoke of the original human being before the fall, who still existed in such a form that he possessed just as much power over the earth as the angels, archangels, and archai had over moon existence, the second hierarchy over sun existence, and the first hierarchy over Saturn existence. They spoke of man in his original earthly form, and thus they could speak of him as the fourth hierarchy. And with the fourth hierarchy there came something which, although it was a gift from the higher hierarchies, was like a possession the higher hierarchies had guarded, but had not themselves made use of. And this was life. Into the world of scintillating color, which I have sketched for you, there came life. You will ask, quote, Prior to this time, were things not alive? Close quote. My dear friends, you can learn the answer to this from man himself. Your ego and astral body do not have life, yet they exist. On the spiritual and soul level, life is not needed. Life begins with your etheric body, which is of the nature of an external sheath. Thus, life did not come into the sphere of our earthly evolution until the time of earth existence, which was after the moon existence. The sparkling world of color became filled with life. It was not only that the angels, archangels, and so on acquired a longing to bring darkness into light and light into darkness, thus calling forth a play of colors and the planet. They also felt the urge to experience inwardly and develop the inner life of color, to feel weakness and indolence when darkness dominates light, and activity when light dominates darkness. For what happens when you walk? The light in you dominates the darkness. And when you sit down in a lazy way, darkness dominates the light. That is an activity, an interplay of soul color. With the appearance of mankind, the fourth hierarchy, the interplay of color was interpenetrated by life. And at this moment of cosmic becoming, these forces that were beginning to be active in the play of color started forming contours. The force of life, which rounded off the colors within themselves, giving them edges and corners, brought solid crystal into being. And so we have arrived at earth existence. Considerations like these were the basic truths of the alchemists, occultists, Rosicrucians, etc., who flourished from the 9th to the 14th, 15th centuries in particular, although history does not tell us much about them today. And there were even a few stragglers right up to the 18th and even the beginning of the 19th centuries, who by that time, however, were regarded as odd. Then these things were totally hidden. And the modern world outlook has brought things to the following pass. Imagine I have a human being in front of me. I stop taking any interest in this person and just take his clothes and hang them on a tailor's dummy with a head-shaped knob at the top and take no further interest in the man. I think that this is the person. What do I care that something like that could be inside these clothes? That is the human being the clothes stand. That was in fact what happened with the elements of nature. People were no longer interested in the fact of there being a first hierarchy behind warmth or fire, a second hierarchy behind light and air, a third hierarchy behind so-called chemical ether, color ether, etc., and water, and a fourth hierarchy, or man, behind the element of life and the earth. Just get out the tailor's dummy and hang the clothes on it. That was the first stage. The second stage begins in Kantian style. Kantianism takes over, and now that people have the clothes stand with the clothes hanging on it, they start philosophizing as to what the thing in itself of these clothes might be. And they arrive at the conclusion that they actually cannot know the thing in itself of the clothes. Very ingenious. Of course, when they first of all take the human being away and have the clothes stand with clothes on it, one can then philosophize about the clothes and arrive at a lot of speculations. It is a clothes stand, isn't it? With clothes hanging on it. And they either philosophize in Kantian style, quote, one cannot know the thing in itself, close quote, or in Helmholtzian style, where they think, quote, of course these clothes cannot have forms. There must be a lot of whirling particles, atoms inside, which beat against them and maintain the clothes in their form, close quote. This is how thinking developed later, but it is shadowy and abstract. However, this is the kind of thinking and speculating we live with today, and with this we form our whole modern world outlook. And if we do not admit that our thinking is atomistic, then it is all the more so. For it will be a long while before people admit that they should not be dreaming up the whirl of the atoms, but ought to be putting the human being back in his clothes. This is just what spiritual science must try to do. Today I wanted to give you a number of pictures showing how people thought in those days and what can actually be read in medieval writings and which has now died out. Just because it has died out, interesting facts like the following come to light. A modern chemist from the north has republished a passage from Basilius Valentinus and read it in terms of modern chemistry. Then, of course, he could say nothing other than that what he finds in Basilius Valentinus is not nonsense, because it really looks like that if you understand it in terms of chemistry. Imagining yourself standing in the laboratory with retorts and other instruments, doing modern experiments. What is actually written in Basilius Valentinus, however, is a kind of embryology, expressed pictorially. It is a fragment of embryology. If one simply applies the modern mode of thought, one has an apparent laboratory experiment, which of course makes no sense. For you cannot execute a bit of embryology in the laboratory, unless you happen to be Wagner, but he was, after all, more at the stage of earlier centuries still. These things must be understood again today, and in connection with the great truths I was permitted to give during the Christmas Foundation meeting, there are indeed a few more things I should like to say about the history of man's inner life in the past few centuries of world evolution. The end of Lecture 12 and the end of the book, The Collected Lectures Concerning Color by Rudolf Steiner.
Life can be difficult sometimes. If you or someone you know is having a hard time, the 988 Lifeline can help. Call the 988 Lifeline today and receive confidential support from a local counselor at no cost. That's 988.
Bob's just opened its 200th store, which means you have even more places to shop the Aspen sofa in 3 colors, real marble elm dining set, feature-packed Phantom Power reclining sofa, farmhouse chic Calvin bedroom, or Consumer Reports recommended mattresses at Bob's everyday low prices. Oh my Bob!
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spirit of the Waldorf School, lectures surrounding the founding of the first Waldorf School in Stuttgart in 1919. Lecture 1 is entitled The Intent of the Waldorf School, given in Stuttgart on August 24th, 1919. Today I would like to speak to you about the Waldorf School, founded by our friend Mr. Molt. You well know from the announcements distributed about this school that our intention is to take a first step along the path we would want the cultural life of the threefold social organism to take. In establishing the Waldorf School, Mr. Molt has, to a large extent, felt motivated to do something to further the development of inner spirituality. He hopes to do something that will point the way for the present and future social tasks of the threefold social organism. Obviously, the Waldorf School can be successful only if it is completely inspired by the spirit that aspires toward the threefold nature of the social organism. It is easy to comprehend that such a first step cannot immediately be perfect. And along with this insight belongs an understanding. We would so very much like to see this understanding offered to the founding of this school, at least from a limited group for the present. The work needed for the Waldorf School has already begun. It has begun with those who have offered to help and whom we have taken under consideration to contribute pedagogically to the Waldorf School. They are now attending a recently begun seminar in preparation for the work there. Gathered in this seminar are only those who, as a result of their talents and bearing, appear capable of working in the cultural movement which the Waldorf School should serve. Of course, they appear particularly called to work in the pedagogical area. Nevertheless, the Waldorf School must be offered understanding, at least from a small group for the present. You will notice more and more as you become aware of social reality that the mutual understanding of people regarding their work will be a major factor in the social life of the future. So it
Yeah, I thought I told you it was LOVED. SD. Coming the team. Darius Jerry, Trey, Titties. Y'all know what this means to me. Thought I told you that the OU finna get murdered and put in the casket. The basket saying that I'm shooting from 3 points. My leg to my head, I've been aiming with good poise. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. They're way too proud, they be making a little noise. My lawyer just called, said the niggas got no coins. I'm talking about the niggas right there, but don't point. Really at your motherfucking head, there's 3 points. I keep it 9 degrees like a square, I'm on point. And make a nigga dance like a baby with new joints. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion got me feeling like big boy. Way I motion got me feeling like big boy. The way I motion
got me feeling like big boy. Motion in the ocean.